Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Rajesh Govindraj. Okay, I'll be taking this geography part of this analysis. So overall, so how many of you have written? इस बार कौन-कौन से लिखे हैं? Any of you have written? So no, not here. ठीक है. I hope many of you are watching online. ठीक है. So have you guys seen this paper? Okay, कैसे लगा? How is your opinion? What is your opinion? How do you feel? Easy, difficult, जो भी है. Overall paper 1 बताइए. Moderate. Okay, moderate. So were the question predictable? Predictable type था. ठीक है. तो ठीक है. So wherever there is some predictable question, that means there is a scope for scoring. अच्छा सा scoring हो सकता है. And the areas were predictable. It was not that difficult, but few of the questions are slightly twisted. Okay, areas are predictable, slightly twisted. For example, Deccan Traps. You might have seen it's a big trap. So we'll talk about that. So overall, our opinion is that the paper has been slightly easier compared to the previous years. Okay, particularly paper 1, and this may be scoring for those who prepared well. Okay, जो अच्छे से prepare किया है उनके लिए scoring है. I'll show you the analysis, so you yourself can come to conclusion why it is so, why it is scoring. ठीक है. अगर थोड़ा बहुत ऐसे average preparation में लिखा है तो so then it becomes slightly difficult, क्योंकि जो competition जो अच्छे से पढ़ के आए हैं तो उनके वजह से तो थोड़ा बहुत तो push होगा, cut off तो push होगा जिसके वजह से. So before I start with the analysis, let me tell you overall what is the idea of this session. So here we are going to give you the analysis of this entire paper, paper 1, and we'll give you some brief comparison with respect to the previous pattern. Overall previous pattern में कैसे था, so how the trend has changed in this year and what to expect in the future, okay, for the next year. This is the overall idea. So most probably 3 categories of students would be watching this. First, who gave mains this year. So whoever is watching, whoever gave this mains, I wish you all the best for the result. अभी तो time है, काफी time है. You have done your best. So take some time off, take a break, but please come back and start your interview preparation without much delay. Okay, this is the time usually just people waste in the anticipation of the interview result. But जब interview call आएगा तो बहुत ज़्यादा time नहीं बचेगा, because interview preparation is not something which you do it overnight. Okay, so which you have to inculcate the practice of talking, you know, the communicating and working on your hobbies which you might have written. So all of this is the time to do that, and this is the most entertaining, jovial phase of your preparation. कि बहुत सारे इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ें कर सकते हो related to your the hobbies, extracurriculars, as well as like in terms of communication, talking to people and talking to the interview mock boards. All of this, it's going to be really fun. So those whoever has given this. And second category is those who have given few attempts earlier and who could not clear prelims this year, and they want to see how exactly they want to improvise. And third category is those who are going to give fresh for the first time next year के लिए जो fresh देने वाले हैं. तो both for second and third category, this is going to be more helpful. This session is going to be more helpful, क्योंकि जो already लिख लिया है just for just overall analysis, they can see this. Okay, उससे पता चल जाएगा whether they whatever they had written was right, what is the interpretation of the answers, all of the questions are all of this. So but for you guys, whoever is watching this, for in order to prepare for the next year, okay, this is going to be very, very useful. कैसे? Because first of all you will understand whether whatever you have prepared till now is sufficient to answer these questions or not. Okay, whether your sources are sufficient to answer these questions or not, or you have to read anything else, और कुछ sources refer करना है नहीं करना है. Okay, ये चीज़ें पहले पता चलेगा. दूसरा, just because you have the sources, it is not going to guarantee that you will be able to write. How exactly the questions have been asked, in what nature it was asked, or whether it is a simple and direct question, or it is a slightly applied manner, you know, where you have to read and decode the question and try to understand the question, then write the answer. So what is the nature of the question? and what is the difficulty level, and what difficulty. Okay, you might have studied about most of the concepts related to geography, but किस depth में पढ़ना है, or whether NCERT में जो दिया है वो काफ़ी है, नहीं काफ़ी है, और कुछ पढ़ना है, and how to score better in this pattern. Okay, there would be few things which you have to understand, है ना? So how to make your answer stand apart from the rest of the others. So to understand all of this, it's very important that you understand this year's paper. So फिर पता चलेगा, then we can prepare accordingly for the next year, so that you are 100% prepared. Fine. That is the overall idea of this session. Let me start with the basics beginning. Okay, so I hope all of you know that still. So overall, this is part of paper 1. Paper 1 we have here, General Studies paper 1, Indian Heritage and Culture, okay, History, Geography of World and Society. Okay, so this is, we can divide into different parts. Geography part हो गया, Society एक हो गया, then Art and Culture, Modern History as well as Post-Independence as well as the World History. So in this, the Geography portion I have highlighted here, okay, the salient features, the distribution of key natural resources and the geophysical phenomena, and this is your geography topics. So overall, geography has 3 major topics as given in the syllabus. The first one is salient features of world physical geography. Salient features of world physical geography. Second one is distribution of key natural resources across the world. Okay, first one, the physical geography of world. Second one is key natural resources across the world, including South Asia as well as India, and the factors responsible for the location of primary, secondary, tertiary sector industries. So this we can say they are talking about economic activities. So that is what is primary, secondary, tertiary, right? So primary includes agriculture, mining, secondary includes manufacturing, tertiary includes the trade, transportation, the services, all of this, that is tertiary. So all of this we can put under economic activity, which we can separate it from the natural resources. Resource का अलग ही questions आता है, economic activities का अलग ही आता है. Including agriculture, we can put it in natural resources. Sorry, economic activity. So third part is very interesting. You can see important geophysical phenomena such as earthquake, tsunami, volcanic activity, cyclone, etc. Geographical features and their locational changes in critical geographical features, including water bodies and ice caps, and the flora and fauna and the effect of such changes. So I usually emphasize this part because this is already part of your physical geography. Okay, can you see this? ये जो geophysical phenomena बोल के अलग सा syllabus में दिया है. This is not, I have not written this. This is what is given in the syllabus. So why this is given separately in the syllabus? इसको क्यों अलग किया है? This is much more important. Even though this is part of the physical geography itself, they are currently relevant. They are currently important. Okay, they are in news for various purposes. Disasters हो गया, or climate change, global warming, or various changes which are happening on the landscape in terms of glacier melting. Okay, the outburst of floods, all of these, the changes which are happening in the current and due to the climate change, all of these are here. That is what we call it as geophysical phenomena. This is part of your physical geography only. But here you won't be able to, you won't be reading this separately because anyway this is part of physical geography. But wherever you see these topics in the physical geography, you have to give more importance here, in-depth analysis, in-depth पढ़ना है. So usually 8 questions रहता है. 8 questions में 1 or 2 question ऐसा होता है कि बहुत technical आएगा. Geography में ऐसा होता ही है, like it always happens. 1 or 2 questions are always too technical and too deep. That is here. Even this year question on color coded cyclone, है ना? So cyclone warning color coded, that is from here only. So always usually one in-depth question will be there. एक बार आया था mantle plume. Okay, mantle plume का question आया था, वो तो NCERT में ही नहीं दिया. It's not there in NCERT. So people are shocked. ऐसे कैसे आ गया? Okay, even we were shocked, है ना? But still, that is part of your this topic. Okay, geophysical phenomena, which is a very important area which you have to cover. And there, that is the part of your physical geography. Okay, overall we can classify, I am talking about the mains. Overall we can classify the mains portion under 4 headings. Okay, 4 headings hai. So one is number 1, physical geography. So just to understand, let's separate this geophysical phenomena as number 2, just to understand how much of the weightage should be giving. And the third part is natural resources, and the fourth part is economic activities. This is our fourth part, right? This is our fourth part. So okay, for now keep it aside. This is the overall syllabus. Let me just tell you about the weightage. So in terms of total marks in General Studies paper 1, it has been consistently, you can see it has been consistently around 100 marks since the last 10 years. अभी 2022 10 साल खत्म हो गया, जो नया syllabus change हुआ था 2013 में. And geography is the one major part of paper 1. We can say the entire General Studies का जो भी paper में one of the highest and consistent level it has maintained. 100 marks. In some of the times it has gone up to 115. ठीक है, the highest in General Studies paper 1 as well as in most of the General Studies कोई भी पेपर ले लो, इसी का ही सबसे ज़्यादा weightage है. And it has been consistently high. There is not much of variation at all. ऐसा नहीं कि एक बार 30 आ गया, एक बार 100 है. It's always 100. ठीक है. And 1 or 2 questions related to society, sometimes it get mixed with the geography. Geography theme related आता है, कभी कभी urbanization के ऊपर आएगा, है ना, कभी कभी smart city वाला last year वाला question जो आया था, that is also related to geography. Fine. So, but core geography you can see there are 100 marks. This year also there were 100 marks, total of 8 questions. Total of 8 questions. It has been consistently high. That makes it largest. And since the paper was slightly predictable, okay, the themes were slightly predictable, that also makes geography very scoring. उसको पूरा scoring भी बना देता है. This is our entire total 8 questions. Just for overview, I'll take each of these separately. Okay, let me just give you the overview of these questions. The first 4 questions are 10 markers. Okay, you can see 10 markers 4 question, and then 15 markers 4 question. Okay, so and इसका ऐसे पेपर में भी पूरा exact as it is है. देखो नंबर 4, 5, 6, 7 हो गया, 14, 15, 16, 17 हो गया. ये उसके बाद में so 8, 9, 10 is society, 18, 19, 10, 20 is also society. उसके पहले art and culture, modern history वाला questions था. Fine. So these 4 questions which are 10 marker. Okay, let me just show. Describe the characteristic and types of primary rocks. The question was on primary rocks. Okay, and each question I have given 2 more observation. One is which belongs to which section and what is the nature of this. Okay, just try to observe. Section तो मैंने बता दिया, there are 4 sections: physical geography, geophysical phenomena, natural resources, and then economic activity. Okay, even though 1 and 2 is part of the same section, but just for our understanding, let's just separate it. Okay, primary rocks के ऊपर question. This is part of your core physical geography. Okay, which unit? Geomorphology. Geomorphology में ही आता है. Okay, this is your part of physical geography. Second one, discuss the meaning of color-coded weather warnings for cyclone-prone areas given by IMD. Okay, color-coded warning for cyclone. This is part of your geophysical phenomena. Geophysical phenomena. ये देखो cyclone का clearly mentioned है. कहाँ पर है? Cyclone. Right? And third one, discuss the natural resource potential of Deccan Trap. Okay, question on natural resources, natural resource potential of Deccan Trap. And the fourth one, examine the potential of wind energy in India and explain the reasons for their limited spatial spread. Okay, this is also natural resource because energy is part of the resource, energy resource. This is your natural resource ka hi question hai. Okay, 15 marker, there are 4 questions. First one, the forces that influence the ocean currents and describe their role in the fishing industry in the world. Okay, this is majorly physical geography. Even though this is part of economic geography also, the factors which we are talking about is majorly physical. This is more oriented towards physical. अगर ठीक से ocean currents पढ़ लिया तो you can easily answer. Okay, that is why I will put it under physical geography only. Describing the distribution of rubber producing countries indicate the major environmental issues faced. Rubber production comes under industry, industry comes under economic activity. Okay, this is rubber industry. And mention the significance of straits and isthmus in international trade. Even though strait isthmus is part of your physical geography, but here we are talking about economic activity. Okay, the question is not about what are strait, what are isthmus. उसका मतलब ये नहीं समझाना है. You have to talk about what is their significance, importance. Fine. That's why it is economic activity वाला question है. Okay, जो tertiary activity आता है, trade comes under tertiary, right? So then, how troposphere is a very significant atmospheric layer that determines weather process. It is part of your physical geography. ठीक है, 8 questions हो गया. So I have given one more classification here, nature. So what do you mean by nature? Nature is the type of question. So in a specific topic, when a question is asked, geography में particularly you can expect 4 type of question it can be. It can be a 4 type of question. एक ही question को 4 तरीके में पूछ सकते हैं. So one is totally static and basic. Static and basic का मतलब है यहाँ पर कोई application का काम ही नहीं है. Whatever you read in the textbook, you just write it here. Static and basic, you don't have to think and make your own answer. There is a standard set answer here. Whatever you have read in the textbook or notes material, you can just write it here. That is what is static basic. Second, static and applied. Static and applied. So here there is no fixed answer. There is no conventional answer. There is no set standard of answer. Based on whatever you have read from the textbook or the notes material, you have to frame the answer then and there by understanding the demand of the question. By understanding the demand of the question, you have to make the answer. Okay, so you can clearly see, describe the characteristics and types of primary rock. Primary rock क्या है, उसका types क्या है, characteristics क्या है, it is all there in the textbook. जो पढ़ा है यहाँ पर वही लिखना है. Okay, static and applied, discuss the natural resource potential of Deccan Traps. Because you don't specifically read about Deccan Traps everywhere, you would have studied about Deccan Traps and you would have studied about the overall natural resource potential of India under different headings. Water resource हो गया, मिनरल रिसोर्स हो गया, एनर्जी रिसोर्स हो गया, ये सब पढ़ा होगा. अभी उसको एक आंसर में फ्रेम करना है, स्पेसिफिकली टॉकिंग अबाउट डेक्कन ट्रैप्स. दैट इज व्हाई इट इज स्टैटिक है बट अप्लाइड. फाइन. द थर्ड वन इज स्टैटिक एंड करंट अफेयर्स. इट इज अ मिक्सचर ऑफ बोथ, some part of conventional geography which you read from the textbook and some part which you study from current affairs magazines or newspapers. That is what is static and current affairs. Example, ये जो wind energy के बारे में क्वेश्चन था ना. So this was currently in news. You would have read about few of the things. Overall potential क्या है? What is the status? How much of the wind energy is there in India? Which states are there? So some of the things you would have read as a part of your static geography. Some part of as your current affairs. That is static and current affairs. And fourth one is totally current affairs. You wouldn't read about this in the traditional geography. Traditional geography में नहीं पढ़ते हो. This is totally from the current affairs magazine or newspaper. 4 type of question. Clear? Static basic, static applied, static plus current affairs, and totally current affairs. 4 type of question. I'll give you the analysis. If you go by section wise, you can see this is till here 2013 से 2021 तक जो number of questions पूछा है based on different sections. Okay, till here there are total of 75 question in 9 years. In 75 question you can see, so maximum questions were asked from geophysical phenomena. Geophysical phenomena. So then comes natural resources, then comes economic activity, then the rest of physical geography. Even though geophysical phenomena is part of your physical geography, we are just trying to separate. वो जो third heading में जो दिया था ना, उसका significance को दिखाने के लिए, this is the highest weightage, because they are most probably they are the ones which are currently in news. They are the important in terms of disaster management. They are the important in terms of the administration, general administration, human management. सबके लिए वही चाहिए. That is why maximum weightage is given here. Till now यही था trend. The highest weightage you can see they have divided. 40% of the questions were from geophysical phenomena, then natural resources, and then economic activity, then the rest of the physical geography. This is till now. Till now. This year you can see more number of questions were asked from physical geography. Okay, so out of 8, 3 questions are from physical geography, 2 questions from natural resources, 2 questions from economic activity. There is only 1 question from geophysical phenomena, that was on cyclones. So that is why I said this is scoring. Static है. अगर geophysical phenomena के ऊपर ज़्यादा question आ गया, the question would have gone slightly more deeper, in depth and application oriented, because they are currently in news. Okay, something which you don't read about them in very regular manner from the textbooks. है ना? That is why it is more of static type of paper. From geography section at least I am talking about. So there are more questions coming from the traditional physical geography. 3 questions are from traditional physical geography, only 1 question from geophysical phenomena, 2 question natural resources, 2 question economic activity. Okay, this is in terms of weightage. This is in terms of nature. So till now the trend was that again the maximum number of questions were asked from static portion. You can see geography में सबसे ज़्यादा जो static है, उनमें से almost half of them is static applied and half of them is static and basic. Overall, if you take the entire weightage, 3/4 of the questions in geography are totally static in type. There was lesser role for current affairs. Okay, मतलब current, of course current से news में inspired होगा. They will not be asking what is the current news. Okay, so the questions will be inspired from the current affairs. Of course, UPSC in most of the questions they are inspired from the current affairs. But here in geography, they will ask directly what is the static part. Either directly from the textbook, or you will have to frame the answer as per the demand of the question. Indirect questions. This is the maximum weightage, and there is very less part of direct current affairs and some part which is a mix of static and current affairs. This has been the trend till now, and this year you can see static basic has been more. That is directly from the textbook. 3 out of 8 is directly from the textbook. You can directly write the answer if you prepared thoroughly. And 2 more questions, even though static, applied. थोड़ा सा पढ़ लिया तो भी आप सोच के लिख सकते हो. 5 out of 8 is totally static, and 2 questions are mix of static and current affairs. Some reading of current affairs and some static portion will be left, and there is only 1 question which is directly current affairs. So that is our cyclone. So that has made the entire geography slightly static, conventional, and direct, as well as scoring. Okay, let's hope that this trend continues next year also. So if you have prepared geography well. Okay, so overall there is slight deviation, other than the trend follows the same. Slight deviation in terms of moving towards static part, as well as moving towards most basic concepts of geography. So rest everything almost remains the same. Okay, so let me discuss the questions one by one, and at the end I will tell you about the sources. Whether the sources, the traditional sources, are they sufficient or not, I will tell about that. For each question I will tell about that in the end. Okay? So let me just discuss about these questions one by one. So any doubts? All clear till now? Okay, good. Question number 4. Describe the characteristics and types of rocks, primary rocks. Okay, type of primary rocks. So talking about, okay, for every question you try to see whether it was in news. So rocks के बारे में तो ऐसे कोई specifically news नहीं था. So it is totally the static part of geography. And there has been no previous questions in the last 10 years at all on rocks. Specifically on rock, this is the first time UPSC has asked specifically on rocks. This is one of the most basic topic which you read in geomorphology, the beginning part of geography, the physical geography. So it is clearly given in NCERT, NCERT में तो directly दिया, and in fact it is there in GC Leong also. That would be sufficient to answer this. And the question is pretty simple and direct. There is no previous question, no news, nothing. It's the direct question. Okay, this is your overall structure of this answer. Describe the characteristics and type of primary rocks. Every answer you need to remember that you have to write an introduction. Okay, introduction तो होना ही चाहिए. So here in this answer you can start with defining what is rock and what is a primary rock. Okay, that is important because the question talks only about the primary rock. You should not write secondary rock, that is sedimentary, metamorphic rock. ये दूसरी rocks का यहाँ पर बात नहीं करना है. This is a 10 mark. There is enough content for this 10 mark. Okay, if you are bringing other type of rocks, it means that you have not understood the concept. That evaluator will tend to think that you don't know. That's why you are writing this. You should be very clear about this, that you should write only about the primary rocks. First of all, what is a rock? Rock is a naturally occurring aggregate of minerals. Naturally occurring aggregate of minerals in a solid form. That is what is rock. Okay, so the entire earth is rocks. It is everywhere. It is rock. The surface layer and the below, the mantle, crust, everywhere it is rocks only, right? So overall we have 3 types of rocks: igneous rocks, sedimentary rocks, and metamorphic rocks. Igneous rocks are the ones which are called as the primary rocks. Why? Why they are called as the primary rocks? They are the ones which are formed directly from magma. They are the ones which are formed directly from magma. It is from these rocks the other type of rocks are generated. And igneous rocks undergo change in the pressure and temperature and becomes a metamorphic rock. An igneous rock undergoes weathering, breakdown, transportation, sedimentation, and that becomes a sedimentary rock. So these are the primary of all. This is the original rocks. So that is why these are called as the primary rocks. Igneous rocks are called as primary rocks. What do you mean by igneous? Fire. Okay, igneous means fire. So that is the definition which you have to write here. What is a rock? What is a primary rock? Then directly come to the characteristics, because the question says describe the characteristics. You have to describe. What is describe? A detailed explanation is called as describe. Okay, where you give the overall picture. Okay, here you have to give the overall picture. Of course, you cannot draw any of these rocks. यहाँ पर तो figure का कोई, there is no scope for it. Okay, because you cannot identify the different rocks just by figures. So what are the characteristics of primary rocks? The first, they are directly formed from magma. Okay, magma से कैसे बनते हैं? How they are formed from magma? By cooling of magma. When magma is generated from the earth's interior, it is very hot and volatile. When it comes to the surface, it cools down because the temperature is low, and because of the lower temperature, it starts to solidify, and that solidified form is called as igneous rock. Okay, it is formed by the cooling of magma. That is your first characteristic. Okay. So when the magma starts to solidify, the various different minerals and the mineral groups within the magma will start to crystallize. The presence of crystals is another important characteristic of igneous rocks. You can clearly see crystals. Okay, the size of the crystal depends upon the rate of cooling. The size of the crystals which you see depends upon the rate of cooling. If it is cooling faster, it becomes a very fine crystals. It appears in a glassy texture. It becomes very fine. If it is slow cooling, it becomes large crystals, big size crystals, more crystalline structure is clearly visible. So the rate of cooling of magma decides the crystalline structure, but overall it is crystalline in nature. Okay, second characteristic. थोड़ा सा elaborate करना है. Third, the igneous rocks are totally devoid of any kind of fossils. What are fossils? Fossils are these remnants of the life which existed earlier, which are preserved in the rock layers. They are most commonly found in sedimentary rocks. Here you will not find them. Why? They are directly coming from the magma. It is coming from the cooling of magma. Magma तो बहुत अंदर से आता है, and there is no life at all. So that is directly formed from magma. So there are no fossils here. You will not find any kind of fossils. Next, the presence of strata layers. You don't find any kind of layers in igneous rocks. This is also the characteristic of sedimentary rocks. Why? Because it is solidified in a massive form. बड़ा size का होता है. In whatever the shape the magma has cooled down in terms of sheets or in terms of big batholiths or lopolith or laccolith. Okay, that is how it takes the shape of it. You will not find them in solid layer form. That is strata नहीं मिलेगा. ठीक है? So these are some of the characteristics, and also most important characteristic is the increased amount of silica. Silica content ज़्यादा रहता है igneous rocks में. So now depending upon the silica content, we'll classify them. We'll come to the next heading. So you have to describe these brief characteristics of all of this with a very brief explanation, 1 or 2 lines. Just that would be sufficient in the second part. The third part, types of primary rocks. Okay, of course ये सारा figures तो नहीं लिखेगा. ये सब, this is just for your explanation. So majorly the igneous rocks are classified into 2 types based on where exactly the magma is cooling down. The magma which is coming from below, if it is cooling within the rock layers of lithosphere. Lithosphere is a very cool layer. Compared to the mantle and asthenosphere, it is a very cool layer. तो यहाँ पर आते ही cool down हो सकता है. If the magma is cooling down within the rock layers of lithosphere, it is called as intrusive igneous rock. It is called as intrusive, intrusive rocks. Right? If the magma is cooling above the surface due to the eruption of magma, it is called as extrusive. It is called as extrusive igneous rocks. Intrusive, extrusive. We have 2 major types of igneous rocks: intrusive igneous rocks, extrusive igneous rocks. What are they? One cooled by the magma below the surface within the rock layers. One above the surface, above the rock layers. Okay, बाहर निकल के आया. Intrusive igneous rocks are also called as plutonic rocks. Extrusive igneous rocks are also called as volcanic rocks. They are also called as volcanic rocks because bahar nikla hai. So now here comes the major difference. When magma cools down below the surface, it cools down slowly. There is no rapid cooling. When magma cools down very slowly, it takes crystalline form. The crystals are very clearly visible. They are large in size and they are very clearly visible. That is what is the most important characteristic of intrusive igneous rocks. Best example is granite. I hope many of you would have seen granite. Granite में तो बड़ा बड़ा crystals बहुत clearly दिखता है ना. This is what is granite. In case of extrusive igneous rocks, because of rapid cooling, it takes a glassy texture, very fine glassy texture. That is what is basalt. Basalt का surface layer तो बहुत glassy रहता है, and you don't find much large crystals because of rapid cooling. The rate of cooling decides the texture, that differentiates the intrusive and extrusive igneous rocks. And at the same time, the rate of cooling also decides the strength of the rocks. One which cools down slower, that is very hard. है ना? Slow and steady wins the race. One which cools down slower is very hard, and one which cools down faster, that is not very hard. Okay, it's not very hard, it is brittle. We don't use basalt for flooring. We use granite for flooring. है ना? Why? Because it is very, very hard. That is another difference between intrusive igneous rocks and extrusive igneous rocks. Intrusive ones are very, very strong. Extrusive ones are not very strong. उसको तोड़ के हम mix कर देते हैं, है ना? We will use it in construction purpose, but not for flooring. Fine. And this is one major category of intrusive igneous rocks. Sorry, igneous rocks, intrusive and extrusive. You can stop the answer here, or if you want to add some more, there is also another way of classifying igneous rocks based on the silica content. Okay, igneous rocks, they contain a good amount of silica. I told you, if the silica content is more than 66%, it is called as acidic rocks. It is also a type of igneous rock. Acidic rock बोलते हैं, है ना? If the silica content is less than 52%, it is called as basic rock. बीच में तो intermediate rocks. Okay, so if it is more than 66%, it is acidic rock. Less than 52%, it is basic rock. In between, intermediate rock. ठीक है? So intrusive igneous में मैंने example दिया था granite, extrusive में example था basalt. Granite is acidic, basalt is basic. यहाँ पर भी same example लिख सकते हो. But there are few intrusive igneous rocks which are basic also. Okay, that is gabbro. There are few acidic rocks which is slightly acidic, not completely acidic, slightly acidic, but still extrusive. Andesite. Okay, these are some of the examples. अगर इतना लिख दिया तो पूरा खुश हो जाएंगे evaluator. Okay, this is a totally traditional static type of question. Geography, traditional geography से directly question मिल जाएगा. बहुत सालों ऐसे हो गया था कि ऐसे direct question आ गया. Okay, this is what is granite, this is basalt, this is gabbro, which is intrusive, बहुत नीचे form होता है, and rhyolite is also extrusive. Okay, and there is also andesite. Examples are also important, you need to write. Here there is no scope for figure or map, so no need to worry about that, but examples are important here. That is how you score the answer, you score the marks here. So is that clear? Any doubts here? जरूर नहीं है, इंट्रूसिव काफी. So this is where actually general study students will score more than optional students. Okay, so when a very technical question is asked, optional students so बहुत खुश हो जाता है, so खुशी में और ज़्यादा लिख देते हैं, बहुत सारा technical लिख देते हैं, so that is counterproductive. Okay, you should limit. This is general studies. ठीक है? So next question. Discuss the meaning of color-coded weather warning for cyclone prone areas given by Indian Meteorological Department, IMD. Okay. So in fact, even we were also surprised to see this question because it is more of part of disaster management. I would say it is more suitable in disaster management section. So of course there would be one question which is related to disaster in geography section, but usually that question would talk about the disaster as such rather than management. मैनेजमेंट, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एस्पेक्ट के ऊपर यूजुअली क्वेश्चन आते हैं डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट पेपर 3 में जो सेक्शन है, बट यहाँ पर डायरेक्टली मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर ही क्वेश्चन आ गया, ठीक है. सो इज देयर इन न्यूज, वाज इट इन न्यूज? यस, डेफिनेटली इट वाज इन न्यूज. ओके, सो साइक्लोन तो हर साल होते हैं, एंड दिस ईयर एज वेल एज लास्ट ईयर इट वाज इन न्यूज बिकॉज ऑफ द फ्रीक्वेंट वार्निंग, एंड IMD इज ट्राइंग टू मेक इट मोर पॉपुलर, दिस कलर कोडेड वार्निंग, सो दे आर ट्राइंग टू पब्लिश इन वेरियस डिफरेंट न्यूज़पेपर एंड ऑल्सो. बहुत फ्रीक्वेंटली कोस्टल रीजन में तो बहुत फ्रीक्वेंटली ये अनाउंस होता है, द कलर कोडेड वार्निंग ऑफ IMD, ठीक है. सो यू कैन क्लियरली सी, ये तो क्लियरली था कि मई 2021 का न्यूज़ में है. Okay, so how IMD's color coded warning system works, totally direct from the current affairs. Okay, we won't be reading this in this detailed manner as part of geography, okay, because geography we majorly restrict ourselves to the concepts and the traditional part of it. This is totally from current affairs. Okay, and were there any previous questions related to cyclone? Definitely, there were 2 questions. In 2013, there was a question on the naming system. Okay, cyclone naming system, it was asked in 2013. Okay, 2014 there was a question on the conditions required for the formation of tropical cyclones. Why tropical cyclones are restricted, largely confined to few of the seas only. So here you should explain about the overall, the conditions required for the formation of tropical cyclones. So this was totally static question. This is also like current related aspect, and the present question is also current related. That is because the section where the cyclone comes under geophysical phenomena, which is majorly current related. So जो भी geophysical phenomena वाले क्वेश्चन में जो भी टॉपिक्स आता है ना, उसको थोड़ा सा और ध्यान में रखो करंट अफेयर्स में जो भी न्यूज़ आएगा. Okay, any news on earthquakes, any news on volcanism or the tsunami or cyclone or glacier melting, cloud burst, all of these please keep your eyes and ears open. So for any current news, anything, okay, any current news, the question can come in paper 1. याद रखो. So here it is, the question on color coded weather warning. So what is the overall structure for this question? So you can start with what is tropical cyclone. Tropical cyclone का मतलब क्या है? Very brief introduction, that would be sufficient. You can start with the definition. Then the second part should talk about what are these color codes. Okay, so because the question is pretty direct, यहाँ पर तो कोई analysis का ज़रूरी नहीं है. The meaning of color coded weather warning for cyclone prone areas. What is the meaning of it? उसी का ही एक्सप्लेन करना है. एंड ए ब्रीफ कंक्लूजन टॉकिंग अबाउट व्हाई इट इज नेसेसरी, व्हाट इज द ओवरऑल आइडिया ऑफ दिस कलर कोडिंग. इससे काम हो जाएगा, ठीक है. एंड इट इज अ वेरी वेरी टेक्निकल क्वेश्चन. यू कैन नॉट मेक योर ओन कलर कोड्स हियर, विच मेनी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स वुड हैव डन, बट वहाँ पर तो थोड़ा इससे नुकसान ही ज़्यादा होगा, बिकॉज द एवेल्युएटर विल क्लियरली आइडेंटिफाई, ओके इनको पता ही नहीं है, ऐसे ही लिख रहे. सो देन दैट इमोशन विल कैरी फॉरवर्ड. आगे वाला क्वेश्चन में भी ऐसे ही सोचते हैं, ये भी पता नहीं है. So please avoid such thing. When the question comes too technical, अगर नहीं पता है, बिल्कुल नहीं पता है, तो प्लीज छोड़ दो. That too in geography type of question, कि जो सोसाइटी में लिख सकते हो, थोड़ा बहुत आप कोरिलेट कर सकते हो whatever you have seen in the surrounding. But in geography, very technical question. Please, if you don't know, please don't make your own answers here. So first of all, what is a tropical cyclone? Tropical cyclone क्या होता है? Tropical cyclone is a low pressure depression. है ना? It's a low pressure area within the tropical region. Within the tropical region, wherever there is a low pressure area, particularly over the ocean, it intensifies and develops into a huge system of clouds, precipitation, thunderstorms, all of them caused by the low pressure. Low pressure के वजह से ही होता है. Okay, of course, all of you would have heard or seen or experienced. Okay, some of you at least would have experienced the cyclones, है ना. तो ये तो कॉमन है ट्रॉपिकल रीजन में. इंडिया इज मोस्ट अफेक्टेड बाय ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन्स, ठीक है. सो ट्रॉपिकल साइक्लोन्स आर बेसिकली लो प्रेशर डिप्रेशन, लो प्रेशर सिस्टम डेवलप्ड विद इन द ट्रॉपिकल रीजन ओवर द ओशंस. दे डेवलप ओनली ओवर द ओशंस, नॉट ओवर द कॉन्टिनेंट्स. एंड दीज सिस्टम्स इंटेंसिफाई to attain very high wind speed, and a very high amount of precipitation is caused because of that. It causes a huge destruction, and cyclone is considered as a disaster. It's considered as a natural disaster, which we cannot stop. We just have to be prepared to face it. That is what is cyclone. Okay, that is your introduction. Second, so you should directly come to the color code. यहाँ पर तो कोई कहानी बनाने का जरूरी नहीं है. You should not talk about the conditions required for the formation of cyclone. है ना, साइक्लोन का इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा, ये सब कहानी बनाओ ही मत, डायरेक्टली क्वेश्चन पे आने. सो व्हाट आर द कलर कोड्स? सो बेसिकली कलर कोड्स, दीज आर द कोड्स यूज्ड बाय IMD फॉर गिविंग वार्निंग. ओके, देयर आर 4 कलर कोड्स. बहुत सिंपल है, बहुत सिंपल इसलिए रखा है कि लाइक द कॉमन मैन शुड अंडरस्टैंड दिस. Okay, there are 4 color codes. It's not only in India, in fact this is universal. This is as per WMO standards, World Meteorological Organization के standard के हिसाब से ही बनाए हैं. Okay, there are 4 color codes you can see. One is, it begins with green, second stage is yellow, third stage is, in India we use orange, okay, we don't call it as amber. Third stage is orange, and fourth one is red. Okay, there are 4 color codes. And it indicates the intensity of damage we are going to face due to cyclone. Indicates the intensity of damage which we are going to face due to cyclones. What causes damage during cyclone? It is wind as well as precipitation. Wind as well as precipitation. दोनों मिला के यहाँ पर warning मिलेगा. How intense the winds and the precipitation is going to be. That is this warning. So yellow means no warning. उसका heading है no warning. Okay, you should write ऐसा एक simple सा table बना के, yellow no warning, green be aware, sorry, green is no warning, yellow is no be aware, orange is be prepared, red is take action. Okay, so these are the 4 color codes. इसका ऐसे simple सा बगल में एक 4 simple सा yellow, orange, green, yellow, orange, red, उसके बगल में what is the meaning of this. So that should be clearly written and a very brief explanation. Very brief explanation. Okay, इस side में. So what do you mean by this? See, whenever there is a cyclone approaching the coastal areas, okay, whenever a cyclone is approaching the coastal area, it causes huge damage in terms of wind, in terms of precipitation. Okay, so the people have to be prepared for that, because we cannot do anything other than preparing. We cannot stop the cyclone, we cannot divert the cyclone. इतना तो टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे पास नहीं है, तो कभी आएगा भी नहीं, बहुत मुश्किल है ना. So best example जो हमारा ओडिशा है, the Odisha state, they have done a wonderful job. They have done a wonderful job in making the people prepared for cyclone. 1999 super cyclone, it came, it caused devastation in the entire state of Odisha. Okay, the people died in large number, property were lost, everything was lost. So now before last year there was a super cyclone. It's not even a single death. Okay, so Odisha has set an example how a disaster should be handled. So not by trying to stop, वो तो नहीं हो पाते, वो तो समझना है हमें, by making the people ready. And this is a very important tool in making the people ready. Fine. So green is no warning. मतलब ठीक है, थोड़ा सा बारिश हो सकता है, no need to worry. Okay, just be alert, no need to worry. That is what is green. So yellow is be aware. So be aware matlab basically you need to be ready. If there's any such thing is going to happen, if any bad weather is going to happen, just be aware. Okay, try to watch the news and try to keep yourself updated with the news. That is what is be aware. It doesn't mean that the damage is going to happen or it is happening right now. That is just be aware. Okay, just be aware. Orange is be prepared. Be prepared doesn't mean that it is going to cause a damage to life. There may be damage to infrastructure, electricity जा सकता है ना, transportation disrupt हो सकता है, but it is not going to cause damage to life. When there is a threat of damage to life, that is what is take action. You have to totally take action, be underground, you have go to shelter homes. Okay, so don't stay in the vulnerable areas. Okay, if you are in a old buildings, there is a chances that it might collapse. So move to the safer locations. So all of this, that is what is take action. That is the meaning of this. पहले color होना चाहिए, उसका meaning होना चाहिए, then brief description. Fine. Starting from green, yellow, orange, and red. So this is the meaning of color code. How exactly it is announced by IMD using a matrix like this. For example, here you can see on a particular cyclone, so it was announced. Okay, coastal Tamil Nadu, Puducherry का क्या status है, Kerala का क्या status है, and southern Andhra Pradesh का what is the status about this. Okay, this is for next 4 days. So right now on this day, coastal Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, it is showing green. No need to worry, no warning. It is expected on the next day it may turn into yellow. This is the prediction. And on the subsequent 2 days, there is a chance of very heavy precipitation, okay, thunderstorm, lightning, wind, okay, so you have to take action then. केरला में देखो अभी ग्रीन है, देन नेक्स्ट 2 दिन के लिए येलो है, फिर बाद में ग्रीन हो जाएगा, दैट मीन्स नो नीड टू वरी अबाउट हियर. ओके, आंध्र प्रदेश कोस्ट ग्रीन, येलो, देन अगेन ग्रीन. सो मेजर इशू इज इन तमिलनाडु आफ्टर 2 days. इसे क्लियरली पता चल जाता है. यू जस्ट हैव टू नो द मीनिंग ऑफ दिस कलर कोड्स. इट इज वेरी इजी टू इंटरप्रेट. So IMD issues using a matrix for the next few days and for few of the regions. That is how it is issued for the public. ठीक है. So different codes and the meaning and what measures to be taken. क्या करना है. ठीक है. Conclusion में you can write about overall idea of why do we need this color code. Because for disaster management, to keep the people ready. It will be easier if you mobilize if there's going to be huge destruction, people are ready, and even the community itself will come forward and they can mobilize the overall community, and their overall loss is reduced. And for the entire disaster management purpose, these codes are going to be very, very useful. And another thing, this is not something very specific to cyclone alone. The same color codes are used for heavy rainfall as well as for flooding. It is not something specific to cyclone. It is universal for all the disasters related to the rains. Okay, rain related जो भी disaster है सारा इसमें यही कोड यूज करते हैं. Heavy cloud burst हो गया या thunderstorms हो गया. So recently 2 दिन पहले दिल्ली में तो red warning आ गया था suddenly, because suddenly the clouds approached, they issued a red warning. Okay, जब 2 दिन पहले जब बहुत सारा continuously बारिश हुआ था, that time it was yellow warning, like that. Okay, it is issued even in the normal case also. So that's about your color coded warning. So any doubts here? So next question, discuss the natural resource potential of Deccan Traps. Discuss the natural resource potential of Deccan Trap. Already मैंने बता दिया, this was a trap. The question itself was a trap. Okay. So first of all, coming to the news, there is no news, such news specifically about Deccan Traps. ये तो geography का ही core part है. So specifically इसके ऊपर तो कोई question नहीं था. And previous question, if you are talking about previous question, of course there was no specific question about Deccan Traps, but this kind of question was there. Natural resource potential of a particular region. Last year आया था पेट्रोलियम के ऊपर आया था, ओवरऑल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, नेचुरल रिसोर्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कैसे था, उसकी वजह से क्या इम्पैक्ट है. जैसे नेचुरल रिसोर्स तो यूजुअली क्वेश्चन आता है, लाइक यूजुअली यू विल एक्सपेक्ट one or 2 questions फ्रॉम नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज, एंड पर्टिकुलरली अबाउट अ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, ओवरऑल व्हाट आर द एक्सटेंट ऑफ नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज, विच टाइप ऑफ रिसोर्सेज आर अवेलेबल. सो लाइक दिस यू कैन ऑलवेज एक्सपेक्ट अ क्वेश्चन, बट देयर वाज नो स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन अबाउट डेक्कन ट्रैप, नॉर ए स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन अबाउट द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज विद इन डेक्कन ट्रैप. ठीक है. So now the answer here should talk about, begin with the introduction about Deccan Traps. Okay, what are Deccan Traps? Then overall describe the resource potential, natural resource potential of Deccan Traps, and give a brief conclusion. These 3 parts should be there in this answer, supported by a map. This is must. You write a map here, you will get an extra mark. Okay, you have to show which are the regions which are under Deccan Traps. Definitely there is a scope for it. The first part, what are Deccan Traps? Deccan Trap is a region in India where huge quantity of basaltic magma eruption happened around 65 million years ago. Around 65 million years ago, there was a huge quantity of basaltic magma eruption happened here. So why? Because Indian plate was moving towards the Eurasian plate. Earlier it was part of Gondwana land, before that it was part of Pangaea. So when Pangaea was there, all the continents were merged together. Okay, North America, South America, Eurasia, Africa, सब कुछ मिला था. So then it got separated into Angara land, Gondwana land. India was part of Gondwana land. It was merged with Madagascar as well as Africa. साथ में जुड़ा था. So when all these continents started to move apart, they started to separate. India also got separated and it started to move towards Eurasia. Okay, let me show any of this map. So earlier India was somewhere here. Okay, so this was the position of Africa. Here it was Madagascar and here it was India. ऐसे था. When India got separated, it started to move towards Eurasia. When it was moving towards Eurasia, at one point of time, it was lying somewhere here, around 65 million years ago. And here comes the reunion hotspot. Reunion hotspot, which resulted in the eruption of huge quantity of basaltic magma, because hotspots are fueled by mantle plumes. Hotspots are fueled by mantle plumes. Mantle plumes come from the lower part of mantle. It generates only basaltic magma. Okay, it generates majorly basaltic magma. Basaltic magma is generated due to the mantle plumes, and it continuously is erupting. Abhi bhi wo hotspot hai hi hai. There is also another important hotspot, Hawaii Islands. Okay, there also the same kind of eruption is happening. When Indian plate was lying exactly over reunion hotspot, there is huge quantity of eruption, and that eruption of Deccan lava created a huge plateau, which is what we call it as the Deccan Plateau. Commonly it is called as Deccan Plateau because वहाँ पर already plateau था. Plateau के ऊपर eruption हुआ है, and that layer of eruption is called as Deccan Traps. The layer of eruption of basaltic magma over the plateau is called as Deccan Traps. So presently it covers. So तब था. So when it was here, it was there. Then gradually India moved here. Then the entire hotspot is still over there. Just the Indian plate moved forward, and it became inactive. Eruption stopped that time itself. It became inactive. But the magma which erupted, that is still there. Abhi bhi hai. And it has formed this huge layer. This is what we call it as Deccan Traps. So what are the regions where Deccan Traps are presently found? Maharashtra, majorly Maharashtra, northern Karnataka, Saurashtra, Gujarat, and then western Madhya Pradesh. Okay, western Madhya Pradesh, this entire region, it's under Deccan Traps. So this is your introduction with a simple map. So now comes to the main part. What is the natural resource potential of Deccan Traps? So here comes the actual tricky part. So the question is specifically talking about Deccan Traps. It's not about Deccan Plateau. If the question comes specifically about मतलब Deccan Plateau का बारे में बात हुआ तो you can write about all the minerals. Deccan Plateau is very rich in minerals. You will find iron, manganese, uranium, limestone, dolomite, and even diamond also. Vindhyan Formation, Panna as well as Golconda, they are diamond bearing. But not all of these are part of Deccan Traps. Deccan Traps are very specific geological formations. Geology option है तो किसी को ये पता है. Or even geography, some of you would have read about this. So you cannot write about Deccan Plateau. Many of you would have written about Deccan Plateau. वहाँ पर थोड़ा सा गलत हो सकता है. If UPSC is going to be very liberal, then it may be considered. But otherwise, if it goes very technically, specifically, so this will be wrong. You have to talk only about the Deccan Trap formation. What is Deccan Traps known for? Black soil. Black soil ही है major natural resource potential यहाँ का. ठीक है? Other than black soil, there is not much of other valuable minerals which are found here. Okay, so उसके नीचे plateau है. There are Deccan Traps. Deccan Traps कहाँ पर है? If you talk about the entire plateau, we take the horizontal cross section. If this was the plateau Indian plate, इसके ऊपर ऐसे eruption हुआ है. It is just the top layer which has formed the Deccan Traps. So इसके नीचे यहाँ पर mineral हो सकता है, but that will not become part of the Deccan Traps, right? Technically तो ये तो नहीं होना चाहिए. So it may contain iron, it may contain uranium. Recently यहाँ पर petroleum भी explore हुआ है. All of that belonging to earlier formation, but not Deccan Trap. So what are the important natural resource potential of Deccan Traps then? So definitely the most important one you can talk about black soil. So how exactly black soil is derived from here? This entire region is known for black soil. Wherever there are Deccan Traps, most importantly Maharashtra, it is known for black soil. Why? The basaltic magma over a period of time, it has undergone weathering, and it has got converted into black soil. The black color is due to the presence of a particular mineral, that is titaniferous magnetite. It is titaniferous magnetite. Which gives the color of black to black soil, that is derived from basaltic magma. And this black soil is known very widely for the cultivation of cotton. So widely, so useful it is for cotton cultivation. This is called as black cotton soil itself. इसको black cotton soil ही बोलते हैं. Other than cotton, you can also grow sugar cane. It is very useful. वहाँ पर महाराष्ट्र में बहुत जगह में sugar cane हो रहे. But even though sugar cane requires a very high amount of water, you can grow well, provided you supply water. So इसके चक्कर में वहाँ पर ground water खत्म हो रहा है ना? That is also due to black soil. Sugar cane, and also for tobacco cultivation, it is very useful, as well as oil seeds, sunflower and various other oil seeds. They are known for here. It is very rich in terms of this nutrients required for the growth of these crops. So that is major one. Major contribution is black soil. इसके अलावा और क्या लिख सकते हैं? Other than black soil, what are the other natural resource potential of Deccan Traps? Water resource, particularly freshwater resource in terms of freshwater aquifer. Okay, यहाँ पर आपको you have to open your mind and try to think. जहाँ पर limited content है, try to think from थोड़ा सा diverse point of view. Water resource. See, the question specifically says natural resource. It doesn't talk about mineral resource. You can talk about water resource. You can talk about wind energy, solar energy, right? ये सारा natural resource ही है. Yes. So you should not restrict yourself to mineral resource. Fine. सारा लेके आओ. That is how you have to write the answer. That is how you write the answer in economics, geography, and get marks. Just not limit yourself only to what you have studied. Okay, how it is a important source of water resource? Because black soil is known for high porosity, but very less permeability. Permeability कम है, porosity ज़्यादा है. That means it is a very good aquifer. It has a very good potential for holding on to the water. थोड़ा सा dry है, but जितना भी पानी आएगा उसको पकड़ के रखेगा. Right? It is known for its good water reserves. That is also natural potential. And it is also very useful for tank irrigation. Because hard plateau rock है, उसके ऊपर basaltic lava layer है, it makes it very useful for tank irrigation. Traditionally यहाँ पर tank irrigation is followed. So now because of the cultivation of sugarcane, they have started to grow well irrigation, है ना, बहुत ज़्यादा पानी चाहिए, which is not sustainable. Because of which the entire eastern part of Maharashtra is facing water crisis. है ना, Vidarbha is facing water crisis because of that. So it is known for tank irrigation. Then और क्या हो सकता है? Because of the hard plateau, hardened surface, it is also known for the waterfalls as well as the rivers which are flowing through. They have a very high potential for hydropower. है ना? So there is a very high potential for hydropower because it's not just the plateau region of the eastern side. There is also some part of this Deccan Traps which are towards the western Ghats. ये देखो यहाँ तक है, western Ghats तक है, and western Ghats are known for rivers. There is a very high potential for hydropower, hydroelectric power. This is natural hydropower. Definitely it is natural. You need that potential. You cannot have hydropower everywhere. Okay, you need that potential for storing that water at the high level. Then only you can have that. Natural advantage है. कुछ जगह में artificially बना सकते हैं, but यहाँ पर naturally advantage है. Okay, wherever there is a plateau region, wherever there is a steep topography, Deccan Traps are known for step-like topography, right? They are step-like topography. So there is a higher potential for hydropower. Then, of course, wind energy भी है. High elevated है. Elevated region, high plateau region, there is a high potential for wind generation. Okay, Maharashtra and northern Karnataka as well as Gujarat is known for their wind energy. One of the very high potential for wind energy. सोलार भी हो जाएगा डेफिनेटली. सोलार ही होगा और ज्यादा नहीं हो सकता. सोलार इसलिए होगा बिकॉज ऑफ हाई इरेडियंस. देयर इज अ वेरी हाई इरेडियंस. Okay, the solar energy, the solar overall insolation levels, so the land gets heated up very easily, because of which there is a very high solar energy potential. and in many parts of this Maharashtra and Western Ghats region there is also geothermal energy. Okay, there are many hot springs because of these the rock formations. They have resulted in the formation of some geothermal belts. Okay, Maharashtra में है बहुत सारा hot springs है, so there is a potential for geothermal energy here. Even if you are writing one line, that is going to be sufficient. जहाँ पर content नहीं है तो यही लिखना पड़ेगा ना. So you have to write. Okay. But sincerely, like there is a less potential for natural mineral resource as such, but other than that there are few other resources which can be included as part of this Deccan Traps. Yes, you can mention. That is why there is a conclusion. You can write a conclusion because the overall question talks about the discus. You can say about that overall mineral come hai belonging to exactly Deccan Trap formation. The mineral resources are less, but however below the Deccan Trap formation there are Archean and Darwa rocks and that contain good number of minerals. वो conclusion में लिख सकते हो, है ना? In fact many of these minerals, iron भी है, uranium भी है. Okay, जो Bhima basin comes under Deccan Traps region only. Northern Karnataka, Gogi mines, uranium mines है one of the largest. So that comes under Bhima basin. That is exactly here in this region only. Fine. But the rock formation, it is not belonging to Deccan Traps, but it is in that particular region. You can write in the conclusion. Overall mineral resource potential is less, which is of Deccan Traps, but other rock formations in the same region contain good number of minerals. So slightly tricky. So थोड़ा सा मैप वगैरह दिखा के हैंडल करना पड़ेगा, ठीक है? So next question. I think this is one of the easy and predictable. Most of the current affairs material you would have read about this, about wind energy, and this was also in news because of our commitment to Paris. And also we are trying to increase the overall the renewable source of energy, and wind is one of the largest. Okay, after solar. So examine the potential of wind energy in India. This is totally natural resource based question. Okay, but you can make use of current affairs. This is just one example of the news which I have given here. Okay, ऐसे बहुत सारा news articles आपको मिलेगा related to wind energy. There are many news articles related to that. But the point is here they are not asking anything from the current affairs. जो totally static type ही लगेगा. You should know some values. Overall potential कौन कौन सा state में ज़्यादा है? Which are the states? In terms of offshore, onshore, ऐसे थोड़ा सा technical word use किया तो अच्छा रहेगा, ठीक है? So news में तो definitely था. This topic was definitely in news. And were there any previous questions related to this? So almost slightly similar, not exactly on the wind energy. You can see 2020 there was a question on solar energy, almost in a similar manner. Okay, India has immense potential for solar energy, though there are regional variation for this development. देखो exactly almost similar है wind energy का. There is a potential of wind energy, but the reason for its limited spatial spread. It is talking about the spatial spread only. Okay, 2013 there was a question on the atomic energy. Okay, availability of raw material required for the generation of atomic energy in India as well as world. Talking about atomic energy. Here it is about wind energy. Okay, so there was a question, previous question to tha related, but not exactly on the wind energy. The overall structure for this question include. You should start with a brief introduction about wind energy, then come to the overall potential in India, because examine the potential of wind energy in India. This is the first part, potential in India. Explain the reasons for limited spatial spread. Okay, reasons for limited spatial spread, because wind energy is not everywhere, har jagah se you cannot install and extract it profitably. So it's limited spatial spread. What are the reasons? And then the last one is conclusion. So briefly you can talk about, because we are talking about some issues related to this. We are bringing the discussion on the wind energy, so definitely we can write a conclusion here. So overall, wind energy introduction, you don't have to define wind energy, वो तो बहुत ऐसे हो जाएगा. So please don't define such things. So wind energy, you can talk about the importance. So what is the importance of wind energy? It is a renewable source of energy. In the context of a developing country like India, which has a huge potential for wind energy, as well as there is a requirement for domestic source of energy, wind energy is one of the best alternative for our fossil fuels. Okay, on one way it is increasing the pollution level, and another way it is also a cost on exchequer and a huge import bill. वो सारा reduce करने के लिए best answer is renewable source of energy, and India being a huge having a huge potential, wind energy is one of the best alternatives. You can start with in the introduction. So what is the overall potential of India in terms of wind energy? Overall potential क्या है? So presently India has the total capacity of 40 gigawatts of installed capacity. See, energy composition तो आपको पता ही होना चाहिए. You have to. UPSC में एक बार direct question आया था, what is the energy composition, what is the different contribution of different source of energy. Okay, paper 3 में एक बार question आया था, and whether we are achieving our targets or not, ऐसे question था. You should know which source of energy is providing which how much amount of electricity. Energy जो हमारा पूरा supply है, what is the source. Composition तो please try to see the latest one for your exam. Okay, for the next mains or prelims, whenever you are preparing, try to go through this. What is the present composition? Wind energy presently it is 40 gigawatts of total installed capacity, and it accounts for 10% of total energy consumption in India. मतलब energy production in India. It is from wind energy. So सबसे ज़्यादा कौन सा है? Coal, thermal power plants, जो coal based thermal power plants का ही सबसे ज़्यादा है. Then next comes solar energy. Okay, earlier wind was leading, now solar is leading. Solar के बाद में आता है hydropower. Large hydropower now presently considered as part of renewable source. Okay, so then comes wind. It's at 10%. So overall India has a huge potential. At the world level we are in the 4th position in terms of the installed capacity. Installed capacity के हिसाब से जो present 40 gigawatts of installed capacity है, so based on that we are in 4th position in the world. So now overall in terms of distribution, of course you need to write a map here. Map will add value to your answer. You can clearly write a map and show the different states which are important in terms of distribution. Overall wind energy can be classified into onshore and offshore. Onshore is on the land, okay, on the land, and offshore is over the ocean. The onshore potential of wind energy, potential I am talking about maximum कितना कर सकते हैं. On the land we can talk about the overall potential to be around 302 gigawatts. 302 gigawatts at 100 meters of height. 302 gigawatts at 100 meters of height. Because near to the surface you cannot install. Wind speed कम है because of friction. Because of friction with the land, the wind speed will be lesser. We have higher potential at the higher altitude. You need to go to that at least 100 meters. वहाँ पर maximum मिलेगा. And if you can go to 120 meters of altitude, there the wind potential become 695 gigawatts. You can see within 20 meters of difference, you are almost doubling your overall capacity. That is India's wind energy potential. Okay, so at 100 meters, it is 302 gigawatts. At 120 meters, it is 625 gigawatts, 695 gigawatts. And this overall potential in terms of onshore, okay, onshore potential is spread and distributed in 7 different states. 7 states which covers a maximum, which covers 95% of India's wind energy potential. Okay, सबसे ज़्यादा है. Okay, यहाँ पर जो दिया है, this is just for our reference. The installed capacity है. यहाँ पर percentage जो दिया है ना, this is installed capacity, and what we need is overall potential. So सबसे highest potential is Gujarat, then comes Tamil Nadu, then Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh. These are 7 states. हो गया? Okay, ऊपर से आ जाओ. राजस्थान, गुजरात, मध्य प्रदेश एंड महाराष्ट्र चारों कंटिन्यूस है. So फिर नीचे आएगा कर्नाटका, आंध्र प्रदेश एंड तमिलनाडु, 3 कंटिन्यूस है. This 7 states account for maximum 95% of wind energy in India. 95% of wind potential is in 7 states only. So this is in terms of onshore. Offshore total capacity is 127 gigawatts. Okay, total capacity is 127 gigawatts. Offshore wind energy talks about installing wind field along the continental shelf. You cannot install them on the deep ocean. तो बहुत नीचे चला जाता है ना, कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ में यू कैन इंस्टॉल देम, एंड इंडिया हैज ए ऑफशोर विंड एनर्जी पोटेंशियल ऑफ 127 गीगावाट्स. ठीक है, because we have a very huge coastline, so there is a very high potential for that. This is in terms of potential. Okay, potential के ऊपर specifically question आए हैं. You have to talk about the distribution and in which area there is more, which area there is less. And you can see that as per this, the overall wind energy is concentrated in few regions. 7 states onshore and along the offshore it's there. So why? What is the reason behind the limited spatial spread? What are the reasons here? Okay, so here in terms of both the natural potential as well as the installed capacity we can talk. You can talk about both the natural potential. Natural potential भी क्यों कम है दूसरी जगह में, and installed capacity भी क्यों कम है. Fine. So first of all, why there is higher potential only in these regions? Flow of wind. Okay, the wind speed is the most important factor. Wind speed is not uniform everywhere. The wind speed is higher in these particular states, okay, where there is a high elevated land, plateau region, mountainous region, okay, so or in terms of the interior locations, है ना, जहाँ पर ज़्यादा heat up होगा, it attracts the winds. So because of all these factors, both geographical factors as well as the overall the wind energy का जो flow है, atmospheric factors हो जाएगा. So all of these decide the how much of wind speed is there. That is very important. You cannot install the turbines everywhere. First one is wind speed. Second one is density of wind. Okay, जितना ज़्यादा dense रहता है उतना easy रहेगा. Okay, that is why you cannot install much taller. ऊपर जाते जाते increase नहीं होगा, वो light होते जाएगा. The winds become lighter and then the potential decreases. Why we talk more about offshore wind energy? Because the air is moist and dense over there. It has higher potential than the onshore. Density, that is also not uniform everywhere. In these 7 states they are more concentrated. And because of the elevation difference, some of them are elevated, some of them are very low lying area में तो ज़्यादा winds नहीं आएगा. So because of all these factors, there is a natural variation. What about the installed capacity? Even with this amount of natural availability, not every state was able to make use of it. The installed capacity itself is very less in few of the states in spite of having higher potential. Why? So first, it requires huge capital. The initial cost of installment is very high in case of wind. The initial cost of installment. Second, for wind turbines specifically, if you have to install on land, you have to acquire land. Okay, land acquisition further increases the cost, and now in the coming days of economic development, there is a scarcity of land and the land prices are too costly. That makes the entire project unviable. Okay, so because of land acquisition, we need to acquire the land. And overall the policy also, the policy of the government, it is said that one of the reasons why wind energy has become slightly costly because of the tariff. The new tariff mechanism, the earlier tariff mechanism was said to be slightly cheaper, and the present tariff mechanism is said to be higher cost. Overall tariff available is costlier, so because of which it is not very profitable. Okay, not many are purchasing. Okay, discoms are not coming forward to purchasing. And in case of offshore, even though there is a higher potential, but difficulties in installation. Okay, so it is difficult to install these wind turbines on the offshore. पानी में install करना इतना easy नहीं है. And second, after installing, there are more other difficulties in terms of extraction of the power. You have to lay these underwater cables and connect it with the grid over there. So that adds on to the transmission cost. Fluctuating wind flow is also another factor, है ना, जो naturally available क्यों कम है. So these are the reasons for limited spatial spread. That means it is concentrated in few regions. Okay, it is concentrated in few regions. Why it is not concentrated in other regions, and even in those regions why it is not very well utilized. दोनों का बात कर सकता है यहाँ पर. And conclusion, definitely you can talk about conclusion here. So conclusion here, it is, you can bring our commitments to Paris INDC, Paris Agreement INDC के हिसाब से we have committed that. So we are going to reduce our fossil fuel consumption, we are going to reduce our greenhouse gas emission, and wind energy is the best alternative. Okay, we have so much of potential. Of course, we are giving more importance to solar energy, वो भी तो चाहिए. Okay, definitely it is going to contribute, and wind energy में जितना focus देना है उतना तो नहीं दिया है. For example, we don't have renewable energy certificates for wind energy specifically. Solar energy के लिए है ना? And even the overall the consumption of the wind energy in terms of procurement, there is not much of specific targets for discoms. So the RPO, renewable purchase obligation, is not specific to wind energy the way it is for solar energy. It can be done. Okay, so we can bring that in the conclusion. Slightly current related, slightly application oriented. It is not completely static. You have to think and write the answer. So that is why it is static applied. Okay, with current affairs, of course. No. So Western Ghats would not act as a barrier as such, because the winds anyway rise and descend. It will not be able to completely block the winds because they are not so tall. The winds will rise and descend. So that's why even in the along the very eastern part of this Western Ghats there is a higher wind potential. In many parts of this interior, okay, interior Maharashtra, interior Karnataka, this entire region, they are known for its wind potential. Hey, there is not a limitation here. So what are the forces? Question number 14, 15 markers. What are the forces that influence ocean currents and describe the role in fishing industry in the world? So there is no necessity for it to have any current news, because ये तो बहुत core topic है oceanography का. So it is one of the very important topic of the physical geography, and already 2 times the question have been asked on ocean currents. And 2015 almost same question. You see 15 wala question dekho. Explain the factors responsible for the origin of ocean current. That is, what is forces that influence the ocean currents. Same hai. Second part देखो, how do they influence the regional climate, fishing and navigation. यहाँ पर climate और navigation हटा दो, second part बन गया. Okay, as it is 2015 वाला question है. In 2019 there was also another question on how do ocean currents and water mass differ in their impact on the marine life and coastal environment. आधा part तो यहीं से भी है. The impact of ocean current on the marine life, that is what is impact on the fishing. Fine, it is totally repeat. So as such specifically कोई news में नहीं था, but it was not required because this is totally static and basic part of your geography. Question number 14. What are the forces that influence ocean currents? Describe the role in fishing industry in the world. Introduce with what is ocean currents. Okay, you can define ocean currents. And the forces which influencing the ocean currents, there is enough scope for it. You can draw a world map, and in a single world map you can show both the forces as well as the different regions of fishing. दोनों दिखा सकते हो. Okay, definitely it will be appreciated if you have practiced world map, which I would always suggest. Okay, please practice writing world map. It is going to be useful. And the third part should talk about the role of ocean currents in fishing industry. So first of all, what are ocean currents? Ocean currents क्या होता है? The general movement of surface water in a specific direction over a long distance. Okay, general movement of ocean surface water, because traditionally we call this the surface ocean currents as the ocean currents, because deep water currents को ocean currents नहीं बुलाते. They are called as part of thermohaline circulation. When we talk about the ocean currents, that mainly refers to surface waters. So within the different parts of the ocean, we constantly have this movement of water from tropical region to polar region, from polar region to tropical region. It is continuously moving in a specific direction throughout the world. It's there in Atlantic Ocean. It's there in Pacific Ocean. Okay, you can see it's there in Pacific Ocean. As well as in Indian Ocean. It's there everywhere. So in every part of the ocean, there is a continuous movement of surface water from one direction to another. In a specific direction, in a specific location, you will find them. There are two types of ocean currents: warm ocean current, cold ocean current. Warm is hotter, cold is colder. So, but how do we decide based on that? There is no specific temperature to decide whether it is a warm current or cold current. It all depends upon the surrounding water. Okay, for example, let me just tell you. So here we have the North Atlantic drift. Same North Atlantic drift starts to blow, part of it starts to blow south. Usko bolte cold current. The same part of it starts to move north. It is what is warm current. Kaise? Because compared to the surrounding water, this is warm. Compared to the surrounding water, this is cold. It's based on the comparative temperature difference. So that is a brief introduction. That would be sufficient. Now, what are the forces which influence the ocean currents? There are some primary forces and some secondary forces. Primary forces, the forces which cause the ocean water to move. Usko motion mein jo rakhta hai, that is what is primary forces. Okay, the most primary force is wind as well as solar energy. Wind as well as solar energy. How? So wherever the water is continuously getting heated up by the solar energy, it becomes lighter. Where there is not much of heat and heating up and the temperature is not high, it becomes slightly denser. Now when the winds are continuously blowing over such water, they are pushed away from its origin. Most common, most powerful agent hai winds. Okay, so you can see within the trade wind belt, the winds push these equatorial waters from west to east in this direction. That caused the generation of north equatorial current and south equatorial current. It is driven by the trade winds, and this water, as it comes here, it turns totally towards the right side under the influence of westerlies. The westerlies are there. Westerlies are the ones which is pushing towards the higher latitudes, right? Winds are the most common factor. The first factor is winds. Okay, among the primary factors, winds are the first one. Then comes sunlight due to the heating and cooling. Then comes Coriolis force also. So this North Atlantic drift coming towards this direction, it turns totally towards the right. It turns totally towards the right under the influence of Coriolis force. है ना? The rotation of Earth, and here it turns totally towards the left. In the southern Atlantic Ocean, it turns totally towards the left. That is also due to Coriolis force. Earth rotation through Coriolis force has an impact. Other than this, gravity also influences the motion of ocean currents. Why the dense water would sink and the light water will remain? Because of gravity. Okay, light water to upar hi rehta hai, dense water will sink, and the ocean currents are driven by the difference in density. Fine. Other than this, the secondary forces, secondary factors, the differences in temperature from one region to another, differences in salinity from one region to another, causes the movement. For example, the ocean currents which are moving from equatorial region towards the polar region, they are driven by the temperature difference between equatorial and polar region. And so is the cold water which is coming from polar region to equator. They are trying to balance out that difference of temperature as well as in difference in salinity from light water to heavier, okay, heavier to lighter. So in wherever there is a heavier water, it causes the sinking down, downwelling. Wherever there is a lighter water, there is trigger for upwelling. Fine. So they are all driven by these factors. The role of these ocean currents in fishing sector, fishing industry. What is the role? Yes, that is the most important thing which you have to give here. Wherever there is a merging of warm and cold ocean currents in different parts of the world, it provides best condition for the growth of fish. Okay, the fishing industry is large and flourished in those regions wherever there is a meeting of warm and cold ocean currents. Okay, here you can definitely show it on the map along with examples. So first of all, why it provides the best condition for the fishing grounds? Planktons grow very well in this region. Okay, can you see in North Atlantic Ocean there is a Gulf Stream. Okay, this is the Gulf Stream merging with cold Labrador Current in this part of Newfoundland Island. So this is one of the largest fishing bank called as Georges Bank and Grand Bank. दोनों है यहाँ पर Grand Bank and Georges Bank. One of the largest. Of course यहाँ पर continental shelf भी wider है, but the merging of cold and warm ocean currents, they are the factor which helps in growth of planktons to a great extent. Wherever there is a higher plankton growth, higher potential for fish growth. One of the largest fishing bank in the world. Okay, same here near to Japan. The Kuroshio current meets with Oyashio current. The warm and cold currents are meeting. Again, another important, okay, large fishing bank. Here, polar regions are anyway cold. There are cold waters. The warm water is brought by North Atlantic drift. The warm water is getting mixed with the cold water. Again here, one of the largest fishing ground, the entire Western Europe. Fine. From Portugal till Norway, this entire coast is very known for fishing. Wherever there is a meeting, same here with the western coast. The cold waters, the warm waters of Alaska current is getting mixed with the cold water from the polar region. Another best known site along the western coast of North America. The first part is wherever there is a mixing of warm and cold ocean currents. You have to show it on the map, and you also have to give the examples of these ocean currents, okay, along with the region. That creates best condition, favorable condition for the growth of planktons, and wherever there is a growth of plankton, there is a growth of fish. Second, wherever there is cold water upwelling. Cold upwelling. What is upwelling? The water rises from the bottom. Wherever the water is rising from the bottom, it brings the nutrients from the bottom. Okay, all the nutrients, dead decaying organic matter which is there, just sink to the bottom, all of them are brought to the surface. So that is more active in the regions of cold ocean currents. Cold ocean currents जहाँ पर है best suited, Peru or Humboldt current. It brings cold water which is very rich in nutrient, one of the largest fishing bank in the world. Same goes with Californian current, cold Californian current. Then Benguela current. Wherever there are cold ocean currents, they are known for cold water upwelling, and that is best known location for fishing. It supports the growth of fish through the nutrients brought from the bottom. This is what is suppressed during El Nino, right? El Nino में क्या होता है? ये upwelling खत्म हो जाएगा, fish खत्म हो जाएगा, पूरा drought, dry conditions. बारिश तो आएगा, but it is not productive for them. The entire fishing industry collapses for Peru, Chile. So other than this, any other role of ocean currents in fishing industry? Ocean currents help in distribution of nutrients, distribution of water temperature from one region to another. है ना? It helps in spreading of nutrients, spreading of the conditions favorable for the growth of the planktons. Even though it is concentrated in few of the regions where they meet, the distribution of warm and cold waters, distribution of salinity helps in creating the moderate conditions favorable for the growth of life. Otherwise, though, these will be limited only to particular regions. They help in redistribution of the nutrients across different parts of the ocean. Fine. So, इतना तो हो जाएगा आपका पूरा. इतना भी लिख सकते हैं तो बढ़िया है. Along with the map, please remember you have to draw a map here, world map. Question number 15. This is also slightly expected ही है, industry के ऊपर usually question होता ही है, but this time it was on rubber industry, which was not a traditional core area of industry covered in geography. Usually तो इतना detail में cover नहीं होता है. Describing the distribution of rubber producing countries indicate the major environmental issues faced by them. So this was not in news, ज़्यादा कुछ news में नहीं था rubber industry very specifically. and there was no previous question on rubber specifically. There were few questions on industry. Industry definitely there would be a question. एक question तो होता है. We have questions on the iron steel industry 2-3 times. 2-3 बार question आ चुका है. Okay, industry के ऊपर definitely you can answer. Food processing industry के ऊपर question था. And even regional resource management, resource manufacturing के ऊपर भी question था. Industry के ऊपर तो question होगा ही होगा. But rubber industry के ऊपर specifically question आए हैं. However, the scope of the question is not very specific. They are not asking what are the raw material used in rubber industry. Okay, so you just have to know the conditions required for growing rubber, because that is where you will find rubber industry, rubber producing countries, है ना, rubber industry वहीं पे होगा. So with that conditions you can manage the answer if you know the overall issues caused by such kind of industries which are in the tropical region, because rubber is a majorly tropical crop. It is one of the plantation crops. Plantation crop बोलते हैं उसको. इंडिया में कहाँ पर मिलता है? Kerala as well as Tamil Nadu, along the southern parts of Western Ghats. Okay, if you have the slight idea of rubber growing condition, you can manage with it. The question is not very technical. Okay, that makes it not very difficult. So what is the overall structure? Introduce the answer with rubber industry and then overall distribution, because you have to describe the distribution. So wherever you are talking about describing the particular distribution, definitely there is a scope for writing world map. यहाँ पर वर्ल्ड मैप लिख सकते हो. यू कैन शो, यू कैन ड्रॉ फ्यू ऑफ द कंट्रीज एंड जस्ट मार्क फ्यू ऑफ द रीजन्स वेयर देयर इज रबर ग्रोइंग, है ना. डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो गया. एंड द थर्ड पार्ट, इंडिकेट द मेजर एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज फेस्ड बाय देम. द क्वेश्चन जस्ट आस्क व्हाट आर द एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज. द क्वेश्चन इज नॉट आस्किंग व्हाट आर द सॉल्यूशन, इसको कैसे टैकल करना है, ये सब नहीं लिखना है. फर्स्ट पार्ट इज इंट्रोड्यूस द रबर इंडस्ट्री, सेकंड पार्ट इज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, थर्ड पार्ट इज एनवायरमेंटल इश्यूज एसोसिएटेड विद द रबर इंडस्ट्री, एंड देन इन द कंक्लूजन डेफिनेटली यू कैन राइट what steps needed to be taken or why we should work towards reducing the issues associated with the rubber industry. Introduction. Rubber industry, why it is a very important industry. It is used in most of the modern manufacturing process. From strategic purpose, even for strategic purpose के लिए भी, डिफेंस में भी, इंडस्ट्रियल सेटअप में भी, मशीनरीज में भी, बहुत जगह में रबर इज रिक्वायर्ड. इट इज वन ऑफ द वेरी एसेंशियल रॉ मटेरियल फॉर द इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ ऑफ ए कंट्री, राइट. सो यू कैन स्टार्ट विद दिस अबाउट द ओवरऑल सिग्निफिकेंस. डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. Okay, talking about the distribution, what are the countries which are known for producing rubber? So ठीक है, you might not have studied specifically about the distribution of rubber across the world, but you would definitely have studied about the conditions required for growing rubber, which is part of your agriculture. Plantation crop है. So what are the conditions required for growing rubber? It requires a high temperature. It requires a very high temperature. Okay, beyond 25 to 35 degrees Celsius होना चाहिए. There only you can grow rubber. Precipitation is very high precipitation. Okay, beyond 200 centimeters of precipitation. So that is available in the tropical waters, tropical regions. And even the overall conditions of high humidity. So all of these are coinciding only in the tropical regions. So ये कहाँ कहाँ पर है? So सुना भी होगा, कहाँ से आता है मेजर रबर? साउथ ईस्ट एशिया. नेचुरल कंडीशंस भी फेवरेबल है वहां पर, हाई टेम्परेचर, हाई प्रेसिपिटेशन, है ना. सो साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, पर्टिकुलरली मलेशिया, इंडोनेशिया. ओके, मलेशिया, इंडोनेशिया एंड देन थाईलैंड एंड सम पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया. इंडिया में कहां पर है, कौन सी स्टेट है? केरला एंड तमिलनाडु, जस्ट द लोअर पार्ट ऑफ वेस्टर्न घाट्स. ओके, नॉट द अपर पार्ट ऑफ वेस्टर्न घाट्स. ठीक है, इंडिया हो गया एंड देन मेजरली ब्राजील, द रेन फॉरेस्ट. Okay, other than that we also have Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia and just few parts of India and then Brazil. We are talking about natural rubber producing countries. South Africa, not very well developed. It requires a proper industrial setup, proper plantation setup. It is not just developed, it can be grown over there. Conditions are favorable, yes. Okay, so I am talking about natural rubber. Natural rubber is extracted from the rubber tree. Okay, so continuously you can extract the rubber from rubber tree, but artificial rubber is also another important source, because the question talks about rubber producing countries. How exactly, whether it is natural or artificial, it is not given here. There are few countries which are known for artificial rubber production. The largest one is China. China is the largest producer of artificial synthetic rubber, followed by USA. You can definitely mark this, है ना, दोनों अलग अलग पैटर्न में लिखो. So यहाँ पर लिखा था, then फिर यहाँ पर होगा डॉट 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 डॉट. This is what is artificial rubber. Okay, this is artificial rubber. Then we have South Korea as well as Japan. Okay, यहाँ पर जो भी लिखा है, these are natural rubber. Overall, a map along with the distribution would definitely be required here. So now, what are the environmental issues faced by rubber producing countries or the overall rubber industry? So most important issue, they are all in tropical rainforests. Most of the regions are rainforest. So to have this rubber plantation, you have to cut down the forest. It results in deforestation. Okay, large scale deforestation is one of the most important issue associated with rubber production. Then loss of biodiversity because of that. The tropical rainforests are known for its biodiversity, rich biodiversity of flora as well as fauna. Both of them are lost. Okay, rubber plantation के वजह से. Then huge quantity of pollution, air pollution, huge quantity of air pollutants released by this rubber processing industry. Water pollution, it requires huge quantity of water. ये भी लिखेंगे अभी. So but that water gets polluted. Now that water will pollute the other surrounding water reserves. Okay, water pollution, fine. As well as it is high water intense activity. Okay, water intense, कभी कभी natural बारिश हो जाएगा, but processing करते करते you need more amount of water for processing that natural rubber. It is very water intensive activity. And carbon dioxide release. There's huge quantity of carbon dioxide sequestered by these equatorial rainforest. You have to cut down, and then that is released into the forest. And even the processing of this rubber also releases a good amount of carbon dioxide. Fine. ठीक है. These are the major issues associated with the. एक एक line elaborate करना है. So then comes conclusion. Conclusion में see natural rubber producing countries जो भी है, whatever the natural rubber producing countries, it is a good source of income, good source of employment, and as well as it is not as polluting as that of artificial rubber. Synthetic rubber is not, it is very polluting. Natural rubber production is not that polluting. Through sustainable practice, because we cannot say that rubber production कम करना है, क्योंकि बहुत strategic है. It is very much required for the entire economy. It is used in various different sectors. But we should move towards natural rubber production. There is a huge potential. Africa में भी potential है. So wherever there is a potential, we need to grow. We need to move towards producing natural rubber rather than going for synthetic rubber, which is very highly polluting. Yes, we are testing that, but that's because we are currently we are able to grow the rubber only in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, lower part of Western Ghats. Okay, the conditions are very similar in Assam. Northeast में तो similar है, but there the winters are slightly cooler. Normal natural rubber species will not survive over there. इसलिए we are trying to introduce some GM, genetically modified. Of course, naturally के लिए वो include कर सकते हैं, conclusion में कर सकते हैं. Question number 16. Mention the significance of straits and isthmus in international trade. So I'm sure you wouldn't have read about this specifically in any part of geography as such. Generally ऐसे prelims में mapping करते हुए किया होगा, right? So that is where the question is from. So last year एक question आया था, what are the important volcanic eruptions which has happened in the recent time? That is also prelims related here. UPSC is trying to mix the pattern, है ना, right? ठीक है, but it's not that difficult question. It's not that difficult. You should just understand the meaning of isthmus and the strait, and most of the famous isthmus and strait तो आप लोगों ने पढ़ा ही होगा prelims के time में, तो mapping करवा ही होगा. So using that you can definitely write the answer. And many of them were currently in news. 2 साल पहले Suez Canal में पूरा ship अटक गया था. It blocked the entire international trade. So that time it was in news. And we also know about the frequent issue of South China Sea because of Strait of Malacca, right? And the overall significance of Panama Canal, ये सब तो पता ही है generally, right? So here comes the part, how do you frame the answer, है ना? तो content तो almost सबको पता ही है, exactly कैसे frame करोगे ये बहुत important है. So there is no previous question in this part, there is nothing, this was the first time it was asked. You start with the introduction of what is a strait, what is a isthmus, giving few examples, just few examples. Okay, first of all, what is a strait? Yes, strait is basically a narrow water body which connects two large water bodies. Okay, strait is basically a narrow water body which connects two large water bodies. So for example, most famous strait, the Strait of Malacca. Okay, this is what is Strait of Malacca. It connects Indian Ocean with South China Sea. It connects Indian Ocean with South China Sea. Other than this, the Strait of Bab al-Mandab. It connects Red Sea with the Gulf of Oman. Sorry, Gulf of okay, the Red Sea with Gulf of Yemen. Sorry, Gulf of Aden. This is Gulf of Aden. Red Sea with Gulf of Aden. Okay, this is Hormuz Strait. Hormuz Strait with the Persian Gulf with Gulf of Oman. Okay, this is Strait of Gibraltar connecting Mediterranean Sea with Atlantic Ocean. So basically it's a very narrow water body, connects two larger water bodies. So what is isthmus? It is the opposite version of strait, land version we can say. So where a very narrow patch of land connects to bigger land. For example, Isthmus of Panama. It connects South America and the rest of Central and North America. Fine. Any other famous isthmus? Isthmus of Kra, very good. Can you see this is Isthmus of Kra, very narrow patch. It connects the northern part of Indochina with the southern part, Malaysia and Thailand. Then Sinai Peninsula, it's a peninsula. यहाँ पर जो part है, this part, this is also a isthmus. That is Isthmus of Suez. Isthmus of Suez. On Isthmus of Suez only we have constructed Suez Canal. So most famous, most recently news में है Isthmus of Perekop, which has separated Crimea from Ukraine. That is Isthmus of Perekop. ठीक है, strategic purpose है. So there are many isthmus. So basically isthmus is a narrow patch of land which separates two major land. Strait is a narrow patch of water which separates two major water bodies. In the same way, a strait separates two land. A strait connects two water bodies. Strait connects to water body. It also separates two land. Land portion को separate करता है. Right? For example, the Malacca Strait separates Malaysia and Indonesia. Okay, उसका other part भी है. At the same time, isthmus also separates two water bodies. Okay, Isthmus of Panama separates Caribbean Sea from Pacific Ocean. है ना? Connects to land, separates two water bodies. That is what is isthmus. Connects two water bodies and separates land. That is what is strait. So start with the definition. So once you are in the definition, then come to the significance part, because the question is majorly about the significance only. Mention the significance of straits and isthmus in international trade. You just talk about the significance. Okay, that is the major part. और कुछ यहाँ पर बात करने का जरूरी नहीं है. You talk about the important straits, important isthmus with example. Important straits. Okay, so talk about the important straits. Important straits कौन सा है? You should start with Strait of Malacca definitely. which separates this, the northern part and Indonesia, and it connects Indian Ocean and the South China Sea. Indian Ocean and South China Sea is connected by the Strait of Malacca. So more than 50% of world cargo passes through this. It's a very narrow waters, okay, so but still it connects the entire Pacific Ocean with Indian Ocean, and most of the countries of this entire Eastern Asia, they are dependent on this Strait of Malacca. That is why China is also eyeing to they capture this South China Sea, right? Because most of the oil supply from here comes and it has to pass through this. Fine. So that is the importance of it. So other than this, we have the Strait of Hormuz. जो maximum oil supply जो बाहर आता है West Asia से, it has to pass through this Strait of Hormuz. Which countries are sitting here? Oman. इस साइड में exactly Strait of Hormuz में इस साइड से तो ईरान है, and नीचे से ओमान भी है, UAE भी है. Both the countries are there. Then what about the Gibraltar? Spain, Morocco as well as UK. The actual location of Gibraltar is under the control of UK. Okay, this because it is very much important for their overall trade. Otherwise, so they have to go all the way around the way Vasco da Gama went. So it is a huge cost as well as time. So they have to pass through here. Fine. So it plays a huge important. मतलब उसका significance बताने कहाँ पर है, location कहाँ पर है. What is the importance of this? This is important for Europe उनके लिए to connect with the eastern countries, and here for these exports of the West Asia. West Asia's export जो भी होगा, it has to pass through Strait of Hormuz. Most of the oil supply to the world passes through this, and East Asian countries के लिए Strait of Malacca important है because most of their imports comes through this. Fine. So you can talk about this. And then what about Isthmus? Most importantly, we have Isthmus of Panama. Okay, Isthmus of Panama connects South America with Central and North America, through which we have constructed a canal. यहाँ पर एक canal बना दिया, that is Panama Canal. Panama Canal किसके लिए ज़्यादा beneficial है? USA. That is why it was constructed by USA only. वही लोग खुद बनाए हैं. Because it reduced the time required for them to travel from eastern coast to western coast. It takes a huge amount of money, fuel as well as time. बहुत late पहुंचेगा because most of that trade and the bulk goods has to be shipped, मतलब ship से ही लेके जाना है. So that reduced. That's why the USA constructed this Panama Canal. Second, Suez Canal. For most of the European countries, Suez Canal is the lifeline for all the goods which comes from Asia. So it has to pass through Suez Canal. Last year तो ऐसे बंद हो गया था, so one of the ship got stuck. कौन सा था? Evergiven. Okay, Evergreen was the content, मतलब overall handle company का नाम था, ship का नाम Evergiven. So that got stuck for 6 days. Can you imagine 6 days? And the entire overall it was acting like पूरा अभी war शुरू होने वाला है. Because it controlled the entire fuel supply. Fuel जो West Asia से आता है पूरा इसी से ही होना है. It has to pass through that. It was acting like a choking point. Fine. So these are two important which are currently used. Other than that, I told you about Isthmus of Perekop, which was strategically used. है ना? तो Isthmus of Perekop is basically यहाँ पर जो land है Crimea, which is separated from the rest of Ukraine. Okay, this is Isthmus of Perekop. This part. So Crimea was annexed by Russia. At that point of time, this entire the Crimean Peninsula, their shortage of fresh water. यहाँ पर fresh water का बहुत shortage है. Earlier Ukraine used to supply through canal. अभी canal बंद कर दिया. At the Isthmus of Perekop. ठीक है, अभी तो और war चल रहा है. So other than that, we have Isthmus of Kra. Isthmus of Kra. So after understanding the importance of Malacca Strait, which is slightly longer, the Thailand is planning to construct a canal here passing through Isthmus of Kra. It is still under plan, project hai. If it is constructed, definitely it will reduce the time. as well as cost. Okay, and it is going to be good economic opportunity for Thailand. So it is a bypass from the Strait of Malacca. And if at all, if any such thing happen, जैसे Suez Canal में हुआ था, यहाँ पर भी हो सकता है. We need an alternative route. Fine. So that is the important significance. And in the conclusion, you can definitely write, it is not always beneficiary. It is also a threat to the global trade as well as security. These isthmus as well as straits, they act as a choke points. जहाँ पर हम पूरा ट्रेड को बंद कर सकते हैं. Either there is a natural disaster or some kind of accident, that the way it happened in last year, or if there is any war. So it will cause the entire supply to stop, and many of the countries who are dependent upon the trade, they will be at the impact. Okay, uska, for example, India ka bhi, we are hugely dependent upon the oil imports. You know, so even the small variation in the oil price due to such kind of issues will cause a higher burden on our budget, right? So that's why it's not just benefits, it's not only helpful in connecting, it's also a threat. So that's why we need to develop more alternative routes and keep it ready. The last question, ये तो पूरा static है. So static as well as basic. Troposphere is a very significant atmospheric layer that determines weather process. How? So was it in news? There is no need for it to be in news. This is core part of geography. You know, troposphere में तो सब कुछ troposphere में ही चलता है. So was there any previous question? There was one previous question related to temperature inversion, even though it is not directly related, but this is also important phenomena in the troposphere, which is weather related. Okay, एक बार question आया था, what do you understand by temperature inversion in meteorology and how does it affect the weather and habitats of a place? Overall related to the troposphere and weather. So now, what is the structure? Briefly introduce what is troposphere. Troposphere is the lowermost layer of Earth's atmosphere, okay, which is just above the surface. It extends up to 16 to 18 kilometers, 16 to 18 kilometers near to the equatorial region and 6 to 8 kilometers near to the polar regions. Okay, why there's so much of difference? Because of convection currents. The convection is very strong near to the equator, that causes it to rise. है ना, जिसके वजह से. Now, what are the important weather processes which are happening in the troposphere? इसके बारे में पहले बता के, then we can come to the factors. What are the important weather processes? What do you mean by weather? What is weather? The day-to-day changes in the atmosphere is weather. That happens only in the troposphere. No other layer of the Earth's atmosphere will experience weather. You won't experience cloud formation, you won't experience precipitation, cyclone, और दूसरे layer में कहीं पे भी नहीं होता है. All of them are limited to troposphere only. What are the important weather phenomena? Cyclones, fronts, temperate cyclones, okay, or even tornadoes, temperature inversion, right? Cloud formation, precipitation, thunderstorms, all of these which we see on day-to-day basis, all of them are limited to troposphere only. You have to bring, these are the different weather processes which are there in the troposphere. Now the factors. The factors of troposphere determining the weather process. What are the factors? Why it is limited to troposphere only? Most important factor, water vapor. 99% of the water vapor is limited to troposphere only. It is majorly present in the troposphere. In addition to that, dust particles, which is required for condensation. Overall process of condensation requires dust particle, that is what is hygroscopic nuclei. That is also present in troposphere only. Because of these two factors, wherever there is a water vapor in the atmosphere, wherever there is a hygroscopic nuclei in the atmosphere, that causes the formation of clouds. When the water vapor near to the surface, it gets evaporated through the process of evaporation. It becomes gaseous form. It takes the gaseous form and becomes part of the atmosphere, right? And then this evaporated part of the water vapor starts to condense when it cools below the dew point. Why it happens? Because the temperature decreases with increase in altitude. That is what we call it as normal lapse rate. The important characteristic of troposphere which enables the cloud formation is normal lapse rate. Temperature decreases with increase in altitude. As the water vapor which is filled with the gas which is filled with the water vapor rises upwards, it cools down and condenses. As it condenses, it accumulates around dust particles and hygroscopic nuclei that result in the formation of clouds, cloud formation. Wherever there is a very strong heating, for example equatorial region, tropical region, the strong heating causes strong buildup of clouds through convection process. It results in huge cloud formation which is called as cumulonimbus clouds. Wherever there is cloud formation, there is precipitation. Cumulonimbus clouds causes very heavy precipitation. Okay? So what are the factors? You have to be slightly clear here, क्योंकि climatology पूरा बात कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर. Factors क्या क्या है? The presence of water vapor, presence of dust particles, and the decrease in the temperature as we move up in the altitude. That aids the condensation, cloud formation, precipitation, as well as convection. Troposphere experiences strong convection that causes the buildup of clouds. Huge cumulonimbus clouds are built here. Then planetary winds, they are also happening in the troposphere only. The difference in pressure from one latitude to another latitude results in the generation of planetary winds, trade winds, westerlies, polar easterlies. When these winds move from onshore to offshore, offshore to onshore, coming from ocean to land, it causes precipitation. Coming from land to ocean, it is totally dry, it will not cause precipitation, desert formation. Fine. Planetary winds play a huge important role in weather. Then air masses, which are also part of the troposphere. The movement of different air masses and the meeting of different air masses cause the generation of fronts. Fronts result in the formation of temperate cyclones. Fine. And wherever there is a strong convection, strong heating of water near to the tropical region, it results in the formation of tropical cyclones. They are generated by the strong convection heating which is happening in troposphere only. And jet streams. Why there are jet streams? Due to the difference in the pressure gradients as we rise. As the altitude increases, there is a difference in the pressure gradient, and that causes the generation of jet streams. They are also there in the upper troposphere. So all of these are deciding our weather pattern. है ना, जितना ज़्यादा डाइवर्स करके जितना ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स लिखोगे उतना अच्छा. यहाँ पर एलोबरेट करने का ज़रूरी नहीं. यू हैव एनफ पॉइंट्स हियर. डोंट ट्राई टू एलोबरेट एंड बी स्पेसिफिक एंड बी ब्रीफ. तभी यहाँ पर ज़्यादा लिख सकते हो आप. दैट इज योर लास्ट क्वेश्चन. Coming to the sources, I told you I'll tell you about the sources. First question was simple and direct. G.C. Leong and NCERT would be sufficient here. You can easily answer using whatever you had studied from G.C. Leong and 11th standard NCERT. Full. Okay, full marks मिलेगा. Full marks मतलब maximum 6.5 out of 10. ठीक है? So color coded weather warning is totally from current affairs. न्यूज़पेपर करंट अफेयर से ही मिलेगा ऐसे वाला क्वेश्चन. सो सेलेक्टिवली यू हैव टू डिसाइड, पर्टिकुलरली दोज टॉपिक्स विच यू सी फ्रॉम जियोफिजिकल फेनोमेना. आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू साइक्लोन, अर्थक्वेक, वॉल्केनिज्म, है ना, सुनामी और द क्लाउड बर्स्ट और the glacier melting. All of these, whenever you see something related to that in the news, please read about it, add it to your notes. Discuss the natural resource potential of Deccan Trap. It requires some advanced source. Advanced source here I would refer to, I would say any kind of compilation, your class notes or any other material which you have read which goes beyond NCERTs. Okay, this is required, and here it doesn't mean that you have to directly write it from there. Just for wider understanding, you need this, and यहाँ पर तो Deccan Trap का क्वेश्चन से थोड़ा सा advanced source ही मिलेगा आपको. Otherwise, if you have studied current affairs thoroughly, you can build up the answer. थोड़ा बहुत build up हो जाएगा. But you have to make that exact differentiation between Deccan Trap and Deccan Plateau. थोड़ा सा advanced level में जाना है. Examine the potential of wind energy. Some advanced source as well as newspaper current affairs. Because usually जो NCERTs है वहाँ पर इतना wind energy के बारे में directly बात नहीं होते, and most of them data which is given in NCERT is not updated. This requires updated one. So this is totally static. What are the forces that influence the ocean currents and describe the role in fishing industry? NCERT 11th standard से हो जाएगा. And describing the distribution of rubber producing industry, definitely this requires some advanced sources, because you need to know about the conditions required for growing rubber. You know, normally it is not discussed. I guess it is not discussed in NCERT. And some of the important rubber producing countries, slightly थोड़ा सा in depth चाहिए. And significance of straits and isthmus. Newspaper current affairs से काम चलेगा इससे. You just need to understand what is strait and isthmus and whatever the news you have heard. And troposphere is totally from NCERT. So important sources which we got, NCERT is must, and G.C. Leong will just add value. It will bring more clarity. And some advanced source. Here I would not recommend you to read Savindra Singh or not, it's up to you. But some kind of in-depth study, any of the material required. Okay, where some in-depth study is there. In addition to that, newspaper current affairs. Okay. And from overall analysis, my suggestion for geography answer. See, if the same pattern is going to repeat, definitely it is going to be scoring. But don't look for shortcuts. Please practice writing maps. Please practice writing maps, world map as well as India map. It is going to be really, really useful. थोड़ा बहुत basic practice कर लिया तो you can really write a good map. World map as well as India map बहुत अच्छे से लिख सकते हो. And second, try to remember examples and some facts. Okay, it is important while talking about the different factors and all. Examples लिखना बहुत ज़रूरी है. And third, don't try to write which is not required in the content. Indirect answer के लिए, indirect content के लिए यहाँ पर जगह नहीं है. Try to be specific and try to be direct. Diversity लेके आओ. Bring diversity of points, but they should be related to your answer. That makes it scoring. ठीक है? So this is all from my end. So if you have any other queries or doubts, you can mail to me at this mail ID. Fine. Any other thing? Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, people. So we will be doing the discussion as far as Indian society questions are concerned. So there are 6 questions this time, 3 10 markers and 3 15 markers. So total comes down to 75. And that has been a very consistent trend that we have noticed, that there have been 6 questions from society even in the past. Has any one of you have written mains this year? Right. See, you need to understand, as far as society is concerned, what was your takeaway after the paper? What was your, what do you think about society questions? The other people also who haven't written mains this year, so you might have gone through the paper, you might have gone through the questions which are asked from society paper, right? What do you infer? What is your observation? Anything that you've observed with respect to the nature of questions which have been asked? See, first and foremost, you need to understand that we have been saying time and again that you have to be very thorough with the syllabus. And there is a separate session on Vision's platform on YouTube where deconstruction of the syllabus has been done in detail. So that session you would be watching from there, where the entire syllabus has been deconstructed. That is the only challenge which is there with respect to society paper. So if I have to compare society and ethics, since for both the papers you don't have a standard material, the good thing about ethics is that at least you know what to prepare in every topic, because syllabus is very detailed. But that doesn't hold true when it comes down to society. They say effect of globalization on Indian society. They don't define the parameters on which the effect has to be studied. They say role of women and women organization. What capacity it has to be prepared, they do not specify. The moment you say salient feature of Indian society, everything under the sun can be asked, right? So then it is very important for us that we need to deconstruct the syllabus so that at least we have an idea that what is the minimum which is supposed to be prepared. That's first thing. Second thing which I think you guys might have noticed, that it is very important to do away with that mentality or mindset that sociology is different from society. That mindset seriously needs to undergo a change, right? Because what is Indian society? It is the application of sociology in context of India, right? So that mentality has to undergo a change. Yes. So you will say, to kya ma'am pura optional padhe kya paper 2 if you have to prepare for society? Absolutely not. There it is your syllabus which helps you. You know there are 6 broad topics. Within that topic you have to deconstruct, identify the subtopics, and only with respect to those subtopics you don't have to confine your preparation. See, you might be thinking, क्योंकि क्या होता है सोसाइटी को ना हम बहुत जनरल पेपर लेके चलते हैं फिलर की तरह कि बाकी पढ़ लेते ये हो जाएगा, बाकी हो जाता है ये नहीं होता, ठीक है? So that is the challenge. So all I'm just trying to say, 75 marks is good enough weightage for you to invest your time. If you see cost benefit analysis, how much time you invest when you study your other subjects, right? You know every year without fail 6 questions are asked. And the concepts that you would be preparing would be helping you even in ethics paper and essay paper. So that much of investment is actually desirable. So that's a request, that do not have that mentality. Try to prepare rich content. पहले एक छोटी सी बात बताती हूँ, मेंटालिटी क्यों बोला मैंने यार, राइट काइंड ऑफ एटीट्यूड बहुत जरूरी होता है. पहले बच्चे इसलिए परेशान होते थे कि अच्छा नहीं पढ़ाया, आज बच्चे इसलिए परेशान होते इतना क्यों पढ़ा रहे हैं. You should be happy if you get to read some good content. You should be happy if you come across some good articles in the newspaper, and try to take it as a challenge that how it can be implemented while you are answering the questions or in general preparing the topics. So we will get away with this attitude. We will take this paper like a head-on challenge. We will try to nail this paper, and we will not be fearful of any new concept or any concept which is new to us. It might not be a new concept, it's just that we have not heard of it. That's one thing. But having said that, there is definitely a limit to the preparation. Everything under the sun cannot be prepared. So in that context, we will slightly be more strategic. And how can we be strategic is, whenever you are preparing a new topic, try to prepare it with respect to cause and effect relation. I'll give you an example. During this COVID period, everyone was talking about COVID-19 pandemic. So when you are preparing society, there is nothing called COVID-19 in your syllabus, right? But COVID-19, if has emerged in your society, so it is impacting every aspect of your society. So when you are studying COVID-19, you will study with respect to, let us say, the impact on the economic opportunity, impact on the role of women, impact on child labor, impact on learning, education, impact vis-a-vis health infrastructure. So if anything new happens, you have to study it with respect to different dimensions of the society. Because anything new which happens, it having its impact on the society. Similarly, work from home. COVID-19 ka, one of the implication was the nature of work was undergoing a change. So it led to the emergence of work from home culture. Now, when you are studying work from home culture, you can study that how it is impacting marriage as an institution, how it is leading to women empowerment, how it is influencing female labor force participation, how it is impacting the relations or how it is impacting family. So if you are preparing in this capacity, can't you write work from home's impact on family relationship? Because in family, what relationships are existing? Either it is between husband-wife, or it is between parent and child, or in general the relationship among the family members. हो गया explore? तो अगर कोई भी नई चीज आती है, तो you have to study it vis-a-vis the different institutions and structures which are existing in the society. And it would not take lot of time. उस वक्त केवल 5 एक्स्ट्रा मिनट लगेगा एक इंस्टीट्यूशन पे इम्पैक्ट याद करने में, और जब एग्जाम में आ जाएगा, so those 5 minutes of investment would be worth enough. Is that clear? एग्जाम में हम पैनिक कर जाते हैं अगर कोई चीज पहले से नहीं पढ़ रखी, लेकिन जब आप पहले से कर रहे होते हो तो lot of time investment is not required. Is that very clear? ठीक है? तो what we will do is that we will take one question at a time and we will discuss that how such questions has to be prepared. ठीक है? See, as far as the session for the day is concerned, we would be focusing on how to structure the answer. One disclaimer, if you have written mains this year, and if your answer is not matching with what we are discussing, absolutely no issues. Because we also don't know what UPSC will accept. ठीक है ना? So just relax. This is our perspective. It may not match with what UPSC is saying, because ultimately the authority lies with UPSC. And maybe it happens what you have written is also an acceptable perspective. It is too subjective a paper. So we don't need to bother about these things. Is that clear? Second important aspect is, even if it is a 10 marker, the structure has to be visible in your answer. There has to be an introduction, there has to be a body, there has to be a conclusion. It doesn't matter how long introduction or conclusion are written, but it has to be written. Now, in society paper, I'm generally saying there are different ways of writing the introduction. Choice is yours. Whichever content you have, make best possible utilization. If you know the definition, good enough, start with that. If you have a data and you want to supplement the information, start with the statistics or the data. If you want to start with the premise, then also the choice is yours. So in this context, when we are writing the introduction, so either you can start with the definition, or you can start with the statistics or data, or you can start with the premise, or you can also start with the perspective. Perspective matlab koi scholarly perspective. Absolutely your choice. Obviously many would not be having this, so absolutely no issues. I'm just giving you the options that there are different ways in which you can start the answer. Once you have written the introduction, in certain questions linking statement becomes important. Not in every question. But in some questions, as in when we are progressing, we will see जो question नहीं है relationship of globalization and new technology. In that question, linking statement is required. Otherwise, the connect between introduction and the body would not be there. So certain questions में linking statement is important. But let us say the question that is with respect to secularism wala or sect wala, already it has 3 subparts. So in that context, scope of linking statement is not there. So it can be easily avoided. The purpose of linking statement is to ensure smooth transformation from introduction to body. So in case you don't have the bandwidth of writing the linking statement, you can make use of the subheadings. But the answer has to be written in a coherent manner because these questions are not objective in nature, they are subjective. So analytical skills should be reflected in your answer writing, especially 15 marker. 10 marker में तो क्या ही analysis दिखाओगे, but at least 15 marker में analytical skills are need to be visible. Let me put it this way. ठीक है. Let's see the first question. Explore and evaluate the impact of work from home on family relationship. I think this was the easiest of the lot because others were slightly challenging as compared to this question. See, simple is you could have started with the definition of work from home, where the employees are working from their home and they are utilizing already approved assets or the tools or the policies of the company. That is work from home. But in case I would have been in your place, I would have not wasted my time writing the definition of work from home because it is just a 10 marker question. I would have preferred to start it with the premise, because that premise can also act as my linking statement, which otherwise is no scope in a 10 marker. So I could work from home, सबको समझ आ रहा है उसका क्या definition लिखना. तो work from home में हम ये कह सकते हैं, I'm just saying, we can start with that the culture of work from home has existed even earlier. But during pandemic and post-pandemic, it has become the new normal. It has impacted various aspects of our life, ranging from social, economic, environmental and family. Family last में इसलिए लिखा क्योंकि अब transition easy हो जाएगा and you can move to the body. Now it is that you have to explore and evaluate. The option here is इतना ज़्यादा चिंता में नहीं आना है कि explore भी बोल रहे हैं, evaluate भी बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी बता देती हूँ. Explore मतलब different dimensions को explore करना. So what are the different dimensions of family relationship that needs to be explored? For example, conjugal relationship, as in husband and wife. For example, parent and child. For example, relationship between other family members. So one of the option of writing this answer could have been, you write positive impact, you write negative impact, but within positive and negative, you can have 3 subheadings: parent-child relation, husband-wife relation, and relationship with other family members. उससे क्या हुआ? Explore भी हो गया और evaluate भी हो गया. Evaluate हुआ तो positive negative कर दिया और explore हुआ तो with dimensions discuss कर दिए. That is one way of doing it. Other way of doing it would have been 3 parts में answer को divide करते. For example, the impact on husband-wife relation, positive negative. For example, parent-child relation, positive negative. For example, relationship with other family members, positive and negative. Again, it is explore and evaluate. So choice is yours, how you intend to write the answer. Now your answer is in sync with the keyword which is mentioned in the question. Is it making sense for everyone? और क्योंकि evaluate है तो एक लाइन में way forward देना बनता है, ठीक है? और जब भी आप negative लिखोगे, चाहे evaluate हो या नहीं हो, you have to mention one line at least in the way forward so as to give an impression that you have taken care of the negative impact of the concept. Is it making sense for everyone? Rest automatically will fall. अब work from home हुआ, उससे क्या impact आया husband wife relationship पे? The first important impact which has been on husband wife relation, can we say bargaining power of wife in the relationship has increased because opportunities for financial independence has been created? Initially, female labor force participation was limited because women was confined to the domestic space. But with work from home culture, economic opportunities for women has been created. So that means there is option for financial independence, and the negotiation power or the status of women in the marital relation has improved. One positive impact. Another positive impact could be that since both of them are working at home, there is dilution of sexual division of labor. There is dilution of culture of toxic masculinity. Both are able to understand the kind of work they have been doing, and not necessarily here women is doing the work from home. Let us suppose women is not participating in the labor market. Only husband is doing the work from home. Even then he would realize how much unpaid work is being done by women. So in a way, indirectly, you will be creating potential for challenging patriarchy. Is it making sense for everyone? Okay. So you can talk about, on the other hand, can we say that because of isolation at workplace, there is anxiety which is being generated, and since it's a patriarchal society, women is treated as a cushion to vent out the frustration. So incidences of domestic violence has increased. अब इससे ज्यादा क्या ही लिखेंगे, अभी 2 पार्ट्स और लिखने हैं, तो पॉजिटिव भी हो गया और नेगेटिव भी हो गया. Similarly, parent-child relation also. Now, if the parents are working from home, they have enough time to provide the right kind of socialization to the children. There is exhibition of democratic parenting. The power distance or the communication gap between the children and the parents have reduced. So, right kind of moral value system is getting shaped. So, this is a good thing. But then there is a slight challenge. Too much of surveillance is happening now. Parents are present 24/7 at home. So it might happen that relative freedom of children is also getting negatively impacted. And especially with little kids, the challenge is they know when they are at home, that is their free time. But now parents are perpetually at home. So the gap between, the difference between the workplace and home has been blurred. So now child is confused that despite parents being at home, they are not giving them the time. So that is also creating a challenge. Is that making sense for everyone? Similarly, you can talk about how it is impacting other relations in the family. For example, can we say because of work from home, reintegration of joint family is happening? Work from home hai, people are going back to their hometown. So there is reintegration of joint family. There is further cohesion and solidarity, or the bonds between the family members are improving. Most importantly, the isolation faced by elder generation will be addressed. But उसके साथ एक छोटा सा challenge आ गया. अब क्या, लोगों के घर इतने भी बड़े नहीं होते, ठीक है? तो now the conflict is with respect to the space. Imagine father is on Zoom call, child is on online education, mother is on phone meeting, and the grandparents is attending online Jagran. And the place is very limited. So it has created the potential for conflict and resentment. Is that very clear? Not only that, even at the individual level also, anxiety is getting created. Because by very nature we are social animals, right? We need to interact. अगर किसी ने ethics पढ़ा है तो उसमें एल्टन मेयो की थ्योरी पढ़ी होगी, human relation theory. That जो efficiency at workplace होती है, that is largely dependent on the informal interaction which happen. But work from home में we are working in isolation. So there is problem of anxiety, because of which often we vent out our frustration on other family members in the family which are present in the family. Is that very clear? In fact, it is believed that although on one end family relationships are improving because there is work-life balance, the efficiency is improving, you have more time to spend with your family. But on the other hand, because there is lack of avenues for promotion and development or growth in your career, it is creating negative impact on the family relation. So over, in fact, अब तो कोई टाइम नहीं है. पहले ये तो पता था 9 से 5 का ऑफिस है, अब कोई टाइम लिमिट ही नहीं है. So actually जो वो वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस है, it is more like a myth. So quantity of time that you are spending with family is increasing, but the quality of time that you are spending is declining. So we could have, और सारे points नहीं लिखने हैं, जो उस वक्त याद आए वो लिख देना. But did you get the point that how explore and evaluate happens? So lastly, we can conclude the answer that how work from home has led to collusion of two worlds, private world and public world. And this is the new normal. Hence the negatives have to be addressed. और 2-3 suggestion दे देना कि employee को क्या करने की जरूरत है, employer को क्या करने की जरूरत है और state को क्या करने की जरूरत है. मेरा हमेशा मानना है जब वे फॉरवर्ड दो तो माइंड में एक स्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए. जैसे एम्प्लॉय शुड डेवलप देयर स्किल्स फॉर स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट. ठीक है, एम्प्लॉयर शुड नॉट गिव द वर्क बियॉन्ड द स्टिपुलेटेड टाइम, एंड स्टेट शुड क्रिएट अवेयरनेस अबाउट मेंटल हेल्थ एंड एक्टिव हेल्पलाइंस इन केस देयर आर इंसिडेंसेस ऑफ डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस. तीनों लोग अपना अपना काम कर लो, जीवन सुखी में. इज दैट वेरी क्लियर? ठीक है, आपको कुछ लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है, आंसर सब है. समझ गए, बस ये बता देना. एलियनेशन कोट कर दो, कार्ल मार्क्स मत करो. आप पर्सपेक्ट एलियनेशन कहने को हो गया कार्ल मार्क्स ने कहा है. एलियनेशन मतलब डिटैचमेंट, तो वो होना ही है. तो नॉर्मल इंग्लिश वर्ड है, घबराना नहीं. कार्ल मार्क्स एलियनेशन, तो आप एलियनेशन लिख दीजिए. Is that clear? नहीं, but you are absolutely right. You can mention. Is it making sense for everyone? Because work from home में ना, you don't know what product you are creating. So your hold on the product, the process has become very detached. So you are becoming alienated. Absolutely, you can write. Did you understand the answer? Can we proceed? ठीक है. तो ये positive impact है. ये मैंने आपके लिए फ्लो चार्ट्स बना दिए हैं कि वो ऐसा नहीं है कि आप ऐसे बना के आओगे, जगह नहीं है इस क्वेश्चन में. ये इसलिए बनाए कि वो पैराग्राफ पढ़ने में आपको मेहनत लगती, तो इस तरह से फ्लो में पढ़ लेना. चलो दूसरा क्वेश्चन लेते हैं. रीड द क्वेश्चन. हाउ इज द ग्रोथ ऑफ टियर 2 cities रिलेटेड टू द राइज ऑफ न्यू मिडिल क्लास विद एन एम्फसिस ऑन द कल्चर ऑफ कंजम्पशन. आधे लोग घबरा गए, न्यू मिडिल क्लास क्या होता है. घबराने की बात भी है, लेकिन पॉइंट इतना है कि अगर सपोज करो आपको नहीं पता था न्यू मिडिल क्लास क्या है. क्वेश्चन में एक लाइन और लिखी है न्यू मिडिल क्लास के बाद, एम्फेसिस ऑन कल्चर ऑफ कंजम्पशन. आप कल्चर ऑफ कंजम्पशन को ध्यान में रख के आंसर लिखाते, सेम आंसर है. इज दैट वेरी क्लियर? ठीक है. सो समटाइम्स व्हेन यू थिंक दैट इट इज डिफिकल्ट, just try to relate, because UPSC deliberately doesn't make things difficult for us. They want us to answer. It's just that they have incorporated a term. So even if you don't know exactly what new middle class stands for, they have clearly said, irrespective of the definition, the emphasis has been on culture of consumption. बात खत्म. Is that very clear? ठीक है. इस क्वेश्चन में 2 चीजें बस पता होनी चाहिए थी कि टीयर 2 cities से क्या मतलब है. तो टीयर 2 cities मतलब डेफिनेशन नहीं, एग्जाम्पल्स. ठीक है, कि टीयर 2 cities के कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स तो रिलेट कर सको कि क्या हो रहा है. और दूसरा, कल्चर ऑफ कंजम्पशन पता होना चाहिए क्या होता है, एंड द फैक्टर्स विच फैसिलिटेट कल्चर ऑफ कंजम्पशन. बात खत्म, आंसर इज डन. इज दैट क्लियर? नाउ क्वेश्चन फर्स्ट थिंग, ये क्वेश्चन क्यों पूछा? मिडिल क्लास पे क्वेश्चन पहले भी बन चुका है. When the impact of patriarchy was asked on middle class working women. That time also when the session was being taken, we were talking that probability of asking question on middle class is slightly high. The reason is dynamic class होता है, heterogeneous होता है, और globalization का सबसे ज़्यादा impact middle class पे होता है. So the probability of asking the question on middle class is very high. और क्वेश्चन है ना, टॉपिक है ना, इफेक्ट ऑफ ग्लोबलाइजेशन ऑन इंडियन सोसाइटी. सो वन ऑफ द इफेक्ट ऑफ ग्लोबलाइजेशन ऑन इंडियन सोसाइटी इज एमर्जेंस ऑफ न्यू मिडिल क्लास. क्योंकि न्यू मिडिल क्लास का कैरेक्टरिस्टिक फीचर है दैट इट हैज इमर्ज्ड इन अ पोस्ट लिबरलाइज्ड पीरियड. इट इज द क्लास विच हैज रीप्ड द बेनिफिट्स ऑफ लिबरलाइजेशन. It is defined as English speaking urban educated class which is largely employed in the private sector. पर्सपेक्टिव है लीला फर्नांडिस का. नहीं, आपको नहीं जानना, मैंने लिख दिया कि आप इस बात से मत परेशान होइए कि लीला फर्नांडिस ने ये कहा, बस बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है. और किसी का नाम लिख देते ना तो थोड़ी क्रेडिबिलिटी मिल जाती है. तो खुद के सेटिस्फैक्शन के लिए मैंने लिखा है, एग्जाम में आपको लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. सो फिर उन्होंने बड़े अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया कि ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास है इसमें न्यू क्या है. So then she said that this newness in new middle class is not because new people are entering middle class. It is just that middle class ethics are undergoing a change. So new norms are emerging in middle class. That is why it is known as new middle class. And what is that new value system which is emerging? एक time था middle class was known for its modesty, for its understatement, बचत जिसे कहते हैं. And today middle class is known for culture of consumerism. That you are consuming according to your greed, not according to your need. It is a defining characteristic of new middle class. तो ये एक पर्सपेक्टिव है. अगर पता है तो ठीक, नहीं भी पता है तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. आप इसमें क्या सेफ बेट खेलते? दैट न्यू मिडिल क्लास इज नोन फॉर इट्स कल्चर ऑफ कंजम्पशन, क्योंकि वही क्वेश्चन में दे रखा है और फिर आगे वही आंसर लिखाते, तो लार्जली ये फंस जाता. बट ये तो शॉर्ट ट्रिक है क्राइसिस को मैनेज करना इन द एग्जाम, लेकिन बिफोर हैंड प्रिपेयर होना इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है दैट यू वर नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग द क्वेश्चन. रीजन बीइंग दे विल से इफेक्ट ऑफ ग्लोबलाइजेशन इज इन योर सिलेबस. वन ऑफ द इफेक्ट इज एमर्जेंस ऑफ न्यू मिडिल क्लास. यू शुड हैव बीन प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर इट. वो कुछ भी कह देते हैं. इसीलिए उस एटीट्यूड को चेंज करना है कि देयर इज नो डिफरेंस बिटवीन सोशियोलॉजी ऑप्शनल एंड सोसाइटी पेपर. सो व्हाटएवर is the common syllabus, it has to be prepared properly. Is that clear? ठीक है. सपोज करो आप लोग को इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ रहे हो, तो उसमें भी हो सकता है किसी ने न्यू मिडिल क्लास पढ़ा हो कि इकोनॉमिक्स डिफाइन करते हैं दैट द सेक्शन इज डिफाइंड एज न्यू मिडिल क्लास हु आर स्पेंडिंग एवरी डे between $2 to $10 per person. So you are consuming that much good, then you will be referred as new middle class. So either you know the perspective, or you know the economic definition, or you know the characteristic features. Whichever way you are comfortable, you can start. And when you know nothing, then to obviously it is defined by culture of consumption and you can write the answer. 10 marker है, कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. Is that very clear? Features clearly defined है. Post liberalization era में it has emerged. They have been the beneficiaries. They have surplus disposable income. They are governed by culture of consumption and lifestyle enhancement. रीजन इतना है, अगर हमें फीचर्स पता होते हैं ना, आंसर राइटिंग बहुत आसान हो जाती है. एंड आई टेल यू an approach, and I really wish that you will follow that approach, and trust me, basic would be managed no matter what question is asked. First thing, any concept which is relevant as per the syllabus, you will learn the definition of the concept, you will learn the characteristic features of the concept, and you will prepare at least 2 to 3 examples. अगर आपको definition पता है, features पता है, example पता है, तो 10 मार्कर में कुछ तो लिख पाओगे. So this is basic minimum. अब वो सेक्युलरिज्म वाले क्वेश्चन में आधे लोग प्लूरलिज्म पे फंसे हुए हैं कि प्लूरलिज्म, असिमिलेशन, इनका क्या मतलब है. अगर डेफिनेशन भी पता होगी तो भी आप 3 पार्ट्स में आंसर लिख लोगे, बिकॉज इफ यू नो द डेफिनेशन यू कैन थिंक ऑफ द एग्जाम्पल, बट व्हेन यू डोंट नो द डेफिनेशन व्हाट विल यू थिंक. सिमिलरली सेक्ट, आधे लोग कंफ्यूज हैं कि सेक्ट क्या होता है. So if you know the definition of sect, you can think of the examples, and then you can establish the relation with the caste, region and religion. Is it making sense for everyone? ठीक है. So you know these characteristic feature. अब मुद्दा आता है linking statement. In this particular question, linking statement थोड़ा important है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे new middle class question नहीं है. It is with respect to tier 2 cities. So we can start कुछ भी, आपकी choice है. You could have said recently in news there have been few tier 2 cities which have recorded economic growth of 40%. Lucknow has been there, Jaipur has been there, Patna, Surat, Indore, etc. And it has been believed that the culture of consumption present in the new middle class is responsible for the growth of tier 2 cities. अब रुको, हमें न्यू मिडिल क्लास के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता था. क्या ये मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन बन जाएगा? बेसिक न्यूज़पेपर तो पढ़ रहे हो ना, तो अगर पता है कि टियर 2 सिटीज में इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ हुआ है, तो वी कैन राइट इट इज द कल्चर ऑफ कंजम्पशन ऑफ न्यू मिडिल क्लास विच हैज बीन रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ ऑफ टियर 2 सिटीज. इट्स अ 10 मार्क का क्वेश्चन, इतना इंट्रोडक्शन बहुत है. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? मेरा तो काम है आपको डिटेल आंसर देना. लेकिन एग्जाम में आप इतना भी मैनेज कर लेंगे तो हो जाएगा. नाउ एवरीथिंग सेट असाइड, फर्स्ट पॉइंट मेरे हिसाब से हैज टू बी रिटन कम व्हाट में. रीड द पॉइंट एंड यू विल अंडरस्टैंड द रीजन. ओवर क्राउडिंग ऑफ मेट्रो सिटीज. भाई इतना पता है माइग्रेशन में पुश एंड पुल फैक्टर होता है. सो देयर हैज बीन पुल फैक्टर इन मेट्रो सिटीज. People are migrating to metro cities for opportunity, because of which over urbanization is taking place. There is dearth of land, cost of living is increasing, pollution, standard of living is declining. As a result, people are finding alternatives in tier 2 cities. Link बैठ गया कि न्यू मिडिल क्लास टियर 2 सिटीज में क्यों जा रही है, क्योंकि मेट्रो सिटीज का ओवर क्राउडिंग हो रहा है. ये लिखते ही अब आपको बस जस्टिफाई करना है कि कल्चर ऑफ कंजम्पशन की वजह से इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ ऑफ टियर 2 सिटीज क्यों हो रहा है. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस फॉर एवरीवन? यहां तक क्लियर है? तो ये फर्स्ट पॉइंट लिखने से थोड़ा सा ना रिलेशनशिप एस्टैब्लिश हो जाता है इन द की वर्ड्स विच आर मेंशन्ड इन द क्वेश्चन. अब इजी है. हमने कैरेक्टरिस्टिक फीचर करा है. न्यू मिडिल क्लास इज नोन फॉर मोर डिस्पोजेबल इनकम. डिस्पोजेबल इनकम है, योर परचेजिंग कैपेसिटी विल इंक्रीज. यू वुड बी स्पेंडिंग मनी टू इंप्रूव योर स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग. नॉट ओनली दिस, विथ इकोनॉमिक ग्लोबलाइजेशन एंड लिबरलाइजेशन सर्विस सेक्टर इवॉल्व कर रहा है. डाइवर्स जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज आर देयर, डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन इज देयर, सोशल मीडिया इज देयर. All the 4 factors together, your consumption habits are changing. Along with consumption habits, there is demand for branded products. लेकिन अब e-commerce की वजह से डोर स्टेप डिलीवरी हो रही है. So the ease of consumption has been there. जितना ease of consumption होगा उतना डिमांड बढ़ेगा. जितना डिमांड होगा boost to the economy of tier 2 cities. तो बस एक बार बता दो कि न्यू मिडिल क्लास tier 2 सिटी क्यों गया, उसके बाद फिर आप बाकी एक्सप्लेन करते रहो. फीलिंग ऑफ रिलेटिव डेप्रीवेशन. सोशल मीडिया के पास एक्सेस है इनको, सोशल कंपैरिजन इज वेरी हाई, they are often feeling relatively deprived. So to overcome that feeling of relative deprivation, culture of consumerism is increasing. That is one of the reason why areas like Ghaziabad, Noida, Pune, Gurugram, they have emerged. Is that very clear? ठीक. Then change in value system हो रहा है. पहले फीमेल लेबर मार्केट में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करती थी, बट अब करती हैं. और दूसरा क्या है, सेंस ऑफ सेटिस्फैक्शन अब लोगों को नहीं होता. नो मैटर हाउ मच यू आर कंज्यूमिंग, यू आर नेवर कंटेंट इन योर लाइफ. सो इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट वी ऑल वर्क वेरी हार्ड टू अचीव मटीरियल प्रॉस्पेरिटी, because of which there is increased demand of products, because of which even other sectors like business, government, they are also investing in the growth of the cities. Your consumption has increased, because of which your demand of products have increased. So to meet that demand, the business enterprises are setting up their hubs, or these cities are emerging as the hubs for the business enterprises. Even the real estate sector mein the investment has increased, because tier 2 cities mein the returns are very high. So all aspect, whether it is real estate, whether it is business, whether it is the policies of the government, they are getting concentrated in tier 2 cities. Why? Because the demand is increasing. Why demand is increasing? Because consumption pattern has changed. सारे पॉइंट्स नहीं लिखने हैं, जो याद आए वो लिखना. और आजकल एक सबसे अच्छा काम हो गया है, the financial facilities. You have those credit cards. So people are spending more than their income also. Then there is zero cost EMI which is existing. So easiness of the financial institutes have also resulted into increased level of consumption. Is it making sense for everyone? Then this point we have already mentioned. अब business enterprises भी बहुत smart हो गए हैं. They are making us consume luxurious products, but they have modified how we are consuming. पहले जो एक बॉटल शैम्पू की आई, और सपोज करो लग्जरी प्रोडक्ट है, 1000 रुपए की बॉटल है, लोग नहीं खर्च करना चाहते, उसके सैशेज बना के बेच रहे हैं. तो एक बार में लगेगा कि कम पैसा जा रहा है, लेकिन आपको आदत पड़ जाएगी लग्जूरियस प्रोडक्ट को कंज्यूम करने की. So even the business houses have become very smart. They are changing their strategies. But along with that, government has also made efforts. For example, Smart City, Digital India, Startup India, all of this has accelerated urban transformation. जब कंटेंट ज़्यादा होता है तो इंट्रोडक्शन और कंक्लूजन अपने आप कम हो जाना चाहिए. सो इस केस में कंक्लूजन बस आप एक लाइन में लिख सकते हो, राइडिंग ऑन द बैक ऑफ न्यू मिडिल क्लास कंज्यूमरिज्म, टियर 2 cities आर इमर्जिंग एज द फोर्स बिहाइंड इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ ऑफ द कंट्री. बात खत्म. बट देयर हैज टू बी अ कंक्लूडिंग स्टेटमेंट. Anything which we have not understood so far? This is just the data to substantiate what we were talking about. Is it clear? ठीक. Read the question. Very simple question. पता नहीं लोग क्यों confuse हुए इस question में. Given the diversity among the tribal communities in India, in which specific context should they be considered as a single category? I'll just rephrase what I said. See, honestly, I should not say easy or difficult. Reason being, if you know, then it is easy. And if you don't know, then it is difficult. So it all depends upon the perspective. So rather than saying easy or difficult, this was on the expected lines. Let me put it this way. Why am I saying this is? Tribal is their favorite topic. There has been a question, why do these people are known as scheduled tribes? What have been the constitutional provisions for the welfare of scheduled tribes? UPSC has asked. UPSC said mention 2 legal initiatives to ensure empowerment of tribal community. Question was asked. Then there was a question, why sex ratio among scheduled tribes is better than sex ratio among scheduled caste? Then last year again, the difference between or comparison between tribal knowledge system with that of mainstream knowledge system. So it is their favorite topic. So the question on tribals are very much on the expected lines. अब वापस क्वेश्चन को पढ़ो. इसमें बस एक चीज का ध्यान रखना था, स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द आंसर. क्वेश्चन में पहला वर्ड क्या है? It says given the diversity. So you have to start with the diversity, because then you have to say it is a given thing that tribes are diverse. However, irrespective of the diversity, under what conditions they can be considered as a single category. तो पहले आपको diversity की बात करनी थी, because that is a given thing. Let's get back to it. So you can start. अब ये diversity है, आप किसी भी range पे लिख सकते हो. आप start कर दो definition of tribals if you want to write. ठीक है. Or you can talk about how according to census 2011, 8.6% of the population are tribals. You want to mention rural urban variation, choice is yours. Then you can talk about how there exists diversity among the tribals with respect to their culture, with respect to the size of population, with respect to their religious practices, with respect to their mode of livelihood. Choice is yours. जो पॉइंट आपको याद हो, आप 2-3 डाइवर्सिटीज बस बता देना, क्योंकि क्वेश्चन 10 मार्कर है तो इस पे हम इतना ज्यादा वेटेज नहीं देंगे, बट एटलीस्ट इन द इंट्रोडक्शन डाइवर्सिटी हैज टू बी क्लियरली स्पेसिफाइड. नाउ द चॉइस इज योर्स. आप साइज ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन बोल सकते हो कि एक तरफ गोंड्स, भील, संथल्स, वेरी हाई पॉपुलेशन. ऑन द अदर साइड यू हैव Andamanese Islanders or Birhor tribe in Madhya Pradesh, very less population. Or you can talk about with respect to their language, that although we treat entire Northeast as homogeneous, but there exist various or there exists diversity with respect to their language, culture, rituals, belief, etc. Is it making sense? Similarly, mode of livelihood. Within the tribes also you have PVTGs. You have denotified tribes. So with respect to livelihood also there exists diversity. Even with respect to religion also. There are some tribes like Tharu, Khasa. These are central Himalayan tribes in North India which are completely assimilated within Hinduism. There are some tribes which are practicing Christianity, whereas there are some tribes which are still practicing their traditional rituals and beliefs. So there exists a diversity. Is it making sense? But given this diversity, तो linking statement की जरूरत है. Given the diversity, there are certain specific contexts in which they can be treated as a single category. For example, multidimensional poverty. 65 million of tribal people are living in multidimensional poverty. That means there exists a commonality with respect to their vulnerability. Similarly, with respect to literacy rate, as compared to national average, the literacy rate among scheduled tribes is less. Similarly, with respect to health, so if you study the health indicators of the tribals, whether it is life expectancy, whether it is infant mortality, stunting or undernourishment, the performance is much below as compared to the national average. You can mention these points. You can also mention development-led displacement. That is one common problem. The percentage of tribal people is 8.6%. But with respect to the displaced population, they constitute 40% of the displaced population. Again, that is a common factor with respect to which they can be considered as a single category. Because of displacement, they are facing joblessness. There exists marginalization, disintegration or lack of access to common property. Not only that, do we agree, irrespective of whichever region you are living in, tribes lives in harmony with nature. They are dependent on forest and forest produce. Again, this can be a common factor. Similarly, with respect to cultural preservation, last year के question से link कर दो, tribal traditional knowledge system. So whether it is their medicinal system, whether it is their cultural system, whether it is their knowledge system, that is very unique, which needs to be preserved. अगर और sociology के student हो suppose करो गलती से, तो इसमें और add कर देना. Status of women. Largely tribes, the status of women is better as compared to other societies. Sexual division of labor is not very prominent among tribal communities. Even today, despite certain differences, tribal community still is known by egalitarianism. Kinship relationship are prominent among tribes. तो अगर तो है ऑप्शनल तो यूज करो, और नहीं है तो छोड़ दो, इतना भी बहुत है. 10 नंबर का क्वेश्चन है. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? ठीक है, फिर कंक्लूड कर दो. पंचशील पॉलिसी मेंशन कर दो कि भैया इनको सिंगल कैटेगरी, अगर आपने एक चीज कॉमन नोटिस करी हो तो उस सिंगल कैटेगरी में इट इज द वल्नरेबिलिटी which is acting as a string to which all the tribal groups are attached. So it is very important that issue of vulnerability needs to be addressed. And this is the best time to do that because India has got its first woman tribal president. ये भी एक reason हो सकता था tribal पे सवाल पूछने का. Hence Panchsheel policy needs to be implemented both in letter and spirit. Is it making sense for everyone? Are all the 3 questions clear? Proceed करें. देखो इस क्वेश्चन को. एलूसिडेट. एलूसिडेट का मतलब क्या होता है? 2 ways. हाँ, प्रूव इट, क्लियरली एक्सप्लेन. सिंपल, बहुत क्लियरली एक्सप्लेन करो जो भी बोला गया है. ठीक है. सो इट्स क्वेश्चन इज सेइंग एलूसिडेट द रिलेशनशिप, यानी क्लियरली एक्सप्लेन द रिलेशनशिप between globalization and new technology in world of scarce resources with special reference to India. ये अच्छा तरीका है. कुछ भी ग्लोबलाइजेशन पे सवाल बनाओ, उस पे स्पेशल रेफरेंस टू इंडिया डाल दो और फिर बोलो कि सिलेबस का पार्ट है. इज दैट क्लियर? इफेक्ट ऑफ ग्लोबलाइजेशन ऑन इंडियन सोसाइटी, तो फिर उसका पार्ट बन ही जाएगा. ठीक है. एनीवे, हैविंग सेड दैट, अगेन ग्लोबलाइजेशन क्वेश्चन इज एक्सपेक्टेड, हर साल आता है. ठीक है. बट यार ये नहीं कहूँगी कि बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड क्वेश्चन था, ये तो हमें पता ही था, ऐसे ही कुछ नहीं पता था हमें. तो ग्लोबलाइजेशन पे सवाल आएगा. दिस we could have at least said, we as in the people who are preparing for this exam, we can say that there would be a question on globalization, but then we can never predict what kind of questions would be asked. तो सिंपल चीज होती है, इन क्वेश्चन से घबराना नहीं है. अगर आपको पता है ग्लोबलाइजेशन क्या है, if you know what is new technology, you can interpret how scarce resource as a concept can be explored. आप अपने प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड को भी यूज करके इस आंसर को लिख सकते हो, ट्राई कर सकते हो एटलीस्ट लिखना. सिंपल है. वी कैन स्टार्ट विथ व्हाट इज ग्लोबलाइजेशन. एनी डेफिनेशन जो आपको सही लगे, दैट इज अ प्रोसेस बाय विच नेशनल, रीजनल इकोनॉमी, सोसाइटी, कल्चर गेट्स ग्लोबली इंटरकनेक्टेड. हाउ? थ्रू मूवमेंट ऑफ ट्रेड, कॉमर्स, आइडिया, टेक्नोलॉजी. एंड टेक्नोलॉजी को हम हाईलाइट कर देंगे. इज दैट क्लियर? देन द क्वेश्चन सेज न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, artificial intelligence, internet of things, blockchain, machine learning, etc. Suppose करो you have not used this interpretation, even then if you are trying any new technology, maybe you will fetch marks. But अगर new technology पर जाएं तो usually हम कहते हैं artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, internet of things, etc. Is that very clear? Third thing, इसको पढ़ना है with respect to scarce resources in context of India. तो scarce resources क्या हो सकते हैं? Human resource, पर उसकी तो कोई कमी नहीं है इंडिया में, लेकिन एक कमी है skilled human resource. तो हमें क्योंकि इंडिया के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में पढ़ना है, कैन वी से skilled human resource. दूसरा, women are also a human resource, but because of patriarchal setup, women are not participating in labor market. So again there is a scarcity of human resource vis-a-vis women. Indian context है ना. Third, we can talk about natural resources also, because population is very high, so it creates lot of burden on the existing resources. Then it can be financial resources also. So choice is yours, how you intend to explore the topic. It's a 15 marker, it is giving you good scope to explore it. Is it making sense for everyone? Okay. Now, how can we start with, I thought that this linking statement is making relevance. See, you don't need to know what Zimmerman has said, but the perspective is very rightly said that you might not have resource, but you can create. क्योंकि क्वेश्चन स्केर्स रिसोर्स के कॉन्सेप्ट में है ना, तो मे बी वी डू नॉट हैव रिसोर्सेज, सो रिसोर्सेज आर नॉट, दे बिकम. So you might not have the resource, but by using the technology, you can create resource. And how do you get access to that technology? Globalization. क्योंकि क्वेश्चन क्या कह रहा है? Relationship between globalization and new technology. Can I say this relationship is two-way? Globalization की वजह से new technologies are getting diffused in different parts. And because of new technology, globalization is also getting strengthened. Is it making sense? For example, आपने कोविड वैक्सीन बनाई, लेकिन किसी कंट्री के पास नहीं थी, तो आपने वैक्सीन मैत्री प्रैक्टिस करी. तो आपकी नई टेक्नोलॉजी क्योंकि स्प्रेड हुई अदर पार्ट में, आपने ग्लोबलाइजेशन को स्ट्रेंथन किया. और ग्लोबलाइजेशन की वजह से यू आर गेटिंग एक्सेस टू न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी. फॉर एग्जाम्पल फ्रैकिंग टेक्नोलॉजी, हाइड्रोलिक फ्रैक्चरिंग जिसे कहते हैं, या ड्राई फार्मिंग विच वी आर गेटिंग फ्रॉम इजराइल. सो वी आर गेटिंग एक्सेस टू न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी एंड दैट इज पॉसिबल बिकॉज ऑफ ग्लोबलाइजेशन. So you have to establish this two-way relationship, how globalization is leading to diffusion of new technology and how new technology is enabling the strengthening of globalization. As simple as that. And in the subconscious mind, it would be scarce resource. Is it making sense for everyone? See? For example, Japan के पास कोई natural resource नहीं थे, but technology थी. It emerged as a developed nation. So if you have a technology, you can convert resources or you can create resources. That is what was my intention. Now just look at the points. हम ये कह सकते हैं, with new technology, section of human resource which was traditionally restricted, that is women, now will have the opportunity and their potential can be harnessed. That's one thing. दूसरा प्रॉब्लम जो यहाँ पर आ रहा है वो ये है, हमारे पास स्किल रिसोर्स नहीं है. क्या हम ये कह सकते हैं, बिकॉज ऑफ न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी द इंटायर प्रोसेस ऑफ लर्निंग कैन बी मेड कस्टमाइज्ड विच कैन इंप्रूव आवर लर्निंग आउटकम. सो अ नॉर्मल ह्यूमन रिसोर्स कैन बी ट्रांसफॉर्म्ड इनटू ह्यूमन कैपिटल which can contribute to the growth of country. Is it making sense for everyone what we are discussing? Then with globalization there has been diffusion of new technology, there has been rising domestic productivity, because of which the innovation landscape is getting reshaped. Even the developing countries are emerging as a hub for research and development. They are emerging hub for various patents. That's because of new technology. And how you are getting access to new technology? Globalization. ग्लोबलाइजेशन की वजह से ये जो कांस्टेंट व्यू है ना, कांस्टेंट व्यू इन जनरल कहता है कि द पावर इन द सोसाइटी इज ऑलवेज कांस्टेंट और द रिसोर्स इन द सोसाइटी इज ऑलवेज कांस्टेंट. सो इफ समवन इज गेनिंग, इट इज ऑलवेज एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ अदर्स. बट अब नहीं हो रहा. ग्लोबलाइजेशन की वजह से एनी टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट विच इज हैपनिंग इन एनी पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड इज रीचिंग अदर पार्ट्स. So anything development which takes place at one corner, it is causing benefit to the other areas. So that is the benefit, and vaccine मैत्री का example. Similarly, अब हम examples ले सकते हैं कहाँ पे AI जो है वो scarce resource को help करेगा. For example, supply chain management. अगर AI algorithm होगा तो आप predict कर सकते हो ना any kind of fluctuation in demand. So in that context you can manage your production, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी स्केर्स रिसोर्स हैं, वेस्ट नहीं होने चाहिए. तो सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट में एआई बहुत काम आ सकता है. सो इट इज इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ स्केर्स रिसोर्सेज. सिमिलरली ऑटो ड्राइविंग कार्स बाय टेस्ला, अगेन इट विल हेल्प अस विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू स्कैसिटी ऑफ फ्यूल्स. So that issue can be addressed. Similarly, medical research, AI can be very helpful. In fact, this new technology of AI can further strengthen globalization also, not only the problem of scarce resource. How can we say overseas जो trade होता है, that can improve if we have proper translation mechanisms. बहुत बार होता है ना, communication is lost because of a semantic barrier, which is nothing but the language barrier. So if AI is there, the issue of language barrier can be addressed. Further, the overseas trade can be enhanced, globalization can be strengthened. You have too many examples to be written. अगर AI हम supplement करेंगे अपने human labor को, तो जो human errors के potential हैं वो कम हो जाएंगे. That means limited resource में ज़्यादा productivity होगी, efficiency will automatically increase. That's the benefit of new technology. However, all that looks good, there are some challenges. So these were the potentials, but there are certain pitfalls. Social cost, environmental cost, जो e-waste है. फिर the cost of the new technology in the initial years is very high. It can only be availed by certain section of the society. Then if new technology improves your efficiency, then the cost per unit declines. And if cost per unit declines, then your consumption increases. So overall, the energy consumption and demand will increase. Is it making sense? Finally, you can conclude. Conclusion is your choice. कि हमें पता है कि there exists two-way relation between globalization and new technology. However, there are certain pitfalls which needs to be addressed. तो जो आपने 2-3 pitfalls लिखे होंगे, उन्हीं का solution provide कर दो. Answer is completed. Is it making sense for everyone? Can we proceed to the next question? पढ़ो. Read the question. Are tolerance, assimilation and pluralism the key elements in making of Indian form of secularism? Justify your answer. This is all about examples. Introduction is Indian form of secularism. पहले बता तो चले what is Indian form of secularism. So just be very specific. Do not beat around the bush. What is secularism? How there exist different models. One of the model is Indians. Come to the point. That Indian form of secularism, although inspired by Western origin, is rooted in unique socio-historic circumstances. Unlike West, where there exists complete separation, what exists in India is principled distance. There exist two concepts, Sarvadharm Sambhav and Dharm Nirpekshita. So we can talk about equal respect and protection for all religion, at the same time state neutrality or indifference for each religion. So we have clearly specified Indian form of secularism. अब हमें 3 paragraphs लिखने हैं या 3 subparts लिखने हैं. How tolerance, how assimilation, how pluralism has contributed to shaping this secularism. As simple as that. 15 marker है, 3 parts में आंसर डिवाइड कर दो. पहला आता है टॉलरेंस. तो मन में ना डेफिनेशन पता होनी चाहिए कि टॉलरेंस का क्या मतलब होता है. और अगर मुझसे पूछो तो मैं ये कहूंगी कि आइडियली एक लाइन में बता भी देना चाहिए, तो एग्जामिनर को भी ये क्लैरिटी हो जाएगी दैट व्हाट एग्जैक्टली यू मेंट, क्योंकि इट इज एन एनालिटिकल क्वेश्चन. जस्ट राइटिंग द एग्जाम्पल्स नहीं चलेगा, जस्टिफाई योर आंसर है तो पहले आर्ग्यूमेंट तो दे. तो यू कैन डिफाइन इन वन लाइन व्हाट इट मीन्स बाय टॉलरेंस. कोई स्टैंडर्ड डेफिनेशन अगर नहीं भी पता है तो बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग दैट विलिंगनेस टू टॉलरेट any new opinion or different beliefs or ideas with which you might not agree with. That is tolerance. अगर कोई पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आप अग्री कर रहे हो तो उसको टॉलरेट करना नहीं कहते हैं। जब आप डिसअप्रूव करते हो, डिसअग्री करते हो, फिर भी यू हैव द विलिंगनेस टू tolerate and accommodate that is known as tolerance. So India has always been a land of tolerance. और इस पे क्वेश्चन पहले भी पूछा जा चुका है। The spirit of love and tolerance is present in India since early times and even it is present today. Elaborate. आपको वहां पे भी एग्जाम्पल देने थे और बिल्कुल ऐसे ही एग्जाम्पल देने थे। एंशियंट इंडिया, मिडिएवल इंडिया, मॉडर्न इंडिया, पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस इंडिया, दैट पार्ट कुड हैव बीन रेप्लिकेटेड हियर। सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ PYQs, सेक्युलरिज्म पे पूछा जाएगा, ये भी पता चलता है क्योंकि हर साल ऑलमोस्ट पूछा जा रहा है, ठीक है, डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली, ठीक है। सो सेक्युलरिज्म इज फ्रॉम योर सिलेबस ऑल्सो, इट इज वेरी मच विद इन द रेल्म ऑफ द प्रोबेबल क्वेश्चंस। हाँ, ये मैं मान सकती हूं, कैसे पूछा जाएगा we cannot predict that. So in that context it is very important to prepare the keywords. Now anyway, you have studied your art and culture well, you have enough examples, art and culture हो गया, ancient medieval history हो गई, modern history हो गई, तो वहां के सारे एग्जाम्पल्स यहाँ पे काम आ जाते हैं। तो आप एंशियंट से समुद्रगुप्त का एग्जाम्पल, आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू वन एग्जाम्पल, यू कैन राइट एनी, यहाँ पे आपका डिस्क्रिशन है। सो ही वॉज अ डिवाउट फॉलोअर ऑफ हिंदुइज्म, however he granted permission to make Varman to establish Buddhist monastery. That shows tolerance. ठीक है। Similarly, late ancient or early medieval period, Harshvardhan, he was a devout follower of Shiv. Influenced by the conversation with Huan Sang, he accepted Mahayana Buddhism, but he did not come out of Hinduism. That shows his tolerance. Then medieval India, Krishna Dev Raya, he was a devout follower of Hinduism, but then also he recruited Muslims in his administration. Then modern India, we have leaders like Govind Rana De, Gopal Krishna, Gokhale, or for that matter, Gandhiji's secularism. That shows tolerance among different religious communities. Then you can give example, post-independence. India doesn't have any state religion. Article 25 to 28 shows the spirit of tolerance. आपके पास चॉइस है, आप एग्जाम्पल्स, फिर मैं रिपीट कर रही हूं, कुछ भी लिख सकते हो, बट मैंने एक एक एग्जाम्पल देके आपको आइडिया दिया कि इस तरह से अगर हम एवोल्यूशनरी पर्सपेक्टिव लिखते हैं ना, थोड़ा कोहेरेंट आंसर लगता है। बाकी आपकी मर्जी, कोई भी 2-3 एग्जाम्पल दे देना। असिमिलेशन से क्या मतलब है यार, पढ़ो पहले फिर बात करेंगे। Process by which individual groups of different cultural heritage are absorbed in dominant culture of society. मतलब फर्क होता है assimilation और integration में। Integration में your individual cultural identities are retained, but assimilation में your unique identities are lost. They are absorbed. तो इस बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए तुम लोगों को एग्जाम्पल देना था। तो मुझे क्या लगा, वो मैंने यहाँ पे मेंशन नहीं किया, लेकिन हम एग्जाम्पल दे सकते थे जो अभी मैंने दिया, दैट थारू एंड खासा ट्राइब्स, नाउ दे आर कंप्लीटली असिमिलेटेड विद इन हिंदुइज्म। दैट्स एन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ असिमिलेशन, right? Is it making sense? That example can be given. Similarly, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, he has emphasized on assimilation of minorities and downtrodden into the mainstream. अब आप बोलोगे downtrodden ये कैसे सेक्युलरिज्म से रिलेट, तो सेक्युलरिज्म की स्टैंडर्ड डेफिनेशन नहीं कहती है, इट इज डिवॉइड ऑफ एनी काइंड ऑफ डोमिनेशन बोथ विद इन द रिलीजन एंड बिटवीन द रिलीजन। तो विद इन द रिलीजन भी कोई डोमिनेशन नहीं होना चाहिए और बिटवीन द रिलीजन भी नहीं होना चाहिए, इसलिए माइनॉरिटीज एंड डाउन ट्रॉडन शुड बी असिमिलेटेड इन द मेन स्ट्रीम सोसाइटी। यू कैन राइट दोज एग्जाम्पल्स, चॉइस इज योर्स। इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? लेकिन एक पॉइंट मैं ऐड करना चाहती थी, आप नहीं भी करोगे तो चलेगा, एंड दैट इज कि ऑल्दो वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट असिमिलेशन, बट लार्जली इट इज इंटीग्रेशन विच इज बीइंग प्रैक्टिस्ड. Right? So although some of the tribes might have been assimilated, but largely their unique culture is still retained. उसी के लिए तो 5th schedule, 6th schedule और the special articles with respect to northeastern states, that's all because we are follower of integration. तभी तो पंचशील प्रिंसिपल्स आए थे सबसे पहली. इज दैट वेरी क्लियर? तो एक लाइन में अगर देना चाहो तो दे सकते थे, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मोर देन असिमिलेशन व्हाट वी आर प्रैक्टिसिंग इज इंटीग्रेशन, एटलीस्ट दैट्स व्हाट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सेज. ठीक है, सो यहां पे चॉइस आपकी है. that is more because of affirmative action rather than culture. That is more because of economic prosperity. वो एक difference आ सकता है. हाँ. Exactly. That's more because of economic opportunities. उसका एक reason है. ठीक है. Next, pluralism क्या होता है? पहले ये definition पढ़ो. पता है मैं I genuinely believe this and I'm sincerely saying is please prepare your definitions. क्योंकि मैंने अक्सर देखा है जब definitions और concepts पे command होता है ना, आप कोई भी एनालिटिकल क्वेश्चन आंसर कर सकते हो. आप एक बार इसकी डेफिनेशन पढ़ लो, आपको एग्जैक्टली आंसर मतलब एग्जांपल्स याद आ जाएंगे. आप डेफिनेशन पढ़ो. प्लूरलिज्म इज अ टर्म विच इज यूज्ड व्हेन स्मॉलर ग्रुप्स within the larger society are able to maintain their unique identity, comma, their values and practices are accepted by the dominant culture provided those values are in sync with the law and the values of the wider society. तो प्लूरलिज्म से यहां पे मतलब है कि एक तो हार्मोनियस एग्जिस्टेंस है डिफरेंट ग्रुप्स का, but at the same time smaller groups are able to preserve their identity. In fact their values and beliefs are also accepted by the dominant culture. अब जब ये बात बोलेंगे तो एग्जाम्पल्स अपने आप क्लियर हो जाएंगे. फॉर एग्जाम्पल फेयर एंड फेस्टिवल्स, दुर्गा पूजा, गणेश चतुर्थी, सेलिब्रेशन ऑफ क्रिसमस, न्यू ईयर बाय ऑल. तो मतलब इनके भी बिलीफ्स एंड प्रैक्टिसेस आर गेटिंग एक्सेप्टेड. ठीक. देन आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर. For example, cultural monuments like Ajanta cave paintings, it highlights the coexistence of different religious groups. For example, Hinduism, Jainism and Buddhism. आप अपने architecture से और example डाल दो, आपको जो डालना है. And then we can talk about linguistic and cultural rights as per Article 29 and 30 of the Constitution. अगर suppose करो कोई sociology optional का है, तो हम great tradition और little tradition भी mention कर सकते हैं. प्लूरलिज्म का मतलब है डोमिनेंट कल्चर. नहीं, बाकी नहीं घबराएंगे, ये मैं सिर्फ सोशियोलॉजी वालों के लिए बोल रही हूं कि अगर बाय चांस लिखना था, कुछ और नहीं सूझ रहा था, एंथ्रो वाले भी लिख सकते हैं, तो वो लिख सकते थे. तो प्लीज डोंट वरी, बाकी बहुत आंसर है इसमें, तो नहीं लिखोगे तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. मैं सिर्फ एक एग्जांपल दे रही हूं कि लिटिल ट्रेडिशन मतलब जो फोक ट्रेडिशन होता है, और ग्रेट ट्रेडिशन मतलब जो इलीट ट्रेडिशन होता है. तो एक प्रैक्टिस होती है यूनिवर्सलाइजेशन, जिसमें क्या होता है, लिटिल ट्रेडिशन के कल्चर को आप एक्सेप्ट करते हो तो विद इन द ग्रेट ट्रेडिशन. तो एक थिंकर हुआ करते हैं मैकम मैरियट, तो उन्होंने किशनगढ़ी विलेज में एक स्टडी करी. मैं जनरली टाइम पास मारते हैं 2 मिनट, तुम भी कहानी सुन लो. तो किशनगढ़ी विलेज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में एक स्टडी करी, तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि वहां पे ना फेस्टिवल ऑफ लाइट सेलिब्रेट होता था, और वहां की जो लोकल गॉडेस थी ऑफ वेल्थ, शी वॉज बीइंग रेवर्ड एंड प्रोफिशिएटेड. तो मैकम मैरियट ने कहा कि ये जो लोकल कल्चर है, मे बी दिस ओनली गॉट एक्सेप्टेड एट लार्जर लेवल, and that came to be known as, or people started worshipping goddess Lakshmi. पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ मैकम मैरियट था. ठीक है, उन्होंने एक स्टडी करी थी किशनगढ़ी विलेज में. तो अगर पता है तो ये सब नहीं लिखना था, सिर्फ इतना लिखना था दैट मेनी अ टाइम्स द लिटिल ट्रेडिशन गेट्स अब्सॉर्ब्ड इन द ग्रेट ट्रेडिशन, or little tradition practices are accepted by the great tradition. So this was a specific study which was done by Malcolm Marriott in context of Kishangarhi village. Is that very clear? तो ये पूरी राम कहानी नहीं, सिर्फ little और great tradition mention करना था तो कर सकते थे. That is your choice. Otherwise more than enough answer. Then we can conclude that difference does not mean conflict. Hence need is to accommodate differences, which can be done through tolerance, pluralism and assimilation. These 3 virtues are the 3 pillars of Indian secularism. ये बेसिकली कंक्लूजन इसलिए लिख रहे हैं कि जितना भी अभी तक लिखा है एग्जामिनर को बताना है कि वी आर स्टिल विद द डिमांड ऑफ द क्वेश्चन. तो जब हम आंसर लिख रहे होते हैं, जहां पे कहीं पे भी आपने पैराफ्रेज नहीं किया है, तो कंक्लूजन में जरूर कर दो LHS इज इक्वल टू RHS. हम नहीं करते थे, कभी कभी प्रूव नहीं भी हो रहा था तो भी LHS इज इक्वल टू RHS कि बाय डिफॉल्ट कहीं नंबर मिल जाए. ऐसी मजाक करूं, ऐसे नहीं करना एग्जाम में. लेकिन ऑल आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू से इज दैट इन कंक्लूजन प्लीज पैराफ्रेज द डिमांड ऑफ द क्वेश्चन. इज दैट क्लियर? चलो, वील क्विकली टेक द लास्ट क्वेश्चन. एनालाइज द सेलियंस ऑफ सेक्ट vis-a-vis caste, region, religion in Indian society. हाउ इज द क्वेश्चन? सेलियंस ऑफ सेक्ट, सिंपल एक चीज है कि बस सेक्ट की डेफिनेशन अगर पता है तो कुछ सोचा जा सकता है आगे, ठीक है, और नहीं पता है तो फिर ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। तो सेक्ट बस पता होना चाहिए कि इट इज एन ऑफशूट ऑफ एग्जिस्टिंग रिलीजन, इट इज अ ब्रेक अवे from the established religion due to disagreement with the core principles of the religion, as simple as that. Standard definition है, ठीक है। Then it says that members are expected to be deeply committed to the beliefs of the sect. Members, they join voluntarily, they adopt the lifestyle and the beliefs of the sect. Either you know the definition, there are two ways I have written, so whichever way you are comfortable, choice is yours. Or you can write, sect are defined as a small religious group of committed members who stand to dissent from the established religion and are guided by their own set of doctrines. Choice is yours, whichever definition. अब point ये आता है कि मैम sect हम पढ़ें क्यों, हमें कैसे पता था कि ये पढ़ने की जरूरत है। एक टॉपिक है salient feature, diversity in India. One of the diversity is religious diversity. Within religious diversity, there is inter-religious diversity and intra-religious diversity. What is that intra-religious diversity? Sects. तो सेक्ट पढ़ना था। अब आप बोलोगे इतना कौन पढ़ता है, तो पढ़ना तो पड़ेगा, ठीक। इसीलिए मैं कह रही हूँ, और ये बहुत बेसिक चीज है और इतना डिटेल में पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं थी। टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, अगर हम सेक्ट पढ़ भी लेते तो हम ये क्वेश्चन प्रिडिक्ट नहीं कर पाते। लेकिन अगर आपको सेक्ट की डेफिनेशन पता है, फीचर्स पता है और एग्जाम्पल्स पता है, आप कुछ तो आंसर लिख लेते। इसीलिए मैं बार बार कह रही हूं, दिस इज बेसिक मिनिमम विच कैन बी डन। सेलियंस का मतलब क्या होता है? प्रोमिनेंट, आउटस्टैंडिंग फीचर। तो हमें यह बताना है सेक्ट के फीचर्स जो आउटस्टैंडिंग हो विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू कास्ट। देखो, इस पे कोई स्टैंडर्ड कंटेंट नहीं है, इट ऑल डिपेंड्स अपॉन द इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ द क्वेश्चन। सो वी हैव ट्राइड टू इंटरप्रेट द क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम डिफरेंट डायमेंशंस। तो लेट्स जस्ट सी, we can start with what do we mean by caste. It's a system of social stratification, क्योंकि अगर कंपैरिजन करना है तो पहले पता तो हो what is caste. So it's a system of social stratification based on principles of purity and pollution. There are certain character, और ये सब हम नॉर्मली सोसाइटी पढ़ोगे तो ये सब करते हैं, यूजुअली सब करते हैं। तो क्या थे हम? हाँ, सिस्टम ऑफ सोशल स्ट्रैटिफिकेशन बेस्ड ऑन प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ प्योरिटी एंड पोल्यूशन। देर आर सर्टन कैरेक्टरिस्टिक फीचर, देर इज हायरार्की, ऑक्यूपेशनल डिविजन ऑफ लेबर, कॉमनसैलिटी, ठीक है, दैट इज, और मतलब दिस इज व्हाट, और हायरार्की, दिस, और एंडोगेमी। यू कैन टॉक अबाउट दीज फीचर्स ऑफ द कास्ट सिस्टम। चॉइस इज योर्स, विच एवर वे यू वॉन्ट टू राइट। अब यहां पे ना एक थ्योरी से नहीं घबराना, ठीक है, मैं सिर्फ जस्टिफिकेशन दे रही हूं पॉइंट का, ठीक है। एक कॉन्सेप्ट एग्जिस्ट करता है, थियोडिसी ऑफ डिसप्रिविलेज। तो थियोडिसी ऑफ डिसप्रिविलेज को छोड़ दो, मुद्दे की बात कर लेते हैं। सेक्ट क्यों इमर्ज करता है और कहां इमर्ज करता है? तो लोग ये बोले कि कभी कभी देर इज सर्टन सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी विच माइट फील दैट दे आर नॉट गेटिंग एक्सेस टू द इकोनॉमिक रिवॉर्ड्स, they are not able to fully participate in the activities of the society, so then they feel very disenchanted. So it is believed often these people become the part of sect, because sect offers them the solution to their problem. And caste से relate करना है तो हम ये कह सकते हैं that with respect to sect it has been seen that largely it has attracted the members from the lower caste. Is it making sense? Similarly, sects are providing you new perspective. Caste जो होता है वो rigid होता है. Caste system is already existing. Sect is providing you a new perspective. Caste is already been in place. There are different theories. In fact, one of the theory of caste is divine origin theory of caste. But sect is emerging to accommodate the social changes in the society. For example, an idea gets propagated that this caste-based discrimination needs to be abolished. So this propagation of new idea which is emerging led to the emergence of various sects. So with respect to caste, you need to establish the significant components of the sect. तो एक पॉइंट हम ये लिख सकते हैं. Similarly, नेक्स्ट एक चीज है कि हमें क्योंकि कास्ट से कंपेयर करना है, एवरीबडी अवेयर कि कास्ट का एस्क्रिप्टिव नेचर होता है. यू आर बोर्न इनटू योर कास्ट. So it might happen you are born in the sect also, but even then you have the choice also to choose your sect. So you do have an agency to practice that discretion where you can choose your sect. जब फर्स्ट टाइम आप मेंबर बनते हो या कोई नया सेक्ट आता है तो चॉइस होती है ना उसका मेंबर बनने की. तो अगर हम कास्ट से कंपेयर करें, मैं सिर्फ एक आइडिया देना चाह रही हूं कि हम इन डायमेंशंस पे एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हैं. जैसे कि कास्ट में ऑक्यूपेशनल डिवीजन ऑफ लेबर होता है. सेक्ट में एज सच कुछ कहा नहीं गया कि देयर हैज टू बी अ हायरार्की बेस्ड ऑक्यूपेशनल डिवीजन ऑफ लेबर. सिमिलरली कास्ट इज अ सिस्टम ऑफ स्ट्रैटिफिकेशन where different caste are arranged in different layers or hierarchy. सेक्ट में ऐसा कोई हायरार्किकल अरेंजमेंट नहीं होता. हाँ, विद इन द सेक्ट भी अगर देखें तो कोई ऐसी हायरार्की नहीं होती पेड ऑफिशियल्स की. इतना हो सकता है दैट इफ देयर एग्जिस्ट अ सेंट्रलाइज्ड अथॉरिटी देन इट इज इन द हैंड्स ऑफ द कैरिज्मेटिक लीडर. एंड दीज आर द स्टैंडर्ड थ्योरेटिकल सपोर्ट ऑफ द आंसर. ठीक है, तो इतना डिटेल हमें तब पता होती है जब हम सोशियोलॉजी पढ़ते हैं, अदरवाइज हमको नहीं पता होती. तो कोई बात नहीं, पॉइंट यहां पे ये नहीं था एस्टैब्लिश करना कि सोशियोलॉजी के स्टूडेंट्स के पास अपर हैंड है. एब्सोल्युटली नॉट, वो पॉइंट नहीं था. पॉइंट ये है कि अगर ये सब नहीं भी पता, पर हमें ये पता है कि सेक्ट को कास्ट से कंपेयर करना है, तो अगर हमें कास्ट के फीचर्स पता है कि वहां हायरार्की है, ऑक्यूपेशनल डिवीजन ऑफ लेबर है, एस्क्रिप्टिव स्टेटस है, तो कॉमन सेंस लगा के भी थोड़ा सा कंपैरिजन किया जा सकता है. ठीक है, क्योंकि ये करना पड़ेगा, वहां पे हमको प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड यूज करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि हर बार क्वेश्चंस प्रिडिक्ट नहीं किए जा सकते हैं. इज दिस वेरी क्लियर? ठीक है. कुछ ऐसे सेक्ट्स थे जो इमर्ज किए टू चैलेंज द कास्ट ऑर्डर, बट कुछ ऐसे सेक्ट्स भी थे जो इमर्ज किए टू रीइंस्टेट द कास्ट ऑर्डर. Is that clear? So we can say that since the sect are constituting people depending upon their caste, so sect is also emerging from your caste identities. One of the conclusion can be this. So this is salience of sect vis-a-vis caste. अब आप इसको किसी भी डायमेंशन पे एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हो because you don't have a standard content on this. This is purely on the basis of what is caste, what is sects, what are their features, and a comparative analysis. Is this clear? Next, salience of sect with respect to a region. अब इसको सोचा गया कि एक रीजन ये हो सकता है कि भाई जहां पे इनइक्वालिटीज देखी गई, चाहे वो कोई भी इनइक्वालिटी हो, कास्ट बेस्ड हो, जेंडर बेस्ड हो, उन रीजन्स में एमर्जेंस ऑफ सेक्ट वाज वेरी हाई. ठीक है, दैट इज वन रीजन. एक और रीजन देखा गया कि इवन अमंग द अफ्लुएंट रीजन्स ऑल्सो एमर्जेंस ऑफ सेक्ट वाज देयर. उसका रीजन था, इट वाज बिलीव्ड, द यहां पे थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिव डेप्रिवेशन लगती है, थोड़ा सोचना सेंस बनाएगा. वो ये कह रहा था कि मिडिल क्लास जो लोग थे उनको अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिल रही थी, देवर इन, मतलब अर्निंग वाज आल्सो वेरी हाई, एवरीथिंग वाज देयर, बट विथ दैट मटीरियल प्रॉस्पेरिटी, लोनलीनेस, एंजाइटी. So they were feeling deprived not on material prospects but spiritual prospect. So they were looking for sect in order to reinforce those collective sentiments. So even among the affluent section of the society or the region of the society where progress has been made, kyunki people were feeling spiritually deprived, it led to the emergence of sect. So it was relative deprivation both at the top as well as at the bottom. सोचो, लिख सकते हैं कि नहीं लिख सकते? ठीक है. सिमिलरली there were also the reason why the sect have emerged in those areas where foreign rule was present or invasion of foreign rules or the political predominance. So with respect to caste 2-3 points लिखो, with respect to region 2-3 points लिखो, and finally with respect to religion. तो रिलीजन के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में तो सबको पता ही है, क्योंकि ये बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ सेक्ट है दैट इट इज एन ऑफशूट ऑफ द रिलीजन. नाउ देयर कैन बी टू टाइप ऑफ हाउ शुड आई पुट इट आर्ग्यूमेंट्स. वन, सेक्ट्स इमर्जिंग फ्रॉम न्यू रिलीजन एंड सेक्ट्स इमर्जिंग फ्रॉम एस्टैब्लिश्ड रिलीजन, एंड बोथ ऑफ द आर्ग्यूमेंट्स कैन बी मेंशन्ड. देन यू कैन फर्दर गो अहेड एंड मेंशन दैट हाउ सेक्ट्स आर शॉर्ट लिव्ड. So many a times either sect is merged with the existing religion or they become a religion. For example, we must have read in the newspaper that Lingayat sects are demanding the status of minority religion. So that is because some sects, they merge in the religion, and some sects, they become the religion. So that is why one of the demand has been created. क्योंकि religion से link करना है, हम बात कर सकते हैं. फिर आपने दो arguments दिए कि religion क्यों as in sect is emerging among the new religion, and why sect is emerging among the established religion, and then you can give the examples. So whether it is Buddhism, Jainism or Hinduism, you have sects which are present. Then we can also say that emergence of sect can also be for reviving the traditional religion, or it can be re-legitimizing the traditional religion. For example, Shaktism, which was worship of goddess Shakti. So there can be different reasons which could have been written. Again, it's a 15 marker. दो 3 points भी लिखोगे तो चलेगा. Choice is yours. And finally, you can conclude that what is the significance of the sect. So sect has promoted democratization of traditional hierarchical practices based on region, religion and caste, and are shining example of pluralism and multiculturalism. Having said that, I will accept that this question was slightly challenging, okay, even for the optional people also, but since it is being asked, we have to be prepared. So I would give you the final takeaway. First, please be thorough with the syllabus. Second takeaway, please watch the session on YouTube where I have told how to approach Indian society, in which the syllabus has been deconstructed. Please watch that. Okay? तीसरा, whatever important concepts are there, please prepare. वो कहते नहीं डिक्शनरी टाइप की अल्फाबेटिकल ऑर्डर्स में क्या कॉन्सेप्ट, और ज्यादा नहीं, कोई भी 50 इंपॉर्टेंट टर्म्स विच कैन रेगुलरली बी यूज डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द सिलेबस. इतना तो इन्वेस्टमेंट कर सकते हैं ना यार, 75 मार्क्स हैं, ठीक है. सो आप, और कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है 90 भी, क्योंकि एक बार 90 मार्क्स भी पूछा गया था. You will prepare the concept, you will prepare 2-3 features and 2-3 examples. That's more than enough. इतना minimum आप तैयार करोगे. Next important thing, please practice PYQs. Because PYQs are going to help you in two ways. One, it gives you the idea what kind of question is asked. Second, it gives you the idea how a particular topic has to be prepared. And sometime there can be overlapping with respect to what has already been asked. So it makes your attempt slightly easier. Is that very clear? And lastly, please practice answer writing. Because many a times you know the answer, but how to write it in 10 marker or a 15 marker becomes the challenge. And while writing the answer, more than the time limit in the initial stage, you should focus on the structure. और क्यों मैं बोल रही हूँ writing practice करने को? The more you practice, you get the command on the language. The more you get the command on the language, you can express more in less words. Next and last thing, there is nothing called jargons. So please don't be afraid of learning the vocabulary or terminology of Indian society paper. उसका reason है. When you know the established vocabulary, with one word you can explain the entire statement. So you are saving out on space also and words also. Is this very clear? I'll ask the team to upload this PPT, and this would be available on the Telegram channel also. And I think you guys have access to my Telegram channel. This would be uploaded by evening. So please go through this. And again, one last thing. This is not the sacrosanct answers. This is our perspective to the question. There can be altogether different answers to this. Every kind of perspective is welcomed. Is that very clear? Okay. Wish you all the very best. I hope this discussion has added some value to your preparation. Take care, people.
Check my check. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, we are going to discuss the questions which have come in the UPSC mains, the modern Indian history part. So, 3 questions have come. 2 questions they are from modern Indian history, and 1 question is an amalgamation of MIH and post-independence India. Right. So, see, the first thing that I would like to begin with is, how is it that UPSC always asks new questions? Despite UPSC being there for so many years, how is UPSC able to ask new questions? And how is UPSC able to beat, for example, the, so mमनी टेस्ट सीरीज आर देयर, ठीक है, तो जरूरी थोड़ी कि बट फिर भी नया क्वेश्चन आ जाता है, व्हाई सच न्यू क्वेश्चंस आर देयर? सो बेसिकली देयर इज ओनली वन मूल मंत्र एज पर मी, ठीक है, टू क्लियर यूपीएससी, ठीक है, जो मैंने सीखा है, ठीक है, लकीली किया भी था एग्जाम क्लियर. तो मूल मंत्र इज व्हाट? हॉरिजॉन्टल एंड वर्टिकल. माने कि we always study each and every subject in a vertical manner, be it polity, be it society, be it history. That means one particular, let's say if we take the example of polity, then fundamental rights, then we study vertically, that this article, this article, this article. History we study vertically, pre-1857 revolts, then 1857 revolts, then post-1857 Indian national movement, socio-religious reforms, we study vertically. And what UPSC does? UPSC asks questions horizontally. So therefore, imagine that you have typed notes of all of your preparation, and then UPSC asks a question, let's say on women. So you do Control F, and wherever women appears, right, that becomes your essay, right? So do a Control F on women. From history, you find that, okay, what was the historical struggles of women? Do a Control F on polity on women, you find that how the Constitution of India guards the rights of the women. You do Control F on the laws and schemes, and you find out that how the present laws and schemes, they assist the women. You do Control F on international organizations ke notes. There you might find out some organizations or some work by the international organizations in favor of the women, be it United Nations or be it any other organization, and therefore you will be able to write essay. The language of the essay can be this or that, but ultimately content will come from here only. And therefore this is what the theme of the modern Indian history is today. So therefore that's why if a student always focuses on the why, if the student always focuses on simplifying the complex English language, breaking it down into Desi language, relating it to our day-to-day lives, if international relations are there, so therefore look at relations between your family and the neighboring family. In international relations it is said, my neighbor's neighbor is my friend. It is there also. ऊपर से पानी टपक रहा है, मैं दुखी हूँ अपने नेबर से, ठीक है, और उसका नेबर उससे दुखी है. So therefore we both can come together and do chugal. So neighbor's neighbor is friend, right? So basically why the purpose is what? The purpose is simple, that can we simplify it down, can we get rid of the complex English, can we get rid of all of these things, and can we see it in our daily lives, right? Because ultimately nation is summation of people who feel one, nation is summation of families, and therefore the way nation behaves, the very similar ways families and neighborhoods also behave. Anyways, coming down to the core topic, so for example if we take up the first question, question number 2 has come, which states, why did armies of British East India Company, mostly comprising of Indian soldiers, win consistently against the more numerous and better equipped armies of then Indian rulers? Give reasons, right? So therefore here what is the theme? Theme is, till now, by following the past year questions of UPSC, trying to follow the shortcuts, students, they came out with this thing that UPSC asked mains questions only post 1857, at max pre 1857 revolts, but apart from this, pre 1857 for the prelims and post 1857 for mains, right? And but UPSC ने ऐसा कहीं लिखा तो है नहीं, तो UPSC ने पूछ लिया, ठीक है, UPSC ने पूछ लिया. And there what till now students, they used to do rote learning, right? That okay, Anglo-Maratha, you begin with, for example, Battle of Plassey 1757, Battle of Buxar 1764, then you deal with the Carnatic Wars, 3 Carnatic Wars from your 1746 to 1763, Then you talk about, let's say, First Anglo-Maratha War 1775 to 1782. Then you talk about the First Anglo-Mysore War 1766 to 1769, Second Anglo-Mysore War 1780 to 1784, Third Anglo-Mysore War 1789 to 1792, Fourth Anglo-Mysore War 1798-99. Then you talk about Second Anglo-Maratha War 1803 to 1805, Third Anglo-Maratha War 1817 to 1819, Sikh War 1845, Second Sikh War 1849. Right, Burma War 1823-1824, and like this rote learner, that's it. But here, what do you focus upon? A student would have, who would have focused upon that, okay, this is a war, what are the reasons for the war? And what are the consequences of the war? In simple terms, I need to understand that. So therefore, only that student would be able to answer this particular question. Right? So through vertical studies of the wars are there, the student who is focusing on one particular theme, that why are the Britishers winning? It's a very natural, curious question which would come to your mind. Bhai, aisa ho kya raha hai that we are losing? Right? And this thing is also there, that the British Indian Army, it is having sepoys. So kya hai? Lack of nationalism hai, kya reason hai? The student who would have focused upon this would have been able to find out. So what is the answer to this particular question? First aspect that comes into operation is, for example, if you focus upon what you call as interlinkages of the topics. So we are discussing question number 2, interlinkages of subjects. So as a student, I compare world history and I compare world history and I compare with Indian history. And I find out that in the case of China, the Britishers, they did not try, there were other reasons also, but the Britishers, they did not try to conquer China the way they conquered India. And this part is part of world history. And one of the reasons was existence of a strong central authority for the whole of China. Then I see that in the case of Japan, Meiji Restoration 1868, Japan tried to do what? The first thing that it tried to do to escape colonialism by the foreign powers was to establish a strong central government through the Meiji Restoration of 1868. And then I interconnect this, if I am studying as a student, this thing is not to be done in the exam, right? This thing, if it happens in exam, fine. But at least during course of preparation, we should focus upon this. In 1686, first instance when the East India Company tried to fight the Indians was 1686 when it targeted the Mughal army. And at that point of time, Aurangzeb was present, right? And Aurangzeb was a strong central ruler, right? That means the Mughal army was still strong, right? So we are talking about the military capability here. And there the East India Company, it lost and it realized that they have committed a mistake, right? It is a separate matter that Aurangzeb pardoned them. He was दूरदर्शिता उस तरीके से उस प्रकार से नहीं थी, right? But there also we saw that whenever there is a strong central authority, the East India Company is on the back foot, right? And then as part of our syllabus, you would have studied about decline of Mughals, that is decline of central authority from 1707, right? You would have studied that how after 1761, decline of the mighty Marathas is taking place after the third battle of Panipat, because after 1740, Mughal power was nothing. Everything was the Maratha power. The top all India power was the Maratha power. Would they decline? And see, this is coinciding with the rise of the East India Company. 1757 Battle of Plassey, Battle of Buxar 1764, and all the battles are taking place after that, right? So therefore, one of the aspect that comes into operation is in the exam we are going to simply write down that introduction can be basically summary of our answer. So introduction, it can be, it can be a summary that summarizing all the things, right? That you can mention that British East India Company British East India Company raised its own army beginning 1750s, and much of it and all of this army or most of this army consisted of the Indian sepoys. Yet Indian sepoys, while on the other side there were multiple Indian rulers with large armies, still East India Company won all or most of the wars. Following are the reasons. So this can be a simple introduction, right? So therefore, see, if in the exam if you are not able to find an introduction, two easy methods are there. One method is you simply rephrase the question. You simply rephrase the question. जो उन्होंने बोला है वो आप बोल दो different language में. हो गया introduction. ठीक. Second is if you know your answer, then write the summary of it in 3 lines, and that can become your introduction. And same thing can be there in the conclusion also. If you are able to find some interesting introduction, fine. Otherwise, these are 2 standard simple ways where you're not offending anyone and you're giving out an introduction. So therefore, first component that comes into operation is lack of strong central authority. Lack of strong central authority post 1761. That becomes the first aspect, right? And if you want to elaborate upon it, you can mention, but marks are only 10 and words are only 150, right? So therefore, because इसमें आप simply लिख सकते हैं, since there was lack of strong central authority, therefore Indian armies were divided into multiple armies and there was not one single army the Britishers were fighting, right? Because question में भी वही लिखा हुआ है, more numerous and better equipped armies. Army नहीं, armies, right? So lack of strong central authority means simply common sense है, एक army नहीं है, multiple armies हैं. Second component that you can mention is that fine, East India Company started developing its army after 1752 onwards. Robert Clive was the main person, वैसे जिसने who built the army. The answer is Royal Military, because Royal Military gave support to the East India Company. East India Company भाड़े पे hire करती थी रॉयल मिलिट्री को, ठीक है. That means it used to hire the Royal Military. So yes, EIC army was small, but when you are adding the Royal Military to it, if it is coming from Britain to assist the, plus it is used to be present, Royal Navy used to be present in Indian Ocean also. So when they are coming to assist the East India Company, so therefore that is tilting the balance of power in favor of the East India Company. So therefore second component that comes in, that is the support of Royal Military. That is Royal Military of Britain. And there you can mention reasons that why they were supporting. The first component that comes into operation is, for example, EIC hired it. That is the one aspect, because East India Company hired it. And second component that you can talk about is Britain-France rivalry. Connect world history. What are Carnatic Wars? Carnatic Wars, third Carnatic War, which is taking place around your 1756 to 63. That is nothing but part of the 7-year global war, right? So Britain and France, they are fighting against each other all across the world. So they are fighting in India also. So Carnatic War is nothing but it is part and parcel of the 7-year global war, interlinkage between world history and modern history. So therefore, because Britain is fighting France all across the world, so therefore Britain also wants to fight France in India, and India is important for the trade of the Britishers, and therefore the Royal Military was present in India, right, during the time period of the Carnatic Wars, 1756 to 1763, right. So therefore that is also there. So in general you can mention that whenever there was this Britain-France rivalry or international rivalries, they brought Royal Military onto the Indian soil, giving edge to the East India Company, right. And you can give example, Carnatic Wars were because of, Carnatic Wars were not fought between Indian, yes, some minor participation of Carnatic Wars, but it was majorly between Britain and France. So look at the years of Battle of Plassey 1757 and look at the years of the Carnatic Wars, 1757 and 1756 to 63. So Robert Clive is using the Royal Military to defeat Bengal army in Battle of Plassey. वो क्या कर रही है वहाँ पे Royal Military? Why is the Royal Military present India में? Because of Britain-France rivalry. So therefore Britain-France की जो rivalry थी, because of this rivalry, the EIC army was present, and you can give example of Battle of Plassey. You can also talk about Battle of Buxar 1764. So therefore their army is small, but when they are getting the help of the Royal Military, so therefore they become better, they get the strength. Third component, battles are not only won by the people who are fighting on the ground. Otherwise, there would not have been any need of any military general. So therefore, political strategy also wins battle. So therefore, next what you can talk about is political strategy of divide and rule. Political strategy of divide and rule. And second component, right, that you can talk about is the policy of building military alliances with the Indian rulers. Policy of building military alliances with the Indian rulers. So this can be your heading of your point. policy of divide and rule, and military alliances, and then you can mention the first point. So for example, here you can mention British made use of disputes within a state and disputes between the states to their advantage. Example, so there you can talk about, so succession, so you can mention this particular sentence, that succession disputes and factionalism created or provided opportunity for the Britishers for the above. कैसे? बहुत सारे examples हैं, depending on the space you choose. For example, if you begin with the first Anglo-Maratha War, 1775-82, so there Raghunath Rao wanted to regain Peshwaship, and therefore he went to the East India Company in Bombay to get help and signed the Treaty of Surat, right? And therefore, as a result, opportunity is being made available to the Britishers to interfere and to start a war, right? So therefore, that is one of the aspects. So you can talk about 1775-82, first Anglo-Maratha War. They don't gain any military advantage as such, but it becomes a reason. So इसको mention करना है कर सकते हैं, नहीं mention करना नहीं कर सकते हैं. But इसी जैसी चीजें बहुत सारी और help करेंगी. For example, and इसको हम end कैसे कर सकते हैं? So this war is being fought with the result of Treaty of Salbai that created a military alliance between the British and the Marathas. So therefore you see, ना रघुनाथ राव गए होते, ना फर्स्ट एंग्लो मराठा वॉर हुई होती, ना ट्रीटी ऑफ सालबाई हुई होती, और ना ही जो है neither the ultimate military alliance would have taken place. So therefore now there is a military alliance between Marathas, and therefore the British East India Company army खुद में तो छोटी है, but now it has support of the Marathas. Second example that you can mention is, for example, Second Anglo-Maratha War. So you can pick a theme since you are talking about Marathas. So Second Anglo-Maratha War, 1803 to 1805. Here Mr. Bajirao too wanted to regain Peshwaship, and therefore he signed subsidiary alliance with Wellesley, that is with Britishers, right? Plus, just before this particular war, because of a succession dispute, just before this war, because of succession dispute, Gaikwad of Baroda, who is a Maratha Sardar, he also signed subsidiary alliance in 1802. And therefore, one of the Maratha Sardar is now on the side of, militarily he is now on the side of the Britishers because of succession dispute. Then you can talk about, for example, Travancore. So Travancore 1805, subsidiary alliance was signed. Why? In return for help for suppressing a revolt by Nair troops. So therefore, be it because of politicians or be it because of any other reason, if there was a domestic turmoil, Indian states, they sought the help of East India Company, therefore providing the East India Company with the opportunity to set up an military alliance, and therefore in the subsidiary alliance there is a military alliance also, and East India Company's army, it is stationed and it is paid for by the Indian state, right? So Travancore के साथ subsidiary alliance in return for help against Nair troops का revolt को suppress करने के लिए. So therefore this is an example. Another second component that you can mention within this, policy of ring fence plus policy of subsidiary alliance led to military alliances. Here we mentioned subsidiary alliance with the focus on that factionalism and succession disputes, they are leading to subsidiary alliance, that is a military alliance. Now we can talk about that the British policy of ring fence and subsidiary alliance, it resulted in military alliances which strengthened the East India Company. And here we can mention that, for example, 1765 Treaty of Allahabad, it resulted in a military alliance with Awadh. Then we can mention that because of the fear of the neighbors, Hyderabad signed subsidy alliance in 1798 because of fear of Marathas and Mysore. Because of fear of Marathas and Mysore. Next, you can mention that they were able to defeat Mysore. East India Company was able to defeat Mysore, especially in the third Anglo-Mysore War and the fourth Anglo-Mysore War, or in general you can mention that by 1799 the East India Company was able to defeat Mysore because of its alliance with Hyderabad and Marathas and EIC. And therefore we can write a sentence that because of disunity between the Indian states, because of lack of nationalism, modern nationalism among the rulers, right, not the people, among the rulers, and power politics and regional rivalries, East India Company was provided with opportunities where it could enter into military alliances, and therefore its own army might have been small, but it is able to take help of Indians to defeat the Indian powers one by one, right? So therefore this aspect can be mentioned. Then in general you can mention that economic capability. So this is political opportunity. In your mind your answer should be structured political opportunity. Next component that comes into operation is economic capability. So how are you getting the economic capability? So there you can mention that after the Plassey plunder, which began in 1757 and it is continuing till 1765, plus getting new source of income, that is land revenue of Bengal, Odisha, Bihar via Treaty of Allahabad 1765 after Battle of Buxar, the East India Company now has additional source of income to raise a large army. And plus in general you can mention, plus via subsidiary alliance you are maintaining an army on expense of the Indian states. So therefore this is an economic perspective. Here talk about essay only from economic perspective, subsidiary alliance only from economic perspective. कि मेरा कुछ खर्चा नहीं आ रहा, I am not required to spend any money, but my army is maintained, right, under subsidiary alliance because the Indian state they used to pay for it, right. Next component that comes into operation is, you can also talk about sepoys. So therefore why the Britishers were very successful. So when we are studying for history, there we find out that Mr. Jagat Seth was the primary force behind the defeat of Sirajuddaulah in Battle of Plassey. Why there was such good relationship between Jagat Seth and the East India Company? Because East India Company believed in paying back money taken on loan on time, right? They knew how to be professional businesses. Whereas Indian Nawab को पैसा दे दो, Indian merchant को पैसा दे दो, वो timely return नहीं कर रहे हैं. तो anyways, यहाँ पे क्या logic है इसका? यहाँ पे logic है, it is mentioned in the books that sepoys of the East India Company were paid more, plus they were paid regularly. Whereas, for example, in the Carnatic Wars, French, they did not pay their sepoys, they were unpaid for months, which reduces the morale of the sepoys. So therefore one component that you can mention, that sepoys, they were paid salary, A, more, and second, regularly. So therefore the morale, loyalty is high. So on both sides Indian sepoys are there, but this is the difference on the EIC side. This is the difference on the EIC side. दोनों side में Indian sepoys. Second component that comes into operation is, for example, as a student I have studied about Hyder Ali modernizing his army, converting the army organization into risalas. हर बच्चा पढ़ता है, ठीक है? It is based on the Western model, French model. So fine, Indian armies might be more numerous, Indian armies might be better equipped, but when it comes to military command, when it comes to organization, aspects of clear chain of command, so in this particular scenario, the European armies, they were better than the Indian armies. So you can simply mention this particular point. Then you can also talk about, अब कुछ ऐसा अभी ज़रूरी, ये लास्ट वाला पॉइंट ज़रूरी नहीं है मेन स्ट्रीम, बट फॉर एग्जाम्पल the Britishers, they used to have this. For example, if you read Veer Savarkar's Indian War of Independence 1909, there Veer Savarkar mentions that whenever the British armies, they came with bayonets. Bayonets माने मतलब ठीक है, आपको इतना पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है हिस्ट्री के लिए, इतना थोड़ी डिटेल में पढ़ोगे, बट मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि दिस पॉइंट इज बोनस. You want to mention, mention. Don't want to mention, don't mention. Right. So when the British soldiers, they, or the sepoys on the British side, they came with bayonets. Bayonets means the sword which is attached, the knife which is attached in front of the gun. Right. So whenever they used to fire first, and whenever in close compact they came, so in a column, they would move towards, one by one, they will move towards the opposition army. And this was a big threat, or this was considered as a big problem by the Indian sepoys who were opposed to the Firangis. So therefore such things, so you can mention that modern weapons like for example use of bayonets. फिर एक टेक्निक होती थी इनकी ग्रेप शॉट. ग्रेप शॉट, ग्रेप्स, सो शॉटगन तो पता है ना, शॉटगन, काउंटर स्ट्राइक तो खेला होगा आप लोगों ने. सो व्हेन यू हैव काउंटर स्ट्राइक में शॉटगन, वो दीवार पे जाके बुश करते हो तो बहुत सारी गोलियां एक साथ आती है ना, ग्रेप शॉट. सो अंगूर का गुच्छा, ग्रेप शॉट, दैट मीन्स मल्टीपल बुलेट्स सिंगल टाइम. राइट, वो एक बार लगे तो गए हो. राइट, सो देयरफॉर यूज ऑफ ग्रेप शॉट. सो गन्स विच यूज ग्रेप शॉट. Then during the 1857 revolt, we have all studied that New Enfield rifle, New Enfield rifle, New Enfield rifle. उससे पहले क्या था भाई? कभी किसी स्टूडेंट, आप में से कितने स्टूडेंट्स को पता है कि न्यू एनफील्ड राइफल से पहले क्या था? What was there before the New Enfield rifle? Which gun was replaced by the New Enfield rifle? Brown breast musket. I am super proud of you. Why? This is rote learning actually, ना? People have converted history into rote learning. अरे UPSC test the curiosity, right? हम हर बार पढ़ रहे हैं रट्टे में, अपने नोट्स में भी लिखा हुआ है न्यू एनफील्ड राइफल. अरे नेचुरल क्यूरियोसिटी आना चाहिए ना, न्यू है तो इससे पहले क्या था, है ना? सो बट एनीवेज द यूज ऑफ ब्राउन बेस मस्केट, दिस गन वाज वेरी गुड फॉर द ब्रिटिशर्स, राइट, बिफोर 1857. एंड देन there is something called file firing. File firing mane this. So what the Britishers they will do, they will organize the soldiers like this, and these soldiers they will continue to fire here. Right, so आपको लगेगा जैसे वो बाहुबली में दिखाता है ना, बहुत सारे तीर आ रहे हैं एक साइड से. What is file firing? File firing या फिर इंग्लिश मूवीज में, या फिर आपने देखो ना ऐसे वो गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स में ऐसे करते हैं, ठीक है, और ऐसे बारिश हो जाती है, रेन ऑफ तीर होता है. सो इमेजिन दैट इफ इट इज बीइंग डन, रेन ऑफ एरोज, if it is being, thank you, if it is being done with the help of guns. So therefore let's say in such a column we are arranged and we constantly fire and we are moving ahead. So therefore constant firing. So this proved to be a big problem. So anyway, but this is a bonus point, you may not mention, may mention, may not mention, you may not know about it, it's okay. But simply you can mention that maybe initially the Indian armies, they were better equipped, but you know, gradually their technology was better. And last point, you can mention some tactical mistakes. What are the tactical mistakes? For example, in the Battle of Buxar, 1764, Mir Qasim, right, who was a good commander, he requested this person, Shuja-ud-Dawla. Shuja-ud-Dawla was this 8 feet tall man, right? His only thing was that, you know, he could lift 2 people with 2 hands, right? तो ऐसा मतलब, ठीक है, Shuja-ud-Dawla. बट वो जितना बॉडी से मोटा था उतना दिमाग से भी मोटा था, मतलब ठीक है. तो मतलब इन द सेंस कि मतलब अब वो मीर कासिम, ही इज टेलिंग मिस्टर शुजा-उद-दौला दैट भाई प्लीज you should follow defensive strategy. That is, in 1761 Battle of Panipat, in Buxar, the Britishers, they were in a fort, right? So simply cut off their supply lines and wait once they are out of their supplies, right? So all preparations had been done as per this defensive strategy, right? That is, once the food is not there, they will come out. But then he got impatient. He's like, I am the person who has been victorious in the third battle of Panipat 1761, right? Look at my dole shole, अभी क्या है? So therefore change the strategy at the last moment. So therefore simply point you can mention tactical mistakes example, not following defensive strategy in battle of Buxar, some tactical mistakes. बाकी ऐसे ठीक है, इफ हिस्ट्री इज ऑप्शनल तो कुछ फन एलिमेंट्स आप डाल सकते हो, जैसे ड्यूरिंग द सेकेंड एंग्लो मराठा वॉर, राइट, आई एम फॉरगेटिंग द नेम, आई थिंक होलकर ऑफ इंदौर, हाँ राइट, होलकर ऑफ इंदौर वॉज मार्चिंग हिज आर्मी, ठीक है, दिस इज अगेन बोनस पॉइंट, यहाँ पे नहीं लिखा है, मैं आपके पास मजे के लिए बता रहा हूँ आपको, होलकर ऑफ इंदौर वॉज मार्चिंग हिज आर्मी टुवर्ड्स दी टू हेल्प सिंधिया और ग्वालियर, एंड देन ब्रिटिशर्स दे हैड कॉट अ letter where Sindhya of Gwalior was telling Peshwa Bajirao too that once this war is over, then we'll take revenge of some dispute with Holkar. The Britishers, they transmitted this letter to Holkar of Indore. After reading the letter, he marched back. And the Britishers, first they defeated Sindhya, after that they defeated Holkar separately. So therefore, conclusion can be, ठीक है, इफ यू वांट टू बी पोएटिक, बट ऐसा यूपीएससी में मत लिखना, ठीक है, दैट वो क्या है ना, वो हमें तो अपनों ने लूटा गैरों में कहा दम था, अपनी कश्ती वहां डूबी जहां पानी कम था, ठीक है. सो देयरफॉर दैट इज व्हाट, सो देयरफॉर इन द एंड यू कैन, कंक्लूजन कैन बी that because of disputes either internal in the form of succession disputes or factionalism, or in the form of interstate disputes because of regional rivalries, opportunities were presented to the Britishers and they made use of the opportunity, crafted military alliances, and therefore emerged victorious. See, this conclusion can also be your introduction. So therefore, if you are very clear about your answer, the conclusion can also be introduction, right? मतलब your summary of your answer can also be your introduction. That these are the 4 points that I am going to cover. अब जरूर नहीं कि आप ये सब लिखें, but at least the theme, the structure should be this, that focus on the organizational aspects, focus on the those aspects which are resulting in my army is small, but are there armies who are helping me from Britain, from India, and why are they helping me? Because of Britain-France rivalry, or because I am hiring them, or here I am using the disputes. Answer is done. So बस इतना स्ट्रक्चर माइंड में होना चाहिए, एंड इफ यू आर एबल टू फिल 150 वर्ड्स फाइन, इफ अगर ज़्यादा हो रहा है, कम करना है, तो इसको 250 में भी आंसर कर सकते हैं, उसमें भी. सो दिस बिकम्स द आंसर. द सेकेंड क्वेश्चन दैट कम्स इनटू ऑपरेशन इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 3. राइट, द सेकेंड क्वेश्चन इज व्हाई वाज देयर अ सडन स्पर्ट इन फेमीन्स इन कोलोनियल इंडिया सिंस मिड 18th century. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, एंग्जाइटी में बच्चा भूल जाता है कि मिड 18th, ये जो अंग्रेज है ना, अंग्रेज, इनका थोड़ा सा देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम ऑफ लैंग्वेज विद देम. अरे भैया मिड 18th, अरे यार तुम ऐसा क्यों करते हो कि -1 करवा रहे हो बच्चों से, तो एग्जाम में ऐसा ध्यान रखना है कि मिड 18th माने -1, ठीक है. मैं जानता हूँ आपके लिए कॉमन सेंसिकल है, बट जब वो ब्लड प्रेशर हाई होता है तो मिड 18th हो जाता है. अच्छा 1850 ऑनवर्ड्स, नहीं वो मिड 19th है, सो वो -1 करना रहता है, ठीक है. वो आपकी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वो अंग्रेजों की प्रॉब्लम है, ठीक है. दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ द इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज. सो मिड 18th मीन्स 1750 ऑनवर्ड्स, मिड 18th मीन्स 1750 onwards. So therefore this thing should be clearly in mind that they are talking about 1750 onwards, but they also mention that spurt in famines in colonial India. That means the question wants us to focus on the linkages between the British rule and the famines since mid 18th century and give reasons. Why was there a sudden rise? So simply the question is very straightforward, right? So here also you see, now as a student how should I think when I am there in the exam? It is not necessary that I have prepared these things in my mind already, right? So I am in the exam right now. So my first thing that comes into my mind is that the two famines which I am very well aware of are 1770 Great Bengal famine, where 10 million people died, 10 million Indians died, 1 crore. And then the Bengal famine of 1943, where 4 to 5 million people died, right? So therefore see what a beautiful introduction we have. Beautiful introduction. The colonial rule began with Great Bengal famine of 1770, where 10 million died, and it ended with Bengal famine of 1943, where 5 million died. Right? So it summarizes it in one sentence. It tells us that what was the British rule like. So therefore this can become our introduction. Simple, kuch nahi. I'm in the exam thinking like this, right? Second aspect that comes into operation, okay, chalo, they are talking about 1750 onwards. So 1770, Great Bengal famine. Achha, which are the famines? मैंने famines कहाँ सुने हैं? So therefore, okay, Lytton's administration is very much covered by all the books. Lytton, 1876 to 1880. Right, and there we mentioned that when famines were taking place all across India, at that point of time he held Delhi Darbar. At that point of time he did Second Afghan War, 1878 to 1880. That means, okay, in 1870s there were famines. If I am a good student of history, I might also remember that in 1868 they reintroduced income tax while there was famines in different parts of India. Chalo, fine. So ye wale famines I remember. Then I know that famines are taking place around the time period of 1890s when Bal Gangadhar Tilak was there. Plague commission का जो head था Rand, he was shot dead. So उस time पे famine relief work भी कर रहे थे बाल गंगाधर तिलक. तो चलो वहाँ पे भी हो रहा है. तो ठीक है. Roughly I know that famines are taking place in 1700s. They are taking place in around mid 18th century, mid 19th century also, and they are taking place in 20th century also. Right. So roughly idea. But the question is asking why. Question has not asked me to list down the famines. Why? So therefore, achha, why? So do I know what is famine? Frankly, in my first of my two attempts, or in my first attempt, I did not know what is a famine. Okay, so much amount of English. Okay, so later on I came to know famine. Famine, but what is the logic of famine? Famine is equal to, so what can be your introduction? This can be your introduction. That is, you talk about famine of 1770 and you talk about famine of 1943. Right? So that can be our introduction. Second component that comes into operation is define what is famine, in your mind at least. So logically socho. We do not know the answer, but let us logically start thinking. Okay? How to answer questions in the interview, how to answer questions in the mains when we do not know the answer. Logically sochte hain bhai, sabse pehle what is famine. So therefore, then you can mention that basically famine is equal to what? Famine is equal to bad harvest. That is food shortage. मतलब bad harvest plus food shortage कब होगा? Bad harvest है and as a result supply comes down. As a result food inflation takes place. So therefore, if people are rich and they are able to buy that high priced product, then no problem. That means you have to add poverty to it. And third component, fine. If people are rich but food is not there, then there can be a government who is willing to get food grains from some other part of India or from outside the world to increase the food supply. That means a state which is a welfare state. Welfare state or a state which is interested in the assistance of the people. Right? So therefore, lack of welfare state. So if you have bad harvest, plus you have people who are living in poverty, plus if you have a government which does not care about the people, then you have bad harvest can be there in India also today. है तो फिर फायदा क्या हुआ ये सब पढ़ने का? That under the minimum support price, the government of India, the food corporation of India gets so many of food grains, right? Huge amount of food grains are stored by the government of India. Why? Because today we have a state which cares for the people. Even if there is a bad harvest, even if there is poverty, if there is a state which cares for the people, then famine will not be there. People will not die because of food shortage, right? Or food shortage will be compensated. So therefore, first of all, we should know what is famine. Now I get an idea that see, bad harvest we cannot prevent, right? So there can be some geographical reason. So one reason I can mention that because of geographical issues, right? One line, वो तो important भी नहीं है. Second component that comes into operation, poverty. So now let me try to find out that how Britishers, they were not a welfare state. अरे काय का welfare state? Imperial Darbar, Delhi Darbar, 1877, at a point of time when people are dying. War expenditure in the form of Second Afghan War at a time when people are dying. काय का welfare state? ये 2 point लिख दूंगा. Welfare state तो prove कर दूंगा that they are not a welfare state. Right? So therefore, then you can talk about that Britishers, they did not care. For example, in 1770, they had looted Bengal so much that by the time period of 1770, when bad harvest was there, the people, they were under poverty. And the East India Company did not do anything for the people. And Nawab was a puppet who was moneyless because every money was stolen by the Britishers by Plassey plunder and by the land revenue after Diwani. And therefore, 1717 famine. Done. So therefore 1770 famine में you can talk about what? You can say that bad harvest हुए, that is fine. But then welfare state was not there because there was rule of East India Company. Nawab is equal to puppet. Rule of EIC, East India Company, who did nothing. Who did nothing. And plus poverty is there because of over extraction of LR, over extraction of LR and plunder of treasury, plunder of state's treasury. So therefore the state is incapable because Nawab is not in power, he is a puppet, and state is monetarily incapable because of this factor. This can be one of the aspects. Second aspect, you can mention that state was not a welfare state, and there you can mention Lytton's administration of 1876 to 1880, whereby famines were taking place, and what you're doing Second Afghan War, you're doing Imperial Darbar, where Queen got corona. Imperial Darbar, where Queen got corona, coronated, coronated, Tajposhi. Huge amount of expenditure is taking place for Queen getting corona. ठीक? Imperial Darbar, coronated. ठीक? So therefore this is how we are proving. And then very luckily for us, all the centuries are covered. 1700s, 1800s, and then you see, मैं कोई extra research नहीं कर रहा. I am in the exam thinking like this. And simply 20th century, 1943, you mention that Churchill ensured that food is exported to Europe, as for him European lives matters and Indian lives don't matter. Right? So therefore exported food out of India or out of Bengal. Right? So therefore, and poor management of logistics. So therefore the government is not acting like a welfare state. Right? 150 वर्ड्स ही हैं मेरे पास लिखने के लिए, तीनों सेंचुरीज कवर्ड है, मजा आ रहा है, मुझे तो पता ही नहीं था इतना आंसर में लिख पाऊंगा. ठीक, नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. राइट, एंड ये बिल्कुल सही है, मेरे नोट्स चेक कर लेना, ऐसे नहीं बनाए हो मैंने, ये मैं भी अभी कर रहा हूँ बिल्कुल फ्रेश, ऐसे कोई स्क्रिप्टिव विक्टिव नहीं है, ये लाइव चल रहा है, लाइव. ठीक ठीक. So therefore welfare state common sensically सोचना, we have to think common sensically. And now let us talk about poverty. ठीक है, और पावर्टी के केस में व्हाट डज इंडियन हिस्ट्री टीचेस अस? तो छाती पकड़ पकड़ के हाय हाय करने में तो हम सब पता, ड्रेन थियरी, ये थियरी, चे 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 चे, वो तो इतना हम सब कुछ, वो तो वी आर एक्सपर्ट है ना, मतलब इन द सेंस वी आर एक्सपर्ट इन द सेंस कि बुक्स आर एक्सपर्ट इन टेलिंग अस कि वो मैं ऐसे लूट गया, वो मैं फिर ऐसे लूट गया, फिर उसने मैं ये मार दिया. ठीक है, बुक्स ऐसी पढ़ाती हैं. राइट, सो देयर व्हाट वी कैन टॉक अबाउट. सो पावर्टी कैसे स्टार्ट करोगे आप? द फर्स्ट कॉम्पोनेंट, पीपल दे डू नॉट हैव मनी टू बाय फूड ग्रेन्स. Right? So therefore we need to focus on masses, right? And we need to understand that we have agrarian economy, and because agrarian economy, what is the tax in the agrarian economy? Land revenue. And if there is land revenue, then over extraction of land revenue. So therefore किस लिए पढ़ा था permanent settlement of 1793? किस लिए पढ़ा था रियतवारी settlement? Right? रियतवारी settlement of 1800. वैसे स्पेक्ट्रम में गलत लिखा हुआ है, 1820 नहीं था ये. फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इट वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड इन 1792, देन इट वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड फ्रॉम 1801 टू 1807, बट स्पेक्ट्रमाइजेशन ऑफ हिस्ट्री हैज टेकन प्लेस. सो देयरफॉर बिकॉज मुनरो बिकेम governor of Bandras only in 1820, so that is why fine 1820. And similarly your Mehelwari settlement 1822, right? So therefore here you talk about if any student had studied permanent settlement and discuss the reasons for permanent settlement, features, fine, impact of permanent settlement, right? So in UPSC you always focus upon the reasons, the why, always be a thinking student. So in permanent settlement 1793, masses there are becoming ryots who are now tenants, who are now landless, who do not have any occupancy rights, who are being, high rents are being extracted from them, illegal abovs are there from them, are extracted from them. So therefore illegal abovs, high rents, so therefore that leads to, and lack of land, that is occupancy rights है नहीं. So therefore that is one of the aspect that we can talk about. वो आपका next point है जो आप बोल रहे हो, right? So here you talk about the negatives, that is the issue of rents, high rents, the issue of occupancy rights, that is landlessness, and the third component that comes into operation is illegal abovs. The next aspect, ryotwari. So in the case of ryotwari, who is the landowner? Ryot is the landowner. So landowner, property owner pays tax. Always property owner pays tax. So therefore here the issue is of high land revenue, that is the tax, right? And because the land revenue is high, so therefore I have to take loan from the money lender, and money lender gives me loan at a very high interest rate which empties my pocket, right? So therefore indebtedness. And this is the common point with respect to Mehalwari and Ryotwari. And therefore, plus now you add why there is so much need of, bhai Angrez kyun kar rahe hain aisa? Why the Britishers are extracting so much amount of land revenue? So there you mention that irresponsible war expenditure. So they are fighting so many wars. Irresponsible war expenditures. They are fighting so many wars because 70 and 50 onwards hai na. So until 1857 they are fighting a lot of wars, right? And then, and as a result, for this war expenditure, they need to pay for war expenditure. Who will pay? The people of India, they will pay, right? So therefore, constant war expenditure, it leads to continuous over extraction of land revenue, right? That is the aspect. Then another component that you focus upon when you discuss the drain theory, right? किसी ने drain theory ठीक से पढ़ा है. So in the criticism of the drain, in the criticism of the Britishers, we mention or we study that the Britishers, they built irrigation canals, irrigation systems only in non-permanent settlement areas. Why? Because in permanent settlement areas, land revenue is permanently fixed. So government ko no fayda, no benefit of creating canal infrastructure in permanent settlement areas. I will build canals in those areas where I can increase the land revenue. So in general, chahe point na bhi batao, but in general we can mention that irrigation, lack of focus on irrigation funding. Funding on irrigation was very low. If you remember, ये तो common sense भी है ना यार, है ना? ऐसा मतलब जनरल भी तो पेल लेते हैं ना, जैसे वो एडिटोरियल वगैरह में है ना, हर एडिटोरियल में लास्ट में लिख दो देयर शुड बी होलिस्टिक सॉल्यूशन. नो वंस पापा नोज व्हाट इज होलिस्टिक सॉल्यूशन, बट एवरीवन इज राइटिंग 360 डिग्री अप्रोच. अरे कौन सी, पता नहीं, बस है 360. ठीक है, तो ऐसा तो लिख सकते हो. ठीक है, लैक ऑफ, दिस इज कॉमन सेंसिकल ऑल्सो, लैक ऑफ फोकस ऑन इरिगेशन फंडिंग. ठीक है, इरिगेशन से वो तो और ये कैसे भी पता है कॉमन सेंस कैसे. इन पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस इंडिया एंड इन सो मेनी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया स्कीम्स यू कॉन्स्टेंटली फोकस अपॉन दैट इरिगेशन नीड्स टू बी इम्प्रूव्ड, इरिगेशन नीड्स टू बी इम्प्रूव्ड. सो आज के टाइम पे इरिगेशन का स्ट्रगल है तो उस टाइम पे तो होगा ही ना भाई, तो लिख दो ना पुअर इरिगेशन सिस्टम्स, राइट. सो दैट इज एलिमेंट. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस व्हाट यू कैन टॉक अबाउट इज इरिगेशन. और एक और चीज था, हाँ, कैश क्रॉप्स. सो देयरफॉर ब्रिटिशर्स until industrial revolution, before industrial revolution they wanted, you know, cash crops for trade, and after industrial revolution also they wanted cash crops as raw material for their factories, so that they can convert this raw material into finished products. So if cash crops are being focused upon, so therefore another point you can mention that wherever they created irrigation canals, their water was not free. That is, today like we pay for electricity, they used to take money for water rates, high water rates in Punjab, right. Therefore the common peasant was not able to afford the water. So therefore these are the factors because of which you can mention that this thing is happening, right. So therefore हो गया, और क्या चाहिए, और इससे जाके बच्चे की जान लोगे. 5:30 बज गए, 5:15 बजे खत्म करना था मुझे. अब लास्ट पॉइंट, मैं बैग जाता हूँ यार कभी कभी, तो एनीवेज बट समझ के कर रहे हैं तो आई होप आपको फायदा होगा. एनीवेज लास्ट पॉइंट दैट कम्स इनटू ऑपरेशन इज लास्ट क्वेश्चन विच इज अ मिक्स ऑफ प्री इंडिपेंडेंस इंडिया एंड पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस इंडिया, एंड दिस इज क्वेश्चन नंबर 11. So when we discuss question number 11, the question is political and administrative reorganization of states, political and administrative reorganization of states and territories. Political reorganization of states and territories has been a continuous ongoing process since mid-19th century. That means 1850 onwards. Discuss with examples. And answer is to be given in 250 words. That means Jammu and Kashmir tak aana hai hame. Okay? Now, how should the mind work? See, some of the students, they'll take it for granted and they'll start puking. Okay? Ulti karna start kar. But look at the question. Two words are there. Political and administrative. As a student, do we know what is the difference between them? And second component, states and territories. Do we know what is the difference between states and territories? So therefore, you see, what will happen is, when political assimilation is taking place, for example, integration of the princely states into India, right, or annexation of territory after fighting a war, so that becomes political and that becomes territory. Whereas state means you already have like a province and you are changing the structure of that, the boundary of that province, or you are changing the political management of that province in some manner, right? So therefore that becomes the aspect. Another student, he mentioned that, sir, can this question not be from world history? Very valid, because if you look at this question from the perspective of world history, there is nothing which tells us here that it is about India. But then you look at the Hindi of that question, and when you look at the Hindi of that question, they use the word Pradesh. And from that we come to know, Are Pradesh to Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. Okay, so therefore from there we can get, okay, some confusion came, but fine, we have to focus upon, because a lot of new countries also got created by World War I, World War II, and in fact 1850 onwards, the unification of Germany 1870, unification of Italy 1870. But by looking at the Hindi, it is a question of post-independence India and India, right? So this question can be answered from world history perspective also. Therefore, look at the Hindi part for this, right? So therefore, I know that I have to cover annexation. I know that I have to cover administration, right? So therefore, how can I focus upon it? So in the beginning, you can simply mention that British, what can be introduction? You can mention that Britishers, they crafted British India. That is, or you can say India was divided into British India and the 565 princely states, right? In the first 100 years of the British rule. Right? In the first 20 years of the British rule, examples, annexations were done through wars against Indian states, mention karna hai kar do, wars against Marathas, Mysore, etc., etc., Sikh, right? Us tarike se, Burma, Sindh, Nepal, right? So in general, एक introduction आप लिख सकते हो that how British India got created, because British India के अंदर ही states हैं, British India के अंदर ही states हैं, provinces, right? So definition of what is British India, and second component that you can focus upon is that in 1850s, 1850 onwards, so therefore you can mention, for example, annexations by Dalhousie. So this is political assimilation. So annexations of Dalhousie, and clear mention annexations by Dalhousie, A, via, ये तो हर कोई लिख देगा, doctrine of lapse, define नहीं करना है, simple doctrine of lapse is fine, comma, in lieu of subsidy. For example, Berar was taken from Hyderabad in 1853 because it was not able to pay subsidy. Berar of Hyderabad was taken. Anyways, third component, on grounds of maladministration. That is Awadh on grounds of maladministration 1856. So therefore, clear knowledge that on what grounds, on these three grounds, annexations were done, right? So therefore, and 1849 bhi zyada dur nahi hai. So we can mention annexation of the sixth state, 1849. That is with respect to desire for stable borders, stable frontiers. So therefore, we can mention that around mid 19th century, annexations, they were on a rise because of reasons for desire of stable frontiers. Example, annexation of the sixth state for greater British control or greater or empire building by Dalhousie on basis of doctrine of lapse, getting territories in lieu of subsidy, and annexing Awadh on grounds of maladministration, full stop. Okay. Anyways, next component, छोड़ो, मुझे कुछ next point, ठीक है, मुझे कुछ याद आ गया ना. Anyways, so next point, how do you focus upon? So now you come very fast forward, you come to 1857 onwards, right? So here, for example, you can mention that 1853 charter, although 1857 लिखा है मैंने, but 1853 charter, it allowed for Lord Dalhousie, it allowed for Governor General of India to establish an LG for Bengal, to de-burden Governor General of India. So therefore Dalhousie chose LG of Bengal, right? कौन सी year में? Fine, it's okay. Next component you can mention, under ICA 1861, power was given to the Viceroy to create new provinces and appoint lieutenant governors for the same. Lieutenant governors for the same. Plus in ICA 1861, legislative councils were proposed. Legislative councils were proposed. New legislative councils were proposed for Bengal, Punjab, and WFP. See, it is administrative. So that's why we can aspect this is administrative reorganization without changing the boundaries. So this point it can be mentioned. Then next aspect you talk about that NWFP was merged with Awadh and a province was created, NWFP and Awadh, in 1877. You may remember, may not remember the year, but itna to padke hai, which was later on in 1902 converted into United Provinces. So Uttar Pradesh or Uttam Pradesh before being Uttar Pradesh was United Provinces in 1902, right? And this is for administrative convenience. Next component that you can mention is that after Government of India Act of 1935, to meet communal demands, मतलब ऐसा Bengal partition भी आप लिख सकते हो पहले, चलो ठीक है, पहले Bengal partition लिख दिया, that for reasons of policy of divided rule, plus to appease elite Muslim leaders, plus to weaken the Indian national movement, Bengal, and plus for administrative reasons, because Bengal was very, very huge population, Bengal was partitioned in 1905. However, the partition had to be annulled in 1911, right? Next component that you can talk about is that to meet the communal demands of Muslim League in and on the basis of recommendations of the Simon Commission, after the Government of India Act of 1935, Sindh was separated from Bombay, NWFP was given status of full province. NWFP was given status of full province. Then you can mention at the time period of independence, there were 4 union territories. Union territories को बोला जाता था Chief Commissioner Province. So 4 Chief Commissioner Provinces were there. उसमें Delhi was there. उसके बाद मेवाड़, मारवाड़ was there. Just let me check. हाँ, अजमेर, मेवाड़, अजमेर, मेवाड़. और in general you can mention that there were some Chief Commissioner Provinces, example Delhi. ऐसा करके आप बोल सकते हो. British Baluchistan used to be there. Baluchistan, and another one which you call as your Coorg. Coorg was also there. So these are 4 union territories or 4 chief commissioner provinces which were there. Next aspect that you can talk about is that administrative reorganization में यहाँ पे आप Bengal partition के बाद ये भी बोल सकते हैं that Delhi was made capital. So this is also kind of a administrative reorganization. Delhi was made capital in 1911. That point also can be mentioned, right? Apart from this, in Government of India Act of 1935, Burma was separated from India for administrative purposes. This is also we study as part of regular, मतलब कोई भी कहीं पे भी आप पढ़ते हो, ठीक है, किसी भी किताब से पढ़ते हो, this point is there, right? And then you can talk about biggest territorial reorganization was, और ये किसी बच्चे ने नहीं लिखा होगा most probably, partition of 1947 because of communal forces, right? Division of the whole of British India into India and Pakistan. Then you can talk about that for the purposes of unity of India, integration of 565 princely states, integration of 565 princely states, which were then merged into, some of them they were kept as it is like Hyderabad, while others they were merged into this thing, right? Here also you can mention that with respect to integration of the 565 princely states, two kinds of reorganizations were there, or it was a stepwise reorganization. Step number one was instrument of accession, whereby the boundary of the princely state did not change and the princely state acceded with respect to the three subjects of defense, foreign affairs and communication. And step number two was merger agreement, where it acceded to India with respect to all subjects. So therefore this political and administrative reorganization was a two-step process. Next you come to post-independence India. There you talk about reorganization on the basis of language. First, in 1953, Andhra state is created, and this triggers more linguistic movements for own states, and therefore State Reorganization Commission, it submitted its report in 1955, leading to State Reorganization Act of 1956, which results in creation of many states on the basis of language, right? Another aspect which you can mention, since we are near independence, अभी थोड़ा सा haphazard हो रहा है, chronologic नहीं चल रहा, but अगर किसी student, because just अभी दिमाग में आया, one aspect that you can mention is that territory from Portuguese was taken in Operation Vijay in the year 1961. Operation Vijay. Goa, Daman and Diu, Dadra Nagar Haveli. This is also political assimilation. Then you can talk about from French in 1954 via negotiations. Pondicherry was taken. So this is also political assimilation. Then you talk about that even within the Constitution of India there is administrative reorganization. Aha. Kaise? For example, you talk about there is 5th schedule, there is 6th schedule, in one line only, ज़्यादा detail नहीं, because administration तो है ना, boundary change नहीं हो रहा, administration तो है, autonomous districts, 5th schedule, 6th schedule, and then some provisions like Article 370, which that means dealing different states in different administrative manner. One line we can mention because 250 words का है, right? Administratively, this is something different kind of application with respect to certain regions, right? Then we can talk about from northeast. So 1960 creation of Nagaland is there, right? After that in 1972 creation of Meghalaya is there, creation of Meghalaya, Manipur, Tripura, 1972. And here what is the demand? There is the demand for autonomy, that is tribal autonomy becomes the reason, tribal autonomy becomes the reason here. Then we can talk about in 2000, for the purposes of administration, we created Uttarakhand by separating it from UP, and because of tribal autonomy in 5th schedule areas, we created Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh in the same thing. Then in 2014, because of political movement and past desire of a Telangana, we created a separate Telangana, and then removal of Article 370 and consequent establishment of the Union territories of J&K and Ladakh, right? So therefore it becomes a very factual answer. So I understand that usually UPSC asks more analysis based question, but I have overshot my time like by half an hour, and people are going to be very frustrated with me. So thank you, God bless you, take care. Okay, the next teacher will be coming. These are the 3 questions, answer are given. Okay, bye bye. Ancient manual लेता
So very good evening to all of you. I'm Shivi. Today I will be taking up the insights and analysis of 2022 art and culture questions. So there are 3 questions in the paper which I will be taking up. But besides telling you the answer approach to those questions, it's very important because, you know, if you don't understand what needs to be done for a particular subject, your whole idea of joining this session will be unfruitful, right? So what we will be doing up is that apart from discussing the questions, I will be telling you the future approach towards this subject. Now, the kind of questions which have come in UPSC, they are directly or indirectly related to UPSC syllabus. But there is a twist, because the kind of language and the understanding which UPSC is expecting out of you from different subjects and also art and culture is little bit twisted. What is that approach, or what is that underlying idea, what they want to need to, or what they want to see it in you, right? So when we understand the type of questions this year as well as in the last 5-6 years, so basically the nature of questions in art and culture, you can classify them into 3 types. One is your content specific questions, which is purely static, right? You either know them or you don't know them. Second type of questions is again content specific but applied in nature, as to understand whatever you have learned, are you able to apply or relate the understanding in different dimensions, right? So this is very important, because these are the type of, again, questions which are coming in UPSC, and that too in art and culture as well. Third type of questions are dynamic, current affairs related questions, but again linked with static portions. Now when you are reading newspaper, you also need to be aware of how questions are being tied with static UPSC syllabus, right? And there is a question in this year's paper which will, you know, again give you an insight as to how you have to prepare the subject, right? So whenever we are talking about mains, there are 4-5 things which you have to look into. One is, needless to say, syllabus. Second, understanding the demand of the question. Third, nature of questions, and this will be helped by seeing UPSC previous year's papers, right? And assessment of words and marks weightage. This is very important, specifically when you are given a specific time and duration in which you have to complete the paper, right? That means you cannot go overboard in 10-marker question, even despite of knowing too much about it, right? And in 15-marker, you can't write a 10-marker, you have to stretch somewhere, right? So this is what you have to understand. Now coming to understand and decoding the UPSC art and culture syllabus and how questions have been coming over the years, how much marks weightage UPSC is giving to this section, right? So when we see the UPSC main syllabus, there are 2 things mentioned. Indian heritage and culture, which is too wide, right? And second, they have given certain keywords within which you have to limit your preparation, right? So it says Indian culture will cover the salient aspects of art forms, literature and architecture from ancient to modern times. Now these keywords, art forms, literature, architecture, is a static portion which you will do temporally. You all understand what is temporal? From a timeline, chronologically, because the syllabus says ancient to modern times. That means art forms can be given as a question, where a question can entail information from your end, whether you understand the relevance of art forms from ancient to till today. Just to give you an example, let's say performing arts. So art forms has different forms. Classical dances is one of the ancient performing arts in India. So they can ask you a question on the relevance of classical dances in today's context. Right? There have been questions on these lines where they are expecting out of you, you understand culture from ancient to modern times and its link and relevance till date. Right? So these are few things which you have to keep in mind when you are preparing this subject. Right? Now coming to the nature of the questions, whether they are linked with syllabus or not, the marks weightage to this section over the years. So if you analyze the previous 5 years trend, there have been, you know, a seesaw kind of a marks weightage given to art and culture section. So in 2017, there was only one question of 10 mark. In 2018, there was suddenly 35 mark weightage given, where 3 questions were there. Then again 10, then 50, then 10, and this year 40 marks, right? So there is a very skewed distribution to art and culture, which makes this subject touch me not kind. Even if you touch, I will be not available to you, right? And even if you don't touch, then you will be not having me. So that kind of relationship is what you can see from marks weightage given by UPSC to this section. But it's an important subject, reason being you prepare it for prelims as well. In prelims, art and culture has a huge weightage, which makes this subject much more easier if you prepare it for prelims and then you do it from mains perspective, right? Secondly, if you see the kind of questions which are coming, I told you, in the syllabus it's mentioned ancient to modern times, or there is a temporal approach. So in 2017, there was a question on art form. Numismatic art is an art form, coinage art. So the question was, how do you justify the view that the level of excellence of Gupta numismatic art is not at all noticeable in later times? Again, the keyword here is how. How do you justify that the level of excellence that Gupta numismatic coins had is not noticeable in later times, right? Similarly, if you again see in 2018, this is a present time context or relevance what they are expecting from you. Safeguarding the Indian art heritage is the need of the moment. Comment. What is the importance of safeguarding Indian art and heritage? Now these things you have to understand. Why are you studying art and culture? What is its relevance? How it's related, or it's, the excellence has surpassed or whether it has declined. So all these things become very important. Similarly, so there are again static questions as well. For example, Bhakti movement received a remarkable reorientation with the advent of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Either you know it or you don't know it. It's content-driven question, right? Similarly, in 2019, highlight the Central Asian and Greco-Bactrian elements in Gandhar art. Content-driven question, either you know it or you don't know it, right? So there are different type of questions. If you see the analysis, these are the keywords mentioned in the syllabus. Art forms, Indian art and heritage, art forms, architecture, literature. These are the things from where questions are being asked. What is challenging is how they are portraying and how they are asking the question and how you are understanding after reading the topic. That is what you have to hone, right? Now coming to understanding what should be the sources and how you need to hone and learn the subject, I'll discuss after discussing this year's question. But rest assured, after understanding this year's question, you will make sense of approaching this section from UPSC perspective, right? So let's see this year's questions. So there are 3 questions in the paper. From Indian culture and heritage, there were 2 questions, question 12 and 13. And from art form, there is 1 question of a 10 marker, right? So total weightage this year was 40 marks, right? So let's discuss the first question of the paper. So the first question is, how will you explain that medieval Indian temple sculptures represent the social life of those days? Right? How will you explain? So when someone asks you how to explain, how do you explain? By giving examples. Right? So this question is basically of the second category which I told you. When you learn the static, you need to apply that. Right? So I told you that there are three kinds of questions. So this question is basically an analytical question which is stemming out of your understanding of static topic called medieval Indian temple sculptures. Right? In a question, there are two things, keywords, which you always have to keep in mind. Usually what happens is when you're writing means, the moment you read the question, you might skip medieval and you only center around Indian temple sculptures, which might have happened, right? So this is very important because this is the theme of the question. You need not go beyond the theme, you need not go, anywhere else but sticking to medieval Indian temple sculptures. Then what should be the answer approach to this question? There can be two approaches. So the question is, medieval Indian temple sculptures, how do they explain the social life of those days, right? That means either you base your answer with the kind of social life you can infer from the themes which you know. One could be your religion, that you find religious themes on the sculptures, temple sculptures. You find social customs displayed on the theme, on the sculptures, like marriage, festivals, right? You also see on the sculptures of medieval Indian temples themes like economic life, exchange of commodities, or cultivation of crops. You also see, within social customs, you can also add Devdasi tradition, right? You can also write within this answer approach themes like, there were themes of a Shishya Guru Parampara. But when you adopt this approach, what you need to do is, because the question is explain, you need to have specific examples of this, which is very difficult. You all may know these things in general also, but it's difficult to pick example of every aspect. That's why the second approach is better, where you start your answer with how medieval Indian temple sculptures represent the various facets of social life, be it society, religion, culture, economy, full stop. Second, you start with your medieval Indian time period, starting from Pallavas to Chandelas, to Cholas, to Vijayanagar, and there you mention the important temples and themes. You can also give example of themes like prominence given to king in society. So there were many temples which were having kings of those times sculpted, right? So by giving such examples, you can fetch more marks. Yes, you can within them. You can. Because it is a 10 marker, you can't write more, right? But you need to explain somewhere or the other these things and just write general examples over here. Because the question is, how do you explain the social life? So all these aspects should be in between, and generic examples which you know of the popular temple sculptures, themes, like when you talk about Mahabalipuram, Pallava's descent of Ganges, Arjuna's penance, it also reflects, you know, fight between right versus wrong, where Arjuna is punished, right? Morals, all these aspects will become very generic, but examples of different temples of different times is what you will write, right? So this should be your answer approach. So introduction, as I said, you can just write it very simply that the temples from ancient to medieval times represent the social life of the people, ranging from culture, religion, society, economy, education, etc. So temples not only served as place for worship, but they also represented a way of life for them. Way of life matlab culture, right? So all the temples in North and South India were decorated with sculptures. So Pallavas from 3rd to 9th century, Mahabalipuram sculpture, main themes. In there you add religious themes. It represents the religious beliefs of those times. It represents Arjuna's penance, represents the fight between right and wrong, morals, right? Then you talk about Chandela dynasty, Khajuraho, right? So again, these are important examples which you have to give. Agriculture ka example, you can just quote Chandela's Khajuraho temple, right? How people, you know, pursued eroticism. Again, you can give example of Chandela's, you know, Khajuraho temple. Hindu, Buddhist and Jain influence of different faiths and beliefs could also be seen in different medieval times. Again, example you can give. Then Chola's, you know, dance. So there was dance, there was Devdasi tradition, right? All these aspects is what you will bring in. But the most important thing is, how do you highlight and, you know, underline those social aspects more, right? Which was the core demand of the question. Okay? Then conclusion can be like this. Again, it should be temporal. Tracing the history of sculptures from ancient to medieval times gives us an idea that how the reconstruction of the history of the past can be done. Because sculptures again gives us an important, valuable source of history, right? Then comes question number 12. Very easy, very direct question. Hana? When you read culture, you read Gupta period. Why? Because it is considered as the golden age of art and culture in various fields. Similarly, Chola period is also a landmark dynasty which played a huge role in Indian art and heritage, and that was the question, right? So very easy, direct, static, content driven question, very easy question, 15 marker question, and I feel that whoever has written mains would not have found any problem in writing an answer to this question, right? What was the directive to this question? Discuss. Discuss usually means that you have to bring in different dimensions or aspects or perspectives to that topic. So when the question is asking you the contribution of Gupta and Chola in art and culture or Indian art and heritage, that means the first part and the second part will entail the different dimensions of art and culture, right? So contribution of Gupta in literature, contribution of Gupta in architecture, contribution of Gupta in art forms, whether it's paintings, whether it is dance, whether, you know, it is numismatics or coinage. Then its contribution in science and tech, right? Contribution of Aryabhat, Varahamira, right? Similarly, on these lines, your second part of your answer would be Cholas, their contribution in literature, their contribution in bronze sculpture, Nataraj, paintings, temple architecture, right? So it was a very easy and direct question. So simply me telling you answer will make no sense. I'm just giving you an idea through the slides that this is what was the content that should have been written, because it was a very easy question. Okay? So when you're writing Gupta period, you'll talk about literature. Kalidas has to be mentioned, right? Revival of Sanskrit, then Patanjali's work and Panini's work in Sanskrit grammar has to be mentioned. When you talk about architecture, Nagara style, temple architecture is again very important. So there are very important terms, very important landmark contribution. If you miss out, then you may miss out on marks. Otherwise, this was a very easy question. Okay? Then comes your last question, which is a bit tricky one. Tricky one because this is a question which you usually don't expect, right? But there is a story behind it, which I'll let you know. So the question is, discuss the significance of lion and bull figures in Indian mythology. So first of all, significance of lion and bull in mythology, art and architecture. Now again, there are two approaches. Either you separately write about lion and then bull. You write them together, or you differentiate between mythology, art and architecture separately and art and architecture together. I feel again, because of lack of points and at that point of time, spontaneity is what is important. You should club it in terms of importance of lion and bull figures in mythology, one, and second category will be lion and bull in art and architecture, right? Now this is a type of question which was a third category, where the current affairs inspiration is what was at the back of the mind of the examiner who set the question. You must be going through the newspapers where a controversy was given with respect to the Central Vista project, an installation of Ashoka's or Sarnath's lion image over the top of the Parliament building, right? And the controversy was that the Sarnath's lion which were at Ashoka's capital were different from what have been made today, right? They are more fiercely looking, they are more aggressive, right? So there was this controversy. One inspiration behind asking the significance of lion in art and culture. But what usually UPSC does, when they are framing question, they ask from different dimensions, just to make it a question of art and culture and not current affairs, right? Second news why bull was also picked up was this, that Prime Minister in June gifted Nandi-themed Dokra art to Argentina's president during Germany visit. So when Prime Minister does anything, gift something of a shawl, or let's say, an image like this or an art like this, then also, you have to be very keen-eyed to know that question can be there in mains. Usually this trend is followed in prelims, but this is being followed in mains as well, right? So when you're doing this, bull or Nandi, you all know, is an important figure which you must have read when you started your ancient Indian history, from the time period of Bhimbetka caves, a scene from fighting of a man with the bull, right? Then in Mohenjo-daro or in Harappa civilization or Indus Valley civilization, there were seals having the figure of bull, right? Similarly, when you talk about Indian mythology, bull or Nandi is considered to be the consort or the vehicle of gods like Shiva or, Ma Durga. Okay? So such linkages is what now they are expecting. So there are certain things which you can prepare from your books. And then there are certain things which are aspects of your mythology or Indian culture, And the things which I'm telling you, it's not as if you've never visited any temple, or you've not seen Ramayana or Mahabharata, or you've never, listened from your parents any mythological character and its importance. It's just that you need to be, very much with the society, with yourself, how your family thinks, how Indian culture is given importance to, right? So these are the things which you now have to look into when you're preparing Indian art and culture from UPSC perspective. And because of the, stances or actions or policies being taken by the government, they are very much, towards, recreating and reinventing and, making you all guys understand about the relevance of Indian art and culture or Indian culture and heritage, right? That's why such questions are coming. So now when you read articles from the newspaper from pre and mains perspective, this is what 360-degree perspective you need to have. Simply leaving this news for prelims will not suffice. But what now you can do from different dimensions, the significance of bull or Nandi is what you will prepare, right? As I told you, it's not as if you don't know from the books. So for example, significance of bull in art and architecture. I told you in Bhimbetka case, there is a scene of man fighting with the bull. Seals and ceilings of Indus Valley depict, bull as one of the figures. Then on coins also, bull is represented. In many emblems like, bull capital of Ashoka at the Abacus, you have representation of bull, right? In mythology, as I told you, it is considered to be the, vehicle of Lord Shiva, Ma Durga. Bull is also the symbol of first Jain Tirthankar, right? Lion, again, when you talk about mythology, it is considered avatar of Vishnu. In Buddhism, lion is a symbol of bodhisattvas. In paintings and numismatics, again, lion was depicted, right? So what you can do, as I told you, that you need to integrate to have more points. So significance in Indian mythology, both bull and lion together. In Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, right? So when you talk about Buddhism, you mentioned that Buddhism or lion is used as a symbol of protector. Birth symbol of Lord Buddha is bull. When you talk about Hinduism, then you can talk about bull and lion together, right? Lord Shiva seated on a lion's skin, Ma Durga on the lion, right? In Jainism, as I told you, Tirthankar, first Tirthankar is represented by bull. In Sikhism, Sikh represents bravery and courage. So in different aspects of different faiths and religion, you can club your significance of bull and lion in Indian mythology, art and culture, art and architecture, right? So like this, you can make your answer. Okay. Now coming to the most crucial point, key takeaways and how to prepare and what are the sources or what should be the sources looking at the previous trend of art and culture section. First thing first, stay with the basic books. You should not pick any book, new book, which has been promoted by any author just in the wake of learning Indian culture. No. Practice the test series. Why? Because it gives you how in different ways a question can be asked. Second, it also makes you unable to understand how answers are to be written vis-a-vis 10 marker or 12.5 or 15 marker, which is very important again. Third thing, time constraint is what you learn. Next thing which is important is that usually aspirants, as I told you, have this tendency of not doing too much in art and culture. But I would suggest that if you stick to your basic books and syllabus, at least prepare your syllabus from your basic textbooks. That will also suffice apart from your newspaper or current affairs. And link your static with your current affairs because of the recent trend in which we are seeing. An example which I would like to give you as to how to prepare a topic and how to decode is so that you become comfortable and easy in other keywords or parts mentioned in the syllabus. First of all, as I told you, you need to have a chronological time frame or temporal approach while preparing history, whether it's art and culture or modern or post-Indian independence or world history, right? Because in specifically if you talk about art and culture, it talks about ancient to modern times. They can also ask you about modern architecture. Then you cannot say कि भाई books में तो बस till medieval it was mentioned. When you're reading modern Indian history, in modern Indian architecture, what do you see? You see forts, you see educational universities, you see what? Again, banks, railways, they are all part of modern structures, architecture, right? So from medieval, ancient, you simply jump to more utilitarian architecture, right? That's how you have to understand things. So the story of architecture first started with caves, temples, then Indo-Islamic architecture, forts also got to be constructed during Deccan Sultanate stage, like Fort of Bidar, Gol Gumbaz, right? And then when you enter into modern Indian period, you see structures which are more utilitarian, like as I told you, forts, military colleges, universities, banks, railways. That's how you have to make first a broad framework within a topic and then you go deep into it, right? So this was an example, but more precisely, let's say we have to prepare art forms. So there are three kinds of art form: visual art, performing art, literary art, right? Let's take up an example of visual art, painting. So when you start painting, there are two types of painting, mural and miniature. Mural paintings are those paintings which you see on walls or drawn on walls, like of caves. So you have cave temple paintings, you have mural starting from Bhimbetka caves, then you have modern period Harappan, Guptas, Dravidian. What were the kind of paintings you see? So when you see Guptas, you have to write Ajanta paintings, Bagh paintings, right? Similarly, when you prepare miniature paintings, you have to start with Palas. You have to focus on Mughals. You have to do different schools of painting in miniature paintings. You can also not skip modern school of paintings because again, as I told you, the syllabus says ancient to modern times, right? So that's how you go in depth, but before that, you need to broadly understand that topic, that how the story begins and how it ends, right? Now coming to the credible sources. So sources are infinite, but what I am talking about are the credible ones, which will give you confidence to write mains and sit for UPSC exam, both for prelims and mains, right? Source number one, CCRT website. Why? Because it directly gives you topics of the syllabus. So literature you have as a keyword in the syllabus. What does it say? Indian literature through the ages. That means it gives you a glimpse of Indian literature from ancient to modern times. So when you read this, you don't take it to your heart and mind कि मुझे ये सब समझना ही है. No. What I am trying to emphasize here is first make a story and a timeline and a broad understanding. Don't go too deep in it. How was the ancient Indian literature? How was the Sanskrit literature? How was literature in Pali and Prakrit? How was Dravidian literature? What was medieval literature? What were the main themes? What was the kind of messages or stories did they give, right? Because these are the questions which UPSC will ask. You remember there was a question on Persian literary sources as well, literature. So it is part of your medieval Indian literature. ठीक है? तो CCRT क्या कर रही है? It's giving you the syllabus keywords and you just have to read it to make a desirable understanding, right? Then it also gives you visual arts like Indian architecture, how it started from Indus civilization, Buddhist, temple, Indo-Islamic modern. यही तो मैं बोल रही हूँ, right? Indian sculpture, medieval school of sculpture, question तो है ही है ये in the paper, right? Now, the idea is that don't blame me if you don't get content for the question which UPSC asks, right? So if I say medieval school of sculpture, you do get some information from CCRT website, but you may not get exact information. So what we are trying to do is, you make your base and understanding first, and then go deeper, right? Then you have performing arts, dances, music, theatre, puppet forms. So अगर आप ये कर रहे हो, a suitable chunk of your art and culture is being prepared according to the syllabus. Because if you read NCRTs, NCRTs are not written like this. But it is a must. So another source for you to read art and culture is your old NCRT R.S. Sharma. Why? Because within dynasties, so for example, there has been a question on construction of ancient Indian history coinage. Gupta coinage pe question tha. So it's there in your NCRT. Now how much content is there, that we are not dwelling into. But my point is that you do get certain ideas from your NCRT. So these are the credible sources first you should pick. And then practice different type of questions through the test series. Okay? Similarly, when you do Harappan civilization, you have different aspects of culture. When you do Aryans, you have aspects of culture. Within them, you focus on the cultural aspects. Right? Understood? Similarly, science and civilization, again an important aspect of art and culture. You get it in your NCRT. Then this is another NCRT, new NCRT, Themes in Indian History Part 1 and 2. Again important, reason being there has been a question on reconstruction of India's past through Chinese and Arab travelers' account. You get a chapter, you have a specific chapter in your medieval India textbook through the eyes of travelers, right? So you get accounts of Chinese and Arab travelers on India. So there was a direct question from this chapter which you could have used, right? So my idea to reinforce using NCRT is primarily based on this fact or objective reality that you do get questions and understanding from your NCRT. Rest you leave it to God, which is how people do. Basic ही नहीं करोगे तो फिर कुछ भी नहीं होगा. Then other aspect which I told you was to understand the current affairs topics from static point of view, right? Another important book which is dedicated to art and culture is Introduction to Indian Art Part 1. Chapters are on art and culture syllabus, dedicated to art and culture. Another new book has come, Introduction to Indian Art Part 2. Part 2, which is only on paintings. This is another area which UPSC can explore, static wise also and contemporary dynamic wise also. How? Because in the 8th chapter there is a mention of living art traditions of India, right? So that means you have to focus on paintings of tribals or folk paintings or GI tag paintings, or how paintings are restored and used on metro pillars, railway stations, airports. This is a new understanding of, you know, how we are revisiting Indian culture in the modern structures, right? You see paintings on railways, you see paintings on in the airport, right, which are using our themes of folk art, which is again, you know, you can write if a question comes like this, that how Indian folk paintings are being revived, right? Then there is a book called A.L. Bacham Wonder That Was India. There are few chapters again which you can do from mains point of view again, because these are the topics which you don't get usually in your NCRT. Again, astronomy, mathematics, physics and chemistry, logic, philosophy, coinage, you have separate chapters for it. You have separate chapters on religion, art, language and literature, sculpture, architecture, painting, music and dance. Again, just to add on the content, right? So that was it. If you have any questions, you can ask me with respect to art and culture. Are all the questions solved? There is no query in your mind? Yes. NCERT 11 standard, yes. Okay. So when we come to sources, as I said, there are more to what I have told you, right? There is Tamil Nadu history textbooks. There is a very popular book prescribed by the toppers, Jatin Singhania's book on Indian culture, right? There are other sources like Upinder Singh's book as well, right? There are books written by, Satish Chandra on different aspects of medieval Indian society. Sources are many, right? What we are trying to understand is that you do first the basics, but if you find, let's say, Jatin Singhania book which can give you every information or maximum information, do that. If you feel Tamil Nadu history textbooks are more simpler to read, you do that. But please keep this thing in mind. Ultimately, you have to write the answer, right? If by reading a source is helping you in writing answer of UPSC, then go with that. I'm not telling you to skip or any book, but these are the sources which you have to do, right? Coming to your question, can you substitute 11th NCERT with Tamil Nadu history textbooks? Tamil Nadu history textbooks can be done selectively for South Indian history. South Indian history is not considerably covered in your NCERT, so you can use Tamil Nadu history textbooks for South Indian history specifically, because there are questions even in ancient time period and medieval time period in UPSC on South Indian history, right? So there is Chola art, Sangam polity, there was a question. There was a question on Vijayanagar, Krishnadev Raya's contribution on literature, right? So there are certain aspects of South Indian history which, if you get in South Indian history, Tamil Nadu textbooks, you do that, right? What I would suggest, that if literature is there and you are dividing it into different time periods, so when you divide it in different time periods, you get different dynasties. Just to give you an example, Vijayanagar, okay, literature. So when you're doing Vijayanagar dynasty, which is an important dynasty, in literature you have to do Krishnadev Raya. So that question which came on Ashtadiggaj and Krishnadev Raya, great patron of learning and literature, that question did not come from any book. That question came from the approach which I'm telling it to you to adopt for art and culture. If you do temporally, you will not skip any dynasty and the contributors within that dynasty. But if you do book-wise what is given, then you may skip. Okay? So this is what you have to do. So all the best, guys. Have a nice day. I hope it will help you in preparing art and culture for future, right?